Good morning, good afternoon and good evening to whoever you are, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Roehampton, the final day's play. We're looking forward to watching some world-class play. England has already won this test. That happened quite early on. They did very well. This morning I'm going to hand you over to Joel and Nelson, who are going to do some commentary for us. And have a great day watching croquet.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gents. Welcome to Roehampton for the final day of this first test between England and Australia. Players are currently warming up behind me, as you can see, and we're looking forward to what is essentially a meaningless day of play here. And it's basically giving the players a last chance to have a bit of a knockabout on these easy lawns before they head down to Southwick and then to Surbiton for some much more challenging conditions. Our feature match today on usual feature court, number 2, is between James Death and Samir Patel, long-time doubles partners and many times Open champions, and they're playing Trevor Bassett and Greg Hill. Greg Hill is the top Australian, and James Death is now the top-ranked player in the event. So we're expecting to see some high-quality croquet here. And the main thing that's left that might be interesting for us is whether anyone decides to do a one-back leave. That's what all the crowd is hoping for. I've already asked the players to do that for us to provide some entertainment, because really this is all about entertainment today. Whether they will or not remains to be seen. But if you looked at the results from yesterday, you will have seen that Death did exactly that in his singles game. He did it in game 2. He may well have done it at other points too. I haven't had a play-by-play explanation of that game. But we're hoping for that because that will provide us some entertainment that we haven't yet been able to see. Now you can see, if the camera turns around, all of the players lining out this east boundary. And we've had all sorts of issues with this east boundary this week. There has been a total of one shot hit down this boundary for the entire week. And that was the last shot that was taken by Maloof in yesterday's singles game. So we may see some more shots taken down this boundary, and maybe we'll see one hit. Who knows? But the players are giving it a lot of attention because, quite rightly, it has been the focus of a lot of our commentary and for everyone. But it's good to see the players at least testing this out. Here's James's shot, and he allowed for way too much hill on that one, almost injuring some of the spectators at the far end. So the amount of hill this boundary takes depends on how hard you hit it. So James is trying to calibrate how much hill he should allow for the power that he's going to give it. It may not be enough for him to figure out exactly how. It's a good idea that he takes the time to figure it out. He will be, but he doesn't have to take it. That one he didn't allow any hill for. Hilled into the boundary line, so he still hasn't been able to work it out. But that line right today. We've got a fair bit of overcast conditions today, so we're expecting the balls to swing early, but we've we're also expecting this cloud to burn off pretty soon, and we're expecting a fine, warm and mainly sunny day. Expected top temperature is 30 degrees today, which for the Australians will be just an ordinary summer's day. For the English will be an unbearable heat wave. Practicing his Hogan roll there, in case he has to try and pick up a standard triple from a corner 4 ball, and he's overhit that by quite a... if I do a... what's it? Tony Gregg, getting the key out and testing the pitch conditions. We can see that the key doesn't go in at all, so the ground is nice and firm. And we measured the courts yesterday to have a speed of around about 12.8 seconds, I think. And they will be exactly the same again today, because these courts are the same speed every day of the year. And the groundsmen were hard at work watering them this morning when we arrived, so making sure that they don't change speed at all. The other games that we've got today, which we will check in with from time to time, especially if there's no one-back action on court 2, we've got Birch and Avery playing Berryman and McCormick over on 3. And then behind me, and that's the whistle for full time. On court 1, we have Fulford and Good playing the 2 Stevens, Pearce and Forster. It's just about time for the toss for the players in this main game. So we'll come in and check out the result. Heads is the call, and
Tails. Is it?
tails is the result.
Okay, fair.
Apparently.
I'd like to know what's on the other side of the coin. We'll go in, thanks. Any preference? Of course he does. Green. Red and yellow.
Standard winners of the toss have chosen to go first, and the players who've chosen the colours have picked red and yellow. So we'll get underway shortly, and we'll return to the commentary box right now. With me this morning is Nelson Morrow, and he will talk through the first couple of shots of the action, and then I will be back with you shortly.
I need to switch over, don't I?
Oh, Nelson's currently talking.
Bassett. Alison's just putting up the names and the colours of the balls. Greg Hill from Australia. Morning, Trevor. And they're playing Deeth and Patel. James is looking like he's going for either a corner 2 opening or a Tice at 6. Let's see what he decides. I haven't seen much of the English Australia play, so I'm not sure what their traditional opening is. It looks like it's going to be a Tice at hoop 6. Is so Deeth puts a Tice about level with hoop 6. So it looks like Greg Hill is going to shoot for the Tice. Let's see where he takes it from. Of course, always the risk if you go from a short space that it can end up on the A-balk, and that gives would give the English an easy start.
Good morning, Nelson.
Yeah, good morning, Joel. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I'm told we have a few potential audio issues, but we'll just keep talking to each other.
To each other.
Fingers crossed, someone will be listening.
We'll be listening. Yeah. So we are live at the moment.
We are live.
Yep.
I'm looking at the chat, and currently no one has put in
any
chat messages.
And he has missed the. Has come down just past. Oh, Wow.
I think this is going to be a dream start.
A
for
dream
the-
start. He's
yeah.
even left him a rush to hoop one. You know, you couldn't ask for more, really, could you?
It's Patel playing red, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's always the problem if you go for that Tice at 6 and you miss. You really give a very easy start to the opposition.
Yep. Well, that's the idea of the Tice, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Exactly. To lull them into a.
Yeah, I imagine Hill was playing it with a speed that he hoped it would stop around about hoop 5. But,
Yeah, but not on these
obviously-
lawns.
Yeah, obviously.
You said about 12.8 now. Running at it?
12.8 is
Yeah,
what we measured them at yesterday.
But very
We'll do
nice.
the
Yeah.
same today.
Probably a little bit slow in the morning. It always speeds up later in the day.
Yeah, once the sun comes out, we'll
It's
see
a bit
it
still
speed up.
a bit overcast this morning. Little bits of blue, but it is going to get up to about 28 today, I think, isn't it?
Well, I saw 30 on the
Oh,
forecast.
really?
I
Did you?
looked at,
Wow.
But
Oh,
who knows?
right.
Something that the Australians will consider a
A
bit of
normal
chilly
day.
summer's day. So we've already got the referee on to do something with the equipment there. So Patel has played one shot and he's found something on the ball that he doesn't like, and rather than just cleaning it himself, he's called out championship referee Jeff Dawson to clean the ball for him. I guess Jeff won't mind because the referees don't have a whole lot to do here. We have 3 referees assigned to 3 courts whose sole job it is to sit there and wait to be called out.
Yeah.
But excellent work there by one of the top referees in the world, cleaning some muck
I
off
think
the black
most of
ball.
their work seems to be hammering in hoops, doesn't it?
Hammering in hoops and doing the scoreboards for
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Yes, at this level you don't find that you need referees very often.
We're going to try something a bit novel today. We're going to try and keep a live update of the positions of the balls,
Right.
which hopefully the viewers will be able to see.
So they'll have a
overlaid
two-screen
on the image.
situation.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this whiteboard is going to be overlaid over the top of the screen of the actual live action. And we're going to try it out, and
Yep.
I'd love the viewers to let us know whether this improves your viewing experience or makes it worse. If you think it makes it worse, then
Let
just
us know, yeah.
tell me and I'll stop doing it, because it's a fair bit of work. But I think it might be helpful because in the tight shots, you don't necessarily get to see where the other balls are.
No.
But I'm already finding it a fair bit of work to keep the positions updated here. I'll try it for a bit. If I decide I can't do it, then I'll stop it. Nice
Anyway,
rush there
nice
by
rush
Patel.
to 2. Really, there's not going to be probably a lot to say in this break because it's all looking pretty.
Well, as I said in the preview, the interest will be in exactly where Patel decides to lay up.
Yeah.
And we're all hoping that he decides to lay up at 1 back.
Yes, I mean, obviously, Deeth did a 6 triple yesterday, and now that this is a dead rubber, really, the English have already won
Yeah.
this test, so they can.
They can have some fun.
They can have some fun,
Yeah.
and especially being doubles, they can have even more fun.
Yeah, no risk of losing any ranking points.
That's right.
Speaking of ranking points, Deeth is now the highest ranked player in the event. He started
Really?
the event as the 3rd ranked player, like a point or 2 behind Essick and Watson.
Yeah.
And both of those have had more losses than Deeth
Right.
has had now. So,
Yeah.
the Deeth is now world number 3.
So they've been updated, have they? On the rankings?
Yeah, they get updated every day. I think,
yeah.
by the
By
rankings
Chris
expert,
Williams,
Chris Williams.
who does an excellent job.
So if he's going to lay up at 1 back, he's going to want to make 6 off an opponent ball. That's the usual way around to do it, although I have previously seen Fulford do it the other way around, but that's the usual play, so we'll see. Currently he has partners sitting at hoop 4, so he would need to do a pivot swap. So,
Some stage, yeah, because he wants the opponent's cross wide at 1, and were you here for the end of the New Zealand American match last night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saw the full day's play yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways it's good that it's been kept alive for today. I think it's made it more, kept that last day more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I've already managed to screw up my whiteboard.
All right.
The undo button does not exist on this version.
It's all that multitasking you're having to do. It's getting a bit too much for you.
Okay, yeah, it's too much. All right, get rid of the whiteboard. We don't need it anymore. It's just doing an ordinary break to somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's, yeah, as you say, the interesting part of this break is going to be the leave, and we wouldn't be surprised to see a 6-triple leave. Could probably
yes, we're definitely hoping.
And you've probably got one of the best 6-triplers in the world as Samia's partner.
Yeah, I'd say currently the best in the world.
Yeah.
At that break. So we're seeing. Blue is brought into the game and going to the Hoop 5 Pioneer. So the interest will be in where yellow goes after this hoop.
Wouldn't you expect it to go to?
So normally it would go to 6.
6, yeah.
And if he's carrying on to 4 back, it would go to 6 and then 2 back, which is where you normally want your partner ball. But if he's going to pull up at 1 back, then he'd have to do the pivot swap now. Here we go. So he's coming to check. I would have thought they might have asked about this before. So,
I think they probably had made that.
I missed what answer he got.
Yeah.
Colours on the scoreboard are the wrong way round. Because I'm playing red and yellow.
Yes, they are. That's fine.
Just a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, now 1 back or 4 back, take your pick.
Can you swap that?
Goodness, we got loads of complaints today. This is exciting. Yeah.
What are the complaints so far?
So one person, Lanzerx, doesn't like the overlay, the whiteboard overlay.
Right.
But I'd already ditched that before I read that comment.
Right.
But it's a more work than necessary, and B, doesn't really add anything to it. So we've already ditched that. But it was a nice try. If you don't try these things, you don't learn.
No. You probably need a separate person doing it just on their own. And not,
The balls on the scoreboard are wrong, says 26 TP. No, the balls are correct on the scoreboard. There's blue, red, black and yellow, which is the balls that we have in this game. But thank you for your comment. And what's the other one? Mark played the wrong ball first turn. So that's a comment by our referee over on court 3. So he's also watching the live stream while sitting by the next court. So thank you for that, Richard Hilditch. So it's, maybe not quite as focused as he should be. So I think we are seeing a 1 back leave here. So we've seen the pivot swap, and the oppo balls have gone to 5 and 6, which is the normal way around you do it. So we've got some excitement already. This is good. And then the next thing I don't want to say we hope for the tea lady to be missed, but from a neutral spectator's perspective, I would like to see a sextuple attempt, and I'm more likely to see one if the tea lady is missed.
That's right. Yep. Explaining the tea lady is the shot from 1 at the 2 balls up on the past 3.
Yeah, we'll see it very shortly, assuming Patel gets the lead right. We may not be seeing a tea lady after all. This looks a lot like yellow is going to 1 back. Alright, well. The excitement is short-lived, I'm afraid. It's going to be a ball to 4 back.
Yes, but it's surprising he hasn't got his own partner ball at 2 back.
Yeah, that was deliberate, and I suspect that means he's going to be doing a spread.
Yeah.
The spread is as easy or arguably easier to make if opponent ball is a 2-back.
So tonight we have a dinner to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the MacRobertson Shield, which is going to be held at the Roehampton Club.
Yeah, it's tonight.
Yeah.
So we'll probably be seeing a large number of past Mac players putting in an appearance.
Absolutely,
at some
I
point
think
throughout the
I
day.
think there'll be quite a few. Mm.
Yeah, we had quite a few yesterday as well.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Nigel Aspinall showed up. Martin Murray was here yesterday.
Yes, Martin Murray.
Ian and Debbie Lyons were both here. I imagine
Yes.
they'll be at the dinner tonight.
Dennis Bullock.
Dennis has been reffing over it
He has,
all week, but I'm sure he will be coming along to the dinner tonight.
He was a Mac player in 2003. Mm.
On court 1 at the moment, the Australian Stephen Pearce has the first break there. I haven't watched the opening, so I don't know exactly how it came about, but he definitely has made hoop 1, and he's got a little bit of work to do to establish a break because his hoop 2 pioneer is on the west boundary, but that's certainly what he'll be attempting. On court 3, Birch stuck in hoop 1 on the first break attempt, and the Australian opponent Dwayne McCormick missed a long shot from up near corner 2 at the ball in the jaws of hoop 1, which he missed. So Birch's partner Avery is thinking about taking the shot at the ball in the jaws. They're having a discussion about it now. So the English pair will get the first hoop. Whether they get the first break, I think, remains to be seen. But that's what's going on court 3.
Samir's having a fight with a bee or a wasp.
Yeah, we have a lot of local wasps here that love to hang around the pillars of the clubhouse that don't seem to bother anyone. They just like hanging around the clubhouse.
So Patel's through 2-back.
Safely through 2-back.
And over on court 1, Stephen Pearce has just failed hoop 2.
Ah, okay. With opponent ball right next to it. So yeah, we can see Fulford coming out now with his partner to discuss the situation. Patel is, as predicted, lining up a diagonal spread here for D. Looks like he's placed black already. Exactly where he wants it.
And it looks like Jamie is 2-balling at the moment on court 3.
He had a organised forward rush after his sticking in 1, so he just needs to run 2 more hoops on a 2-ball break before he can pick up the 3rd ball.
I can't actually yellow's in court 4.
Both opponent balls are on the south boundary, so he's got a little bit of work to do to pick the break out there. Okay, I'm not sure what yellow's doing over there. Why would he have put yellow over there, Nelson?
I don't know. He's looking at very interesting, isn't it?
Is this that's a new one for me. I've not seen that.
This is going to. He's not going to do it. No, he's not. I saw blue. No, that isn't going to happen. We might be seeing a new leave.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this. I thought the only possibility of something interesting would be a 1-back leave today, but he's found something interesting for us.
Perhaps they are going to create a new leave.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a diagonal spread. Because he placed black in the right spot, before making 3 back, so he doesn't have to go back to black.
No.
So I suspect he's put yellow there because it will make something else easier for him.
So you can just take off down to leave blue there and take off to yellow.
I guess, but blue is quite close to
it's
A-Bork if he leaves it
yeah,
there.
It is.
I kind of well, he's going to try and shift it
In a bit.
on he's going to play a thick takeoff here
yeah.
to shift it north. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what he had in mind there. I suspect he was trying to get the rush after 3 back to somewhere south of yellow, so he had space to croquet it up to kind of where it is now without having to do some massive wide angle split. So we've ended up with an ordinary diagonal spread, which is what we've seen in a lot of other games so far. So no fireworks. Maybe in game 2 we'll see a 1 back leave once they've got a game on the board. We can hope.
I mean, and perhaps they just want to get themselves settled into, have a game on the board.
Exactly. Get a bit of feel for the conditions. Which are
a good idea.
The players tell me the conditions are fairly different between Hurlingham and Roehampton.
Yeah.
Even though the grass looks the same, they're finding the courts here to be quite a bit quicker.
Yeah, much quicker, I think. Yeah.
So Fulford is underway with an organised 4-ball break over on court 1, so we may see a 1 back lead from him over there. His partner Jack Good, who despite being the lowest ranked player in the England team, is very capable of doing sextuples, and in fact did one at this venue last weekend. So Fulford may well decide to give Good a bit of sextupling practice. We can only hope. On court 3, Birch has started trying to dig the balls out to get a normal 4-ball break, and he's currently got something resembling a 3-ball break. He just needs to run hoop 4 now, which he has done. So he's got himself a break that he'll be able to take round now. I don't think we'll see a 1 back leave on from Birch. His partner Avery is not a big sextupler. I think he's only done something like 10 in his career. Okay, so let's look at the Australians' lift shot. So, Bassett and Hill had decided Hill's going to take the shot, and they're going to take the shot at the partner ball blue, which ended up getting left a fair bit further south than Patel had in mind. So they probably reasoned that this is the shortest shot available to them. Here he is lining up. Deliberate back swing, and he's just missed it. He can't believe he missed it. He looked interested off the mallet, but started right, and I think probably might have held slightly to the left, but along that line it holds its line pretty well. So I think he probably just didn't quite strike it in the direction he was hoping for.
Sorry, I lost my sunglasses. I couldn't find them. So.
Yeah, the sun has started to make an appearance, and
a bit glary now.
We'll see the temperature
go up
slowly rise.
Go quite quickly, I should think.
Yeah, you probably see the flags in the background. They're just fluttering gently in the breeze, but nothing like the mini hurricane that we had a couple of days ago. It's a much more pleasant day. Very, very, very good conditions for playing croquet today. So. The players have no excuses for any mistakes, at least no excuses from the weather.
Yeah, pretty good shot.
Yeah, good shot there. So do you think we'll see Deeth attempt a triple peel in this one, Nelson?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Unless Deeth's actually doing something which is even slightly testing him, that's what he always needs, If he's going to make a mistake, it'll be usually playing the simplest shots.
Yeah, sometimes it can be helpful to attempt something more challenging just to keep one's focus.
Absolutely.
Because this is a break he's played probably thousands of times before, even if he hasn't completed 1,000 triples, which I don't think he has.
Yes, I don't know what his record is.
He would have at least attempted 1,000 triples.
Yeah.
So when we say 1,000 triples, we're kind of mainly referring to ranking games, but of course he's played a lot of handicap games and a lot of doubles games and other things that don't appear in the rankings.
Yeah.
So, speaking of 1,000 triples, actually, you may be interested to challenge yourselves to name the 6 players who have reached the 1,000 triple peel mark in their career. Some of them are involved in the matches at Roehampton today, but there are 6 in total. You don't have to write into the chat who they are because everyone can just go and look them up. But you may want to challenge yourself to see how many of those you can name.
Yep, he goes to the ball in corner 2.
Yep, kick out the ball in corner 2.
Yep.
Red is not optimally placed for digging the ball out now,
No,
but he still has to do it.
Yeah,
And he just has to get past Red somehow, and
No,
he'll be able to give
Red was
himself
the
a
other
cut
side of the
rush to
hoop, it would be much better, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. He's just waiting for the
golfer,
golfing lady to practice her
swing
chipping first. I think he might end up just playing the shot because she'll be chipping there for hours. You can see she definitely needs the practice. Deeth has decided he's waited long enough. And he snicks it. That would have been frustrating to miss that after such a long wait.
So Jamie's on the lawn on 3 and Fulford's on the lawn on 1.
Now Jamie's got his break sorted out now, so he'll have a ball to fall back there.
Yeah, and I should think Fulford will too.
Yeah, I was hoping, I think he just wandered off at that point, but I'm hoping Fulford might pull up at 1 back. Because his partner,
he's at 3
despite
at the
being
moment,
the most inexperienced of the 6 Australians, is quite a capable sextupler. So we can only hope. Deeth has sent both opponent balls to 3, which is a good idea because he's going to be trying to get his rush partner across to 3 after hoop 2, and having both opponent balls over there is helpful because it gives you more options of how to get Peely into position if the rush doesn't quite go where you want it to. It's pretty rare that the rush does go where you want it to because you're relying on getting a particular length running through hoop 2, and these hoops are tight enough that you can't be sure exactly what length you're going to get. And let's see if his rush ends up pointing in the right direction.
Because Jack Good is actually the youngest member of the whole MacRobertson Shield this year.
I think he's 20.
I think he's just turned into, or he's about to turn 20. He's either just turned 20 or was about. And I think he has done a couple of 6 triples, hasn't he?
Yes, he did one at this venue last weekend.
Again, yeah.
Not on the same court, but
and it might have been his second one or something, perhaps.
I think maybe second one. Yeah. So he's in good form, is what that tells us. I think we're seeing Fulford do some popping instead, or maybe as well as a 1 back there.
Yeah.
Deeth has just overhit his Peely into try and get into peeling position here. So he'll be able to have an attempt at the peel. It's not so angled that he can't at least jaws it, but he may just have to settle for jawsing rather than peeling it cleanly on the first attempt. But that won't be any hindrance to him finishing the turn, that's for sure. He may want to try something fancy like trying to bounce black off red to get it into a slightly better position, but I doubt that he will see that as being worth the risk.
If he can just jaws it, it's enough to,
yeah,
he's got enough time to complete the other peels.
Yeah. He just wants to make sure he doesn't leave black in a spot where he will hit it on running the hoop. Which he looked at it for a second and decided that he'll play it directly across the hoop. Which now makes it a little bit harder to get his rush southward on black after this peel attempt.
Yes, because you're having to come across the hoop to get your rush on black.
But it's angled such that red won't run through the hoop and then collide again with yellow, which is what might have happened if it was a little bit straighter.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's crossed.
in fact, he had no.
Oh, no, he got it
back
through.
outside.
Did get it through. But can't be through much though.
Yeah, it doesn't look through
From
at all.
here,
from
it doesn't look
but,
like it's through at all. No.
He's taken the clip off, so he's obviously peeled it.
Mm-hmm.
So the next interesting bit will be to see when he goes back to red. Some players prefer to go back to it after hoop 4 because the backwards rush is easy to organise. Other players prefer to make hoop 5 and try and get a forwards rush up there. But I suspect we'll see him going back to red now. Although he's putting blue in a spot which suggests that he might wait till after hoop 5. Yeah, I think we'll see him just tap this. Yeah. Going to try and organise a forwards rush after 5. He would really like a forwards rush here because red is very close to the hoop and there is a little bit of a risk that he might accidentally crosswire himself on red if he has to roll to it from somewhere down near hoop 5.
So a rush will prevent that one, just really. It's amazing. I've seen photos of James when he was like 3 years of age, and he had that same grip even at that age. You know, it's incredible. You know.
Yeah, yeah. It's he found something that works for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Got a winning formula, don't change it. So he's managed to get a sideways rush, which is good enough. So he's going to be able to approach the peelie just behind 4 back from a much better angle than if he was trying to roll to it from hoop 5, from near hoop 5.
And his grip is known as a pencil grip.
Not many other players that have that.
There are a
Can
few.
you think of any other top players that have
Tim
that?
Russell.
Yes. A local player here.
And they actually, Bill Arliss used to be, I think, was a pencil grip too.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand how he manages to generate so much power with that grip.
Well, it's all done from the top hand.
That's
Really.
yeah, that's what he told me when I asked, but I tried it myself and couldn't get any grip power.
No. Yes, you're depending on one arm doing basically all the work, really.
Yeah, he played me once in a game of golf where he only played one-handed and he held a beer in the other hand,
yes.
and he still beat me easily.
But I remember seeing him do a 3-ball triple at Cheltenham one year, and it was just looked like the simplest thing he'd ever done.
Yeah. Never seen a 3-ball triple in a real game, have you?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, at Cheltenham.
That was in a real game, not a
Yeah.
practice
No,
game.
real game.
Wow. Was that recently?
No, it was quite a few years ago. It probably could be 20 years ago, you know.
Okay, yeah. And he's only gotten better since then.
Because he's probably, mid-40s now?
I guess so, yeah. But he's been playing for all of those.
Well,
40s years,
he's been playing for 40 years, that's right.
He nicely managed to run 6 to just past Peely, so he's going to have a perfect angle for peeling Penalt here. Deeth is one of the guys that doesn't bother getting down on the ground to line up his peels, which makes, most people wouldn't anyway for this because he's going to be peeling it with some pull, so there's nothing to actually get down and line up. It's just all.
Do you lie down or do you?
Sometimes for straight peels. Maybe he should have gotten down on the ground because that pulled a bit more than he anticipated.
I have to. It's the only way I can see is looking along the edge of the balls. I can't look across the top. It doesn't work for me.
Fair enough. Yeah, everyone has their own way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 2 players in action on courts 1 and 2, Fulford and Deeth, both guys who don't get down on the ground to line up straight peels.
No, Robert doesn't either. No, that's right.
And both of them have done a lot of peels in their time, so maybe there is something to that idea. But if you find getting down on the ground works for you, then
yep,
do
absolutely.
it. While Deeth is making the next couple of hoops, I can update you on court 3. Birch has completed his break to 4 back and has set an NSL. So Berryman and McCormick will take the lift shot there in a second. And
Fulford's
on court 1, Fulford is for hoop 6, and
yeah.
he's got all the balls in place to keep going around to 4 back. So no 1 back action there either. I'm sorry. We'll keep hoping.
No, I think they probably want to steady themselves with their first game. It makes a lot more sense. You really want to know the court before you want to attempt a 6-2. You know, feel very comfortable having 1 game under your belt. I think.
Yeah, they
that
definitely
way.
feel more comfortable about doing it in a game 2. good sextuple here last weekend was done in the first game of the tournament, though.
Wow.
So he wasn't too worried about that particular.
And he did win the tournament, didn't he, as well?
No. Deeth won the tournament.
I thought it was Deeth who did the sextuple. Yeah.
No, Deeth was the one who did the septuple.
Oh, yeah, septuple.
Yeah.
That's right. Purely by accident, though, wasn't it?
In the sense that he didn't intend to lay up
No.
at hoop 6.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. Although all the peels were deliberate.
Yes. But I mean, the start was not
Yes,
deliberate.
Yeah. It was the second ever ranking septuple. So there's not many people who deliberately lay up.
No, there's
hoop 6.
octuples, but I mean but that's actually set for. I mean.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why though. There's no.
There's no.
It's just for show, isn't it?
Really, yeah.
That's a pretty good death roll there.
Yeah, the most impressive one was
rolled with yellow, but red has gone through perfectly. So, assuming he makes 2 back, he'll be able to get the rover peel now, going to his well-placed pioneer at 3 back.
Yeah. No, Bob Jackson actually did 2 octuples, one after the other.
In consecutive games. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
That's impressive, isn't it? I think it was in France, if I remember.
Oh, okay. Unaware that there was any croquet played in France.
Oh, yes, there was a World Championship in France where Chris Clark won the Worlds in France.
Okay. Was that in the 90s?
It would have been in the 90s, yes. I think might have been 93, something around there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't remember the exact date, but it's that sort of.
The only croquet I knew of that took place in France was in 1900 at the Paris Olympics.
It was at I can't remember the location. Anyway, basically it nearly destroyed croquet in France. I don't think there's been much croquet played since.
Oh dear.
Very nice rush to get into a peeling position, and he'll peel. Rover going to his ball at a 3 back.
Yeah, 4 back pioneer is perfect. There's no hindrances now to him completing this turn, and allowing it for a fair bit of pull on this, I would think. Yeah,
the angle he's playing it at.
Yeah, he'll be lining it up roughly at the right hand wire as he looks, but he'll be. He's playing it as a stop shot, so he will get a bit more pull than if he played it as a roll.
Yeah.
And it's grovelled through.
Yeah.
And
there would have been quite a bit of pull on that, I
just
think.
overrolled,
Just slightly, but he can cut that. Yeah, nice cut.
Martin Clark has commented that Deeth should be good at the death roll. Common misconception that shot is named after James Deeth. Otherwise I guess we pronounce it the Deeth roll.
Yes, that's right.
Took a little bit more wire than he expected there, but he'll be okay. He'll be laying an early rover pioneer here, although red doesn't rush to anywhere near blue, so he's going to be having to play a big roll up to blue from down near rover.
I think he's going to try and actually remove the red from its position.
Yes, I hadn't even thought about that as a possibility. It does seem a little bit like showboating to me. But,
well, that way. He then, if he doesn't get the rush, then he's just got a big roll. But if he does, then it makes things a little bit simpler. And he has
kind of worked.
Kind of got work.
Yeah.
And he get it out to a reasonable position. I think.
Yeah, I think he should be able to cut red to at least halfway to blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you play those shots, you basically have to guess where red's going to finish up, and then play, play yellow to that spot. So he's managed to move black over to a good hoop 4 pioneer position.
But red was fantastic, really. There he got red.
Yeah, I'd have been happy with that rush if I played that. He won't
but
want that one back.
But he won't be quite so happy with where black ended up.
That's not an issue though.
No, not
black
at all.
is essentially the pivot ball now.
Yeah. Yes, you can send blue to rover after though he may actually try and rush back down the field and use black, sending blue to rover and then going to black.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. So Rush goes where he wants, which it has
Which
done.
he has done. It looks so simple when he plays, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what well-played croquet is.
It
It's
is.
just a sequence of simple shots.
Yeah.
I wasn't watching the lift shot over on 3, but I'm guessing from the fact that Avery is just picking up the break from the NSL position that it was a missed lift.
And Fulford's still in his break. I think he's at 3 back.
Avery's on a finishing turn now. He has opponent balls at 1 and 2, and he's just approaching hoop 1 from quite close and straight, so we expect him to finish from there, or at least make a good fist of it.
Yes, I need the English to win all their matches today for my prediction to come true.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that since yesterday, and they obliged you, didn't they?
They did.
Lost
yes.
the one that they needed to lose. Now you just have to get them to win these 3.
It's clouded over again, but
Yeah, what's going on with this weather? We have a Virgin 7879 Dreamliner on long final for Heathrow 27 right at the moment.
I can see you're a plane fan.
Yeah, when you live under the Heathrow flight path, you can get to know what they do. He's just parked that one on the wire, which is slightly more awkward than it might have been, but I'm sure he'll cope. He's got a deepish receiver and a side ball here. As long as he runs the hoop, he'll be able to hit something. He's managed to snick blue on the way past, which is handy, so we're having to make another Roquet. And with the,
I don't think I'd even bother with the black.
Nah.
It's a very good ball at the peg. He now just simple peg out, and game 1 over to the
Game 1 to the
English.
and
And that
plus
took
26
all of less than 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes, okay. So well done to Deed there. Knocked that one off, no problem at all. Right, I'll go and instruct our scoreboard operator how to handle the completed games. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm going to go grab myself a coffee, I think.
Oh yeah, it's very quick. It's very quick. I'm probably about 50. But yeah, I struggle to get the last. I'm surprised. Yeah, there's no way I'm 5. Well, that's for whole game, sorry. Yeah. I've got a few balls. I haven't got it personally. Someone videotaped Aussie opponent. Yeah. He videotaped me doing 24 and a half. When I finished, he's like, 24 and a half.
That is really quite something.
And he hit the lift.
Yeah. That is really good.
Later on, I haven't. I know what they were trying to do. They were, yeah. But I didn't adjust.
Okay, apologies for the radio silence. We're, as usual, working on some technical difficulties, but hopefully you can see the scoreboard properly now. We did have the scoreboard updating correctly, it just wasn't appearing on the live stream, but it was correct at the venue. So it should show now. Deeth and Patel won that 26 TP. For those of you watching, you may well already have been aware of that. On the other courts, we've got Stephen Forster and Stephen Pearce 3 and 1 versus Good and Fulford 1 and 4 back, and Good has the innings there. He's going to try and get his TP going. On court 3, Berryman and McCormick 1 and 1 versus Avery and Birch. The scoreboard currently, there you go, 6 and Penalt, that's correct now. So the first peel of the triple done by Avery, and he's getting ready for the Penalt peel now, so that looks like being a 26 TP result there as well for the English. And now let's turn our attention back to game 2 of Deeth and Patel versus Hill and Bassett. And we've seen something slightly different for a change. We've got a super shot opening. We haven't seen many of those. I think this is only the second super shot opening we've managed to catch on one of our Roehampton streams this week. And that was Deeth putting that super shot out. And then Bassett has gone to max distance on the east boundary, which we keep talking about is probably a good spot to go here. And we saw Patel and Deeth practicing their shots along this boundary in the warm-up, and now we'll see if any of that practice was worth it, because Patel has decided to take the long shot here. He could have chosen to take the short shot and joined up, but that tends to leave a double target. He might have chosen to take a slightly more angled shot at this, so that if he misses black, it would go off maybe 4 or 5 meters south of black, rather than all the way to corner 4. But he is choosing to take the shot that hills, and he knows about the hill, so it's just a matter of seeing whether he is able to judge it. He needs to aim one ball inside black at a kind of standard speed of hitting, which is about that speed, and he's got it.
Beautiful. It was interesting. I missed the opening because I was on a coffee run, but so it was interesting when Deeth actually put the first ball, isn't it?
I was saying it's only the second super shot we've seen here this week. So
yeah. It's a slightly shorter super shot in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about as short as you'd want to put it. And
exactly.
We saw Essex play a super shot a few days ago, which was a little bit wider even than yellow, and it was so wide, in fact, that his opponent was able to shoot at it with corner 2 in the background.
Right.
So it was basically a free shot.
Yeah.
So a nice shot there by Patel. He's got himself half ball cut rush to 1, which should be good enough to get in front of hoop 1. And he's done it. Oh, perfect rush. Look at that. That's where you pick it up and place it. And you can tell by the look on his face, he's happy with that.
Yes, body language tells you a lot, doesn't it, really, sometimes?
Yeah. And the next bit of interest will be whether he stops at 1 back or not. And it's pretty rare for players to do a super shot and then choose to pull up at 1 back. But there are a couple of leaves that you can do that are better than what you might do if you were going to 4 back. The only problem is I can't remember what they are. I might see if we can get Deeth to come in the commentary box here and help us out with what leave Patel might go for. Oh, for purposes of doing a sextuple, yeah. Yeah, you can do something like lay up on the west boundary, somewhere near the lamppost, and then hide one of the balls behind a penalt, so wired from B-Bork, but rushable to 1 back. I remember asking Deeth about this some years ago, and it was something along those lines. I can't remember all the details now. Anyway, so far this is looking very organised. Up on the north boundary, you can see Fulford taking it easy. He looks to be very relaxed about the progress that his partner is making in organising his triple. Currently hasn't done any peels. It's going to be a delayed triple. He's good as already hoop through hoop 3, and still has some work to do building the break, but Fulford is very relaxed about it. And nicely through hoop 2 there by Patel. He's got a rush more or less pointing in the direction he wants. He'll just tap this a couple of metres towards hoop 6.
I wonder what the shortest best of 3 has been at this in this test, because this one is certainly looking for the record, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. The current rate is going to be over by lunchtime.
Oh, well over, I would think.
Over in time for an early lunch.
Very early lunch.
Yeah. Deeth's septuple here last weekend was 50 minutes for the game.
Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because when you're doing a sextuple, it does take a little more. You do need to take a little more care, don't you? Really?
Yes, indeed. You've often got the balls travelling quite some distance, and you have to wait for them to slow down and stop before you can play your next shot. Slightly awkward here from Patel. He's overhit his croquet after hoop 2, and he's ended up not getting great position at 3 here. This could potentially go wrong. Yeah, he's been hoping for an easier hoop run than this, but these hoops have not been offering much resistance.
That offered resistance.
Yes,
I think.
that did. He didn't quite strike that down the line he wanted.
No. But it was the thing is, once you're back with these hoops, you've only just got to be that little bit off, and they're going to sit in the middle.
Yeah. If you don't get the line right, they will still reject it. But maybe he'll be wishing he hit that a little bit harder.
He didn't seem to hit it too gently. I think it's just caught just too much wire.
Yeah, we compare it to perhaps how hard some of the Americans were running their hoops yesterday. Hill is asking for a referee to come out and watch his shot at red in the jaws of 3 here. You might be able to line it up so yellow is kind of double target in the background there, but he'd be pretty annoyed if he missed the hoop entirely and ended up hitting red. But,
yes, most of these Australian players are new to me. I mean, obviously I know Forster and Dwayne McCormick, but and Trevor Bassett, but the other 3 are all new to me completely.
Okay. I played against Greg in the Victorian Open about 3 years ago, and he'd just become the best player in Victoria at that point.
Right.
And he's continued to get better since then. And he had a a good win against Fulford the other day in the singles.
He did.
At Hurlingham.
He did have a very good win.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's a form player at the moment for the Australians. Responsible for at least one of their 3 wins.
Yeah. He was already in the original selection team, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He's the 6th highest ranked Australian player.
No.
It's enough of red, yeah.
Oh, he did? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I think
Initially, I thought he'd got the wire.
from our angle, it would have depended on how much red was through the hoop, but
that's
obviously
right.
it was sitting enough in front of the hoop that he could still snick it on the left-hand side. So.
If it had gone another foot, I don't think it would have hit, though. It was
Maybe
certainly,
right, yeah.
it was
It
certainly
didn't
going in
quite
that
start it
direction.
on the line he wanted.
No.
Has Avery done the Rover peel? Oh, I can just look at the scoreboard. Oh, you're right, yeah. So on court 3, Avery's coming up to a straight double attempt. He has the peelie parked in front of Penalt, so there's a good chance of finishing, but given that he was able to peel 4 back after 3, he'll be disappointed that this has turned into a straight double. Do you think we should? I think we should switch over to court 3 and watch the end of this, because straight double is something that's more interesting than watching Hill do a 4-ball break. But
he hasn't got his, quite got his break out yet.
He'll definitely go round.
He will, yeah. It's got a little bit of work to get it out, but not too much.
Yeah, these are the decisions you have to make when you've got multiple games to watch.
Yeah,
It may be that we end up
look at the interesting bit. Yeah,
yeah. I think Avery on a straight double is probably worth watching at this stage. So he's put red, which is the pivot ball, to halfway between peg and rover, which is a little bit south than what you'd normally choose at that stage, but absolutely fine. It's not on the line of Penalt and rover, which is the main thing.
Hill's going to be it's rolled very nicely.
Nice rush by Hill to 1, so he should be making hoop 1 there. So Avery just pops his side ball into place, and now he'll aim to rush peelie as close to straight and in front as he can get it.
Overcook it, and he looks done very nicely.
That looks like it's absolutely perfect here. So he's peeling it from about 5 centimetres directly in front, which, if you can't have it in the jaws, is where you would want it.
Yep. I imagine Avery is one of those people you were talking about earlier, isn't he?
He's not getting who's done 1,000 triples. He is one on the list. Yeah, very good. He's not getting down on the ground to line up his straight peel. There's another one who doesn't.
Hill's given himself a little bit of awkward.
So Avery's fine. Avery's peel attempt ran into the peg. Peel ran into the peg.
And
so,
technically, so it should. The peg's the right place.
He took equal amounts of wire or no wire, and it ran straight through, bounced off the peg. So he's going to have to play a good.
The only way you
rush
can really
rover
avoid
now.
that is when you're actually in the jaws of the hoop. You can slowly angle it. But
Yeah.
if you're back like that,
you're always trusting to luck.
Absolutely, yeah.
So he's having to roll down to south of red, which is why you don't usually want red quite as far south as he's put it. He's put a really nice deep ball in place though, so if he ends up having to jaws and jump, he will have a ball he can jump to and hit.
Yes, there's been a few failed rover peels during this event.
We've seen a lot of straight rover peel problems.
Yeah, we have,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It does make it exciting
It
for
does,
the spectators.
The things that can go wrong at rover, you could write a book.
Yeah, I believe Ian Plummer has written a whole web page on things that can go wrong with those.
It's the 12 things that can go wrong at rover. Yeah.
He hasn't
Quite got a
managed
side
a side
ball,
but
right.
it should be good enough. There is a spot where he can run the hoop to where he can't hit either. Well, he can always hit yellow, but he won't necessarily be able to hit red. And now he's rushed to an okay spot.
It's an okay spot. It's
certainly peelable from there, and it looks pretty straight.
It's a little bit angled.
Tiny bit angled, yeah. I think it's the angle that will trouble him more than the distance.
Absolutely. probably a little fast to be going Irish. I would be probably, not attempting just to peel the black and stay in position to run the hoop.
I think this might be a jaws and jump here, or even a peel by a little bit followed by jump. Okay, here we go. No, he's going to have another go at lining it up.
And Hill is approaching hoop 2. Yep, a good position.
This breaks nicely under control
Yep.
for Hill. All right,
So
here we go. And he's played the stop shot, and judging from the spectator applause, blue is quite runnable where it is.
And he can run it right through to yellow, I think. We're hoping he can. He just
Well,
doesn't want to hit black. That's
don't
the
want
problem.
to take that risk,
No, you
I
do.
think
So
he's
probably going
try
to hit
and
gently, just
run
halfway.
it to
and
short
hit
of black and then hit red.
Hit red, yeah. Yeah, because it just depends what wire you take,
He's just calling the ref over to supervise this short, close hoop run. We've got the video on it in case we need to do an action replay to test if he's done a crush or a double tap or any of the other faults that could happen.
I haven't seen many faults.
No, I don't think I've seen a single fault called yet. I've seen some hampered shots missed.
Yes, absolutely.
But,
But that's not a fault, That's
no,
just a missed
no.
shot. Yes, he did what I thought he was going to do.
Obviously, the black ball must have rolled a little bit off the hoop line, and he felt confident he could get past it. I'm not sure I would have chosen to take that risk, but he has the better angle to tell from where he is.
And as you say, it looks like the black actually shot out to that one side, doesn't it?
Yeah, must have done. And he's able to get a cheeky little promotion there with his rush of yellow into black. Yeah.
Very cheeky.
So it's taken him a whole hour, but it's going to be the same result as game 1 on court 2 here, another 26 TP to the English.
It's about 3 minutes past the hour, isn't it? So,
Yeah, it's delayed presumably because Avery played a wrong ball turn 1 in that game. But,
and also Jamie stuck in 1, so that
Yes.
also and that took a little bit of time.
yeah, a couple of innings swaps, but
Yeah.
anyway, they've recovered the situation, and this is for another 26 TP result. So as soon as he pegs this out, we'll go back to.
And I
back
just see
to
where
Hill.
Jack's got to. I think he's looking at
Yeah, he's looking at peeling 4 back, going across to 1 back.
going to 1 back. Yes.
So good peg out there from Avery, and one more peg out. There it is. So that's game 1 to Avery and Birch, 26 TP.
Jack did not succeed in getting his peel at 4 back. It bounced out of the hoop. It's still in a good peeling position for later, but at the moment he hasn't got any peels in this turn.
Okay. Yeah, and with the 2 back pioneer down near 2 back, he won't be peeling 4 back anytime soon. Yeah. The next opportunity would be if he decides to take the 1 back receiver over to 4 back and then try and peel before 3 back, but I'd be surprised if we see that.
It may turn into a straight TP.
I think the most likely outcome. All right, so well, I think it'll probably be just good making a few more hoops on his break at the moment. So let's watch Hill for a bit because it's much more conveniently located for us to keep an eye on, and we'll get back to you if Good starts any kind of peeling fireworks over there. So Hill's played really well. He got a good hit in with the ball in the jaws of the hoop to start, and he's had to do a little bit of work to dig the break out, but he's done exactly that, and now he has all of the balls nicely under control for a break to somewhere. I suspect we'll see a break to 4 back, because his partner is one of the 6 men who has more than 1,000 triples in the game. So he's someone you can rely on to finish the game when the opportunity arises.
Yes, I remember seeing Trevor Bassett for the first time in the 2000 Mac when he replaced Helene Thurston she injured herself, and he came and played the second and third tests.
Oh, okay, subbed in off the bench. So-
Well, he actually flew over from Australia. He
Okay.
was in New Zealand, being played in Christchurch. In
a little
2000.
bit more convenient.
Yeah,
to
a little
fly
more. Yes,
there
yeah,
than
yeah,
to
that's
here.
right, exactly. She had I think a golf or tennis elbow, and she was suffering with it quite badly, and so he came and replaced her.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is for the Australian team this year, if they need to make any substitutions during the match.
James is it, James Carlisle, isn't he?
He's the team manager. Is he also a
I think
capable player?
He is, very capable player, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm available if needs be.
But
By the way.
No, I believe he is also manager and reserve.
And reserve player. Fair
No,
enough.
he was a very good player. He played he's the son of Veronica and Hugh Carlisle.
Yes, I knew that much.
And he played quite a bit in England, and then he stopped for a while, and then I suppose he started playing again in Australia. Perhaps, I don't know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I can't remember exactly. But,
Okay. Right. And he's already nearly in the match team. That's very good in only 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I think he'd probably be. I don't know what his ranking would be, but it'd probably sort of around the 50 mark, I should think, in the world.
Okay. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah.
I can
I
even
saw him getting interviewed during the Hurlingham coverage yesterday,
Right.
with Keith Ayton. They had a good chat about croquet.
Let's have a look. Let's see if I can give you that information.
Let me check the chat for a while. We've had a few comments.
Yep.
Keith Williamson has spotted an A319 overhead, which I'm sorry to say I missed. Yeah, I'm on it. Nice start. Have the lovely ambient sounds of trucks going past in the background here.
Always helpful.
Slight mistake here by Hill. He's got a little bit compressed with
yes, he did.
rushing yellow up to
Didn't
6.
give
and he
himself
hasn't
enough
quite
room
been
there,
able
did he?
to
No.
get it to one back. And I think the plan would be an NSL, which is just a little bit awkward when you have to rush that distance to one back, but I'm sure he'll find a way to cope.
Anyway,
Should we
Jack's
turn our
rushed.
attention to court 1, because Good is lining up the possibility of a straight triple.
Yep. He's got the balls quite nicely there. Be interesting to see what he does after he has actually run the hoop. How he decides to get his peely ball to Penalt.
Yeah, he's put Blue in a position where it's going to be tricky to get a bombard. He's going to have to run the hoop by only a little bit in
That's
order
right.
to cut it to the right place.
And then,
But
of
he
course,
might be able to,
he's-
because he's
he's in the-
peeling from very close.
Close. The danger, of course, is hitting red as coming through the hoop if he only plays it very gently.
Yeah, he's coming over to
Getting the
get the
master's
from
advice.
his senior partner. There's a bit of commentary in the chat about Stephen Pearce's family tree, which I'm guessing is mainly relevant to the people who are doing the chatting. So apparently we're sitting on a main road here, which is not optimal for doing live commentary with a sensitive microphone, but well, that's what you get for pro streaming content that we're providing.
Yeah,
Can't complain about it for the price, can you?
you can't.
Okay, so here goes Good. He's just
Yes,
nudged the peel through, and he's got.
I think yellow hasn't won yet.
Yeah, striker's ball is nice in the jaws, so he should be able to just nudge this through and then cut Blue into a spot. Oh, he hit a little bit harder than he wanted there, but he should still be able to just cut Blue into a spot where he can play a bombard.
And you can promote the
the red ball with the blue ball.
Excellent. So on the main road behind us, a cement mixer is reversing to allow space for another truck to go in the other direction. So we might be inaudible for quite some time.
So where has he gone?
So Good has decided to rush the escape ball into the corner, so he's not going to play the bombard.
No, so
I guess he didn't quite have the angle for
no,
it.
so he's going to actually going to get the rush on the red.
Aiming for the rush.
Yeah. Which is
This is how we played it the other day when I was
it's a lot harder. I mean, you have to be so accurate with your rush.
It's all just about the rush, isn't it? The advantage of doing it this way is that he has a good penalty pioneer already in place. So it gives him the option, if the rush isn't perfect, of peeling penalty without also trying to run the hoop.
It's not. It looks fairly straight,
it's
but
straight-ish.
It's a bit more angled than looking where he's placing the balls.
Yeah, what's going on with our scoreboard?
Let's jump back into the entry screen for Alpha Jet.
Oh right, there's the four squares.
So he's Jack is lining up his peel. It's probably a good 4 yards, three yards out. Robert's giving him a little bit of advice. Robert would have done this many times in the past.
Yeah, that's updating that. Thank you.
I wonder what Robert's actually telling him here. Interesting to be able to fly on the wall, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've never played doubles with Rob, so I didn't know quite what he's like. But everyone who I've asked has said he's an excellent doubles partner. Very encouraging,
very
encouraging.
Relaxed, very positive person, you know, and also very relaxed, you know.
Yeah. On court 2, meanwhile, Hill has got his break round to 4 back. He didn't. Oh, he screwed up the scoring. He didn't. He made a bit of a mistake after 1 back and failed to get a 3 back pioneer, but he's managed to cope. And he's not going to be able to set the NSL that he had originally planned, but he'll get some kind of leave.
He's jawsed it.
That's some kind of disaster, isn't it? Because he now needs to run penalty with a ball that's in the jaws of it, so he's going to have to play a bombard on the hoop approach.
Yeah, which is very tricky.
It's tricky, yeah.
Because you sometimes don't know where the black ball's going to end up.
Exactly.
You know,
he might successfully peel red and end up with black in the jaws.
Going to the side is probably the best, because then you come across the red and still get the yellow to stop in front of the hoop. But it's a tricky shot.
Yeah, I'm quite sure this wasn't exactly part of the plan, but he's rushed black to a spot where he can kind of do an angled bombard thing to push red through, get black out of the way, and then still end up with yellow in front of penalty.
Yeah. Most important thing is still to end up with yellow in a runnable position, even if he has to do a jump at this stage.
Yeah, and jumping would be playable because he has a deepish receiver down there near the peg, so it's all possible. There we go, he's ready to play now. He just has to make sure yellow ends up in front of the hoop. That's the top priority on this, and I think he's done that.
Yep, but he's probably going to hit red.
Yeah, I think the finish is going to be off now, isn't it?
He's going to hit red when he runs the hoop, I think.
Oh dear. Speaking of disasters, Hill has just found a disaster on court 2. I don't know if we have vision of this, but
he's wired himself from.
He's playing a croquet stroke to get the final rush in setting up his leave, and he's managed to crosswire himself. Landed in the jaws of Rover, so Yeah, he's not going to have the leave he hoped for, but he's going to be able to whack this over to corner 2. Okay, so not a textbook leave there from Hill, but he does have a clip-on 4-back, which is definitely a plus. But I think we'll probably see red play.
Oh, I think he got past the red, Jack. I don't think he clipped it. He just got past it.
Yeah, that's surprising. Okay, so the finish may somehow still be on. Though don't know how he's going.
Do you think he's going to go for a bombardment there? Yeah.
I mean, he is.
Yeah,
I think
and
he
go
is.
to blue in the same stroke.
Go to blue. I don't know. I mean, this will be some kind of miraculous finish if he can do this. But
it's exciting. Because you're seeing shots you don't normally see played.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is non-routine croquet going on here,
which is what we want.
So we'll stick with court 1, but just to we'll update you periodically on what's going on court 2. Play is about to resume on court 3. On 2, Deeth and Patel are coming out to survey their options for the lift shot, so they'll take something shortly. But let's see what Good gets up to here. So he's looked at all the angles for this this bombard kind of thing, and he's going to play yellow down to blue and knock red as close to Rover as he can get it, I think. Okay, so
at least he's moved it away from the hoop.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to get a rush to Rover now. So I guess he's going to try and rush blue up to somewhere near 4-back, I suspect. Somewhere that gives him space.
Far, but
whatever space he needs to be able to send blue south of Rover and then hold for the rush on red.
Yeah, that's probably... He's got a pretty good stop shot, I think.
Yeah, everyone knows the ratios there. So he'll certainly just play blue as south as he can go, getting a rush on red in front of Rover. Ideally, I think he'd like blue to be quite a long way south, because jawsing and jumping is a much more likely outcome than irishing Rover when you're rushing to it from this distance. So, he'll want a ball that he can hit after jumping if possible, and that's not going to be it. It's going to get past Rover though.
It's going to be past Rover?
Yeah. That'll do. Good is a very good shot, so he will consider that hittable from the south boundary if needs be.
Now he has the difficult shot of actually getting the right weight, the right angle, and on the red ball.
You basically just have to think about this as I'm rushing to Rover to make Rover and forget about the peel. This looks like good speed.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Oh,
too far, I think.
That's so unlucky.
That was looking good.
It was for a long time from here. Yeah. Oh.
His excitement, you could tell by his body was.
He was willing that to pull up, but despite his -2.5 handicap, he wasn't able to use the force strongly enough to make that stop before it rolled just past the hoop. So this would just be a leave now. But Rover and peg leave, as long as he gets the balls in a decent spot, is a strong position for the English there. But
it was just probably one roll too many. Roll too many.
We had TPs in the first games on the other 2 courts, but Good couldn't quite repeat the heroics there. But great effort, given the situation he found himself in.
Absolutely.
To be that close to being able to complete his straight triple was a phenomenal effort. But, next time he will learn from the experience. At his age, everything's a learning experience. Lizzie Bassett wants to see the game on court 2. Don't worry, Lizzie, we'll keep you up to date on court 2. We are about to switch back to it, but currently there's nothing happening there, which is why we haven't mentioned it for a while. So we told you about how Hill just ran into a little bit of problems trying to set what would have been an OSL, and instead it's become balls scattered all over the place. So shall we? Yeah, I mean, we haven't looked back at it because for the last 5 minutes, Deeth and Patel have just been standing on the court looking at their options. but we will definitely keep you up to date with what's going on there. Jack nearly had as many moves as you, Nelson.
Sorry?
Jack nearly had as many moves as you, Nelson, is the comment from Martin Clark. I think that's in reference to Good skipping down the court, trying to get Red to stop in front of the hoop there when he rushed it to Rover.
Thank you, Martin.
So, Good's now run Rover, and he's looking for a lead. Full foot will help him out with that. If there's a man you want instructing you on how to make a leave, it is Full foot. The man of many leaves.
Yes, if you wanted anyone to direct you, you couldn't get anyone better than Robert Fulford.
Deith and Patel are still standing there talking about it. I suspect we'll see something resembling an OSL from Good. There's not much else you can do with the balls scattered all over the place like they are. Alright, I vote we switch back to court 2 now because there's finally some action there.
Yep.
So
Deith has picked up Red and
Patel has picked up Red even.
Yep.
And
what did I say?
Deith.
Did I? Oh, sorry.
That's all right. But they agreed to pick up Red. And
Patel has picked up
and
Red.
The ball that was hoping to be rushed to the east boundary but is now stuck near Rover as the target, and Red is the ball for hoop 4. So yeah, I think Patel will be hoping to rush Black to north of Yellow in this hitting attempt, but he'll be satisfied with just hitting it.
I think just hitting it. I think he'll be happy with.
But centre ball contact.
Could even cut it on the left to 4. Shot.
And he has got the rush that he was
shot.
hoping for.
Yeah, perfect shot.
Yeah, actually he's hit it too hard in the end.
I think he'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to want that one back.
No.
He took a lot of care and time over that shot, and he usually hits when he does that.
Yeah.
In less important matches, he sometimes is a bit less careful over his hit-ins, and he doesn't tend to hit quite so many in those situations. So now he's going to have a discussion with Deith on what to do. They have many options, one of which is pulling up at 1 back. I'm going to keep saying that until someone actually does pull up at 1 back today.
You're so determined to see the Sex Dribble again today.
It's so much fun watching
so much
Sex
fun,
a couple of
absolutely.
times, yeah. And we've got the expert on this court who can show us how it's done if they ever get the opportunity. So let's see, he'll be making 4 off partner, so he needs to figure out how to get...
He's going to blue first.
This is a move that I suspect you would do if you were trying to stop at 1 back.
I would think so, and I think that's what Deith was
Otherwise
telling him.
you would just play the 3 ball and pick up blue approaching 1 back.
That's right.
So we're going to keep our fingers crossed here. That's a little bit timid takeoff, but
well, he wasn't going to try and get behind it, was he?
No. But,
so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think it looks worse from here than it will look to him up there. Anyway, he managed to snick it.
Yes, the leg went out. So
yeah, that was what I was talking about just before. About sometimes he takes more care over his hit-ins than others, and that one, well. He took enough care over it. All he needed to do was hit it.
So Jack's laying up in he's taking 2 balls off and laying up in corner 2.
Reverse OSL.
Yeah. So now he needs a good roll to get the blue ball to 5 and get his rush on the yellow to 4. bit short.
A little bit short, but it's pointing in the right direction. So
Yeah,
I
but-
expect him to get this
Yeah.
into a position where he can safely approach four.
It was a
from.
good blue. Mm.
Yeah, nice
And
rush.
nice
Yeah,
rush.
that's lovely.
Very
rush.
nice.
Okay.
Really hit that beautifully. Right distance, right weight.
Yeah. Now, this hoop 6 Pioneer is not that close to hoop 6, so I think we might see him try to rush yellow back to the north boundary here, if indeed it is going to be a one-back leave.
Which is actually neat by actually sending that deep.
That would have come through on the microphone. Nice hoop run there from Patel. And he's got himself a rush of yellow somewhere into the court.
You may have noticed that with Patel's mallet, he has the cranked top, which is becoming more popular with Irish players.
Yeah, it takes a bit of a strain off the wrist.
It does, yeah. But it's becoming. You're seeing more and more of these mallets. I had a try at it. It actually felt quite good.
Yeah, I've had a go at a couple of them, and I do like the feel, but I haven't yet taken the plunge to get one.
No, you need to sort of like a winter thing, really.
You
isn't it,
need
when
to relearn how to swing the mallet
balance,
with them.
absolutely,
Yeah, I remember when Patel first got this one.
Yeah,
Actually, his first tournament was the Surbiton Easter weekend.
Yeah.
And he missed so many shots with it.
Yeah.
But he's gradually gotten used
Yeah,
to it. And
that's
now
right.
It's fine. But,
You've got to sort of regroove yourself in a way.
so we've seen him leave yellow in the vicinity of two back, which
Does
is a
indicate
good sign
it's
for
a good
one
sign.
back
Yes,
lead.
good sign. Yes. Yeah, Joel's always looking for signs,
Yeah, and clutching at straws. Oh, he
Oh,
snicked that on the wrong side, but it's okay. He'll be able to just push that across to 6 on the takeoff down to blue.
Anyway, on court 1, the Australians have missed.
Yeah, Forster missed his lift, so we'll see Fulford
and
finish
Fulford's back
that
in
one
play.
off,
Yeah.
And
Australians haven't been hitting particularly well, have they? And Dwayne McCormick has just failed hoop 1 on court 3.
yeah, with all the balls in front of him, so he'll be
Yeah.
disappointed with that. Nice takeoff here. That's pretty much perfect. So, good shot from Patel. He'll be able to cut this. I don't know if he'll be able to cut it in front of the hoop, but he'll be able to cut it close enough to the hoop that he can make 5 and a rush towards hoop 1.
Yeah, he's just taken it there,
Yeah.
so it gives him the rush in the right
Yeah,
direction.
he won't have the rush. He would probably end up having a rush more towards the south boundary
right,
than hoop
yeah,
1, but that'd
yeah.
be fine. He can got yellow
can
in a
work
good
with
spot
that.
for dealing with that.
So Jamie is shooting at the ball in corner 4, or nearly outside corner 4, and he misses.
Missed it, yeah. Unusual for Birch. Yeah. Second chance for McCormick to get going now.
Yep. Similar situation that the English had before, where I ball at 2 and the ball stuck in, well, not stuck in 1, but at 1, and very similar situation.
Okay, so Patel is indeed laying up at 1 back. I think that's for sure now.
Yep.
So we're going to have some excitement. That excitement may extend as far as seeing Bassett or Hill hit the tea lady, but that would still be exciting. And even if he misses, we'll see Deeth showing us how to do a peeling turn. But yeah, well, one thing that we should expect to see on the leave is, well, maybe I could get the whiteboard out now. Actually, I closed down the link. Nah, forget it. I'll just describe it verbally. No one liked the whiteboard anyway.
Well, they'll see it anyway. I mean, when it's
We'll
done.
see it, but I was going to describe this. So there's two positions that you would consider with the balls across hoop 1.
Yeah.
So the traditional one, which is what you do if both opponent balls were for hoop 1, or you were indifferent as to which one of them took the shot, is you'd see them diagonally on a kind of northwest and southeast angle, kind of perpendicular to the line of shot that they would take if they were shooting at hoop 3. And that would give both balls basically the same distance shot, so you don't care which one of them takes a shot, it's just a long one for either. But
one
here, they, with blue already for 4-back, Patel would much rather, the Australians would much rather black hits the shot, because they can win the game if black hits the shot.
That's right.
So he's not going to do it now that I've said all that. But okay, but the other option I was going to say was that you set black much closer to corner 1, so that it has a much longer shot, so that the ball they want to play with is much harder for them to play with.
Yeah.
You can add 4 or 5 meters to that shot, and a shorter shot. So you kind of line them up much more in the direction of the shot they're going to take. Obviously, still with hoop 1 in the way. But the whole objective is to just lengthen the shot. I've seen Fletcher sometimes, when he does it, actually put the ball that wants to play on the south boundary, to really force them to play with the ball they don't want to play with, and then very often the opponents will look at that and go, well, he's probably not going to dig out the break with the ball on the south boundary, so I am going to shoot with the 4-back ball, or the ball I don't want to play with. And then they've missed, of course, and then of course Fletcher does what Fletcher does and digs out the break anyway. But I thought we'd see that from Patel, but instead he's making use of the fact that blue has already made hoop 1. And okay, so I'm guessing blue and black are crosswired. Nelson, perhaps you could go over and confirm that for us. But the one thing that Patel would have really liked to do there is leave himself a rush to somewhere useful. So very often what players will do, especially if they're not super confident on the wiring, is play for the rush to 1-back. And that way, if they don't quite get the wiring, they can continue the break. If they are super confident on the wiring, then okay.
Yes, he has actually left him half the
it's
ball.
open, isn't it? Yeah, I'm guessing that by the fact that I'm now seeing Patel trying to take off to 1-back. This is a bit of a shame.
So
which one can hit?
Sorry?
Blue can hit black, I'm guessing?
Yeah. Blue's got the better option.
Caught one. Fulford just finished off the.
But anyway,
from
very
Roehampton
good
Club.
shot by Patel, getting in front of 1-back. So he's now going to continue his break.
So we're just going to see another ball to 4-back.
Another boring triple.
Oh well, at least they tried. We can't complain they haven't tried to entertain us.
Oh wow, that's he comes right through to the south boundary. Yep. So
we're going to end up with 1 and 4-back versus 1 and 4-back after all of that.
So what's Rob's just picked out on court 1.
Yeah, so game 1 to the English in all 3 matches.
All 3 matches. Yep.
And,
So
your 18-3 prediction is looking better and better.
Looking better and better. Did he? That is the problem when you're actually trying to move a ball with a takeoff to go towards another ball. Judging how far that ball's going to move can sometimes be quite difficult, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously he moved it. He probably moved it a roll and a half, but he needed actually 2 full ball rolls, you know, to get in a complete wide position.
Right. Yeah. He did have the full width of the hoop to try and do it with, but obviously he didn't quite get it right, and that's the way it goes sometimes. But oh well, he tried. And now I'm hoping the Australians win this so they can have another go at doing it in game 3.
You're clutching at straws again.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see Good laying up at one back
Yeah,
and
they
giving
might do,
Fulford a
yes.
chance.
Mm,
As,
mm,
I'm
mm.
told Fulford did lay up at one back yesterday in his singles game,
Right.
only for McCormick to hit the tea lady.
Yeah.
So that I don't know 100% that that's what happened, but that's the rumor I heard. So maybe we'll see something like that going on in Court 1. We'll definitely bring you the action live here. If
Are you
if that does
planning
happen.
to come out to the Worlds in New Zealand?
No,
No.
it's during term time.
Term time, no.
Unfortunately.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what sort of numbers come out from this part of the world, considering they only had a Worlds back in October last year.
I've spoken
And
to a
ba-
few people who are intending to
Yeah.
go.
But whether these top ones who've been playing in the Mac,
Right,
whether
yes.
they've probably used up all, if they are working people,
Yes.
have probably used up all their holiday time by now.
Only one of the Mac team has entered the Prez this year.
Yeah, that's Jack, and he's
That's Jack, and he's the one who's not working.
Yeah. He hasn't reached the working age yet.
Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Absolutely.
Have we had any interesting comments? No one's written any comments for ages. Oh well.
So they're just resetting the hoops on lawn 1, and Avery's in a break on lawn 3.
Oh, we've got 83 people watching at the moment. Everyone's tuning in to see the one back leave that never happened. Oh well.
You keep on tenterhooks.
Yeah, well, that's all we've got. I'm afraid, folks, I'm not in control of whether the players do one back leaves or not. I'm just an excited spectator. Patel's just having a bit of a think about exactly how he's going to construct this leave.
Yeah.
He's already got opponent ball glued on the peg.
Yeah, pretty nice position.
Not quite sure why he's brought blue over here, but he did something a bit novel with setting up the diagonal spread in the first one as well. I mean, that didn't quite work for him, so he's trying something different this time. Just overhit that hoop approach, but he's okay.
He's obviously going to
club through
rush.
that
He's
hoop,
going to probably
yeah.
rush the yellow now and then take it.
Yeah, I think his plan would have been to hit blue first. And
Oh,
it
it
is
is,
still
yes,
the plan,
still, yes,
yeah,
still.
okay.
Thought he might have been just setting and then.
So, and then he's just going to croquet
Yeah.
blue all the way across the line,
Yeah.
cross-pegged from black.
Yeah. Which is probably the easier thing to achieve.
So that's two times out of 2 games that Patel has managed to get the peg ball in place before
ball.
making 3 back, and
Which
allows
is
him some options for making it slightly
And
easier.
so
to
he's
set
got a
the
big
lead.
area where he can place the blue ball, really.
Yeah, pretty much anything on that half of the court would
yeah,
be
yeah,
cross-pegged from black.
Yeah.
So he'll be picking out a spot somewhere, I'm imagining, near the lamppost on the far side, and here comes
And
Dees come out to say, yeah, literally
anywhere
anywhere on the
here.
western side of the court will be good enough.
Yeah.
And Deeth has picked out the blade of grass that he wants it on, and Patel will kindly oblige
Let's see how close he gets to that blade of grass.
It's pretty
That's
close.
gonna
It's
be
going to
pretty-
go just too far.
It's going to be pretty good, but far. Bit far, but pretty good.
Yeah, Deeth is disappointed by the accuracy of that, but it should be good enough for him to dig out some kind of triple-based turn if the opponents miss the lift shot.
I wonder if this is the highest ranking Deeth has ever had.
It is.
I thought it was,
Yes.
yeah.
His previous ranking before the tournament started was 5, which was the highest he's ever had.
Yeah. I mean, he got fairly high after winning the British Open a couple of times, you know. But because he's the thing with Deeth is he plays a lot of games, and he occasionally loses games he really shouldn't lose, and therefore it sort of affect his rankings.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think he's someone who's too bothered about protecting the ranking like some others might be.
Absolutely.
After all of the excitement, this has just ended up being an equalising break to fall back with a diagonal spread, which is it's a great leave, a great turn.
Yep.
He just had to take off to one back from level with the peg in order to.
It's a good lesson to learn here. Is when something goes wrong, it doesn't mean to say that your turn has to end. You just have to reset and consider your options, which he did, and then he did a lovely takeoff to get in front of one back, and then he was able to complete his last three hoops.
Indeed, and we might not get to see the fireworks of a sextuple, but their priority is to win the game.
Absolutely.
Even though this tie is over, there is a potential that at the end of the 3 weeks of competition that it could come down to net matches or net games or something.
And that's why if it doesn't finish tonight, the games will be finished tomorrow.
Yeah. So it's still important to the English that they win the match, even if that means they have to play some slightly more boring croquet than the crowd wants. But their priorities are different from ours, and we don't criticise them for their choices.
No,
but we can still be disappointed.
So Trevor Bassett is taking his lift from Beeborg.
Yeah, the Australians didn't think too hard about that one.
No.
They need to.
But personally, I think at this stage
they
should have taken the short lift.
I would have recommended they take the short shot. Do you think he's aiming at red here? Looks a lot like he is.
Trevor's always had a rather unusual swing.
Good-looking swing, and I think it's probably started just inside the line of
because
red.
he plays with a very heavy mallet.
A wooden mallet. Is he the only one with a wooden mallet in this event?
One time, I think his mallet used to be over 4 pounds. Don't know whether it still is, but it still looks pretty heavy, doesn't it? And as you say, it's unusual to see a player playing with a wooden mallet these days.
Deeth is just walking out with a wooden mallet, so obviously very observant.
I think he's had that mallet for a long time.
No, that one he's had only since the last Mac.
Oh, really? Yeah. But it's the same as this old one, I'm sure. It's very similar.
I think I could be wrong, but I think it's actually different from his old one.
Really?
It's the same in the sense that it's wood, although this one has metal faces.
Right,
which
the other one had. No.
Yeah, he tried a couple of times to get his old one repaired because they'd been playing with that literally forever.
Yeah.
But he couldn't get it repaired to his satisfaction, so he's ended up getting a new one, and he's had to spend a little bit of time learning how to use it, as anyone does when they change mallets. But it's working for him now.
It certainly is. That peripheral weighting has probably helped in his.
Possibly.
Certainly perhaps his accuracy.
So we saw Deeth do a triple in the last game. This time we might see another triple. What do you think?
I would think so.
I've already forgotten. When did you do the 4-back peel in the last one?
In the last one, he basically he did it after 3. He got all his peels, and he actually did.
Oh yes,
and he did Rover going to 3 back.
Yes,
so he did it in a traditional,
standard triple.
Standard triple. Yeah.
Now he's asking for an umpire to
say where the ball goes off.
Look at where blue goes off, because he's aiming for a cannon in corner 4 here. This is going to be the easiest way of getting the balls out into the court and a standard triple. If he doesn't get it, we may well see him play Hogan roll. Oh, sorry, we'll definitely see him play it. No, we won't definitely see him play Hogan roll. We'll see him rush it.
That looks good. Oh, it was close. Just missed, but my God, that was a good cut.
That was a great effort.
He can cut a ball so well. I think him and Fulton are probably the best at that.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to get blue out of the corner here. But he will be able to get a rush of black across to the other side of the court. So he won't have to play a Hogan roll. He can just play it as a rush.
Yeah.
But it does mean that you have to leave blue in the corner. You may be able to arrange things so that he can do an open cannon on blue. Let's see if he's able to do that. He's He's playing for something fancy.
He is.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting shot.
Good if we could get camera 2 on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought that's what he was going for. Yeah,
Okay,
to
so
promote the blue.
he's got blue into the lawn, but now he's going to have to play Hogan roll. But that was obviously part of the plan. Interesting though. I wonder if I guess if you knew you were going to do that, you wouldn't have tried to rush into corner 4 in the first place.
And of course, these lawns do encourage this kind of shot because you're playing on a fast lawn, therefore you don't need to actually put so much into the shot, and you can. Yeah, it looks a lovely shot.
As long as
Sit.
yellow stops.
It's going to sit. It's going to sit. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
that-
little
that-
bit further than you
no,
would
I
have
think
liked.
that's
but,
well. I think you'd be. I think you'd be very happy with that shot.
well, yeah, it's hard to tell from here. It does look like the rush is
It's
pointing more at hoop 6 than hoop 2, but I think he'll be able to make it work.
He'll cut it a little bit on the
He'll
right.
cut it a little bit, and then he should have a straightish roll up to 2.
Yeah, I mean that's trivial for him. Yep, nice approach. Nice approach too. And
Walloped
straight
through to the
yeah.
north boundary.
Yep, come down to
So
blue.
he won't have. Well, this is PLE up there, so he's not going to have a rush to hoop 3 like he had last time. So I'm not sure he will go to blue here. Actually, I think he might try and cut it more towards black. Yeah.
Yep, you're right. Yep, makes more sense, doesn't it, to get the
Yeah.
get
Well,
the-
it's
get-
kind of ended up closer to blue
Blue
in the
than-
end,
yeah.
but I think he was aiming to go more direct to hoop 3.
yeah.
But he might be able.
He might be able to do with a stop shot to get still go to blue
yeah, he
here
could
and get
play
and
with
get
a stop shot sending red to 4 back, and then
go
rush
to blue.
blue closer to hoop 4,
Yeah.
possibly. Or he might just go direct to black here.
or he just gets just rushes blue more towards 4 and just takes off to black.
Yeah, I think he's going to go via blue. So his
Yeah.
red looks short.
Yeah, a little bit short.
A little bit short. This is basically the same position he had
Yeah,
last time.
and
He's
he
able
managed-
to
and he
peel it
managed to
from
peel
that
it, yeah,
angle.
yeah. Yeah, and take off to black, which is he will now have a good feel of the lawn after game 2. Yes, it'll be interesting to see how many of the English players will go down to the New Zealand Worlds in the end of January. I mean, I think if there were,
January next year.
yes,
right?
30th of January it starts.
that's
Yeah.
quite soon.
Well, it only means that there's only.
He's okay. He's
Is that-
managed to rush it into the jaws, but it's in such a way that he can take his croquet from the
Yeah.
correct side of the hoop.
I mean, it's less than 16 months between the two worlds, the one in America and the one in New Zealand, which I think will have an effect on how many players from the Northern Hemisphere go
Yeah.
to the Worlds.
Yeah. Do you think the WCF Championship schedule is a little bit too crowded? Have we
Yes,
got
and I
too
have
many
been saying it
times?
for a number of years,
Okay.
but nobody will seem to change it. Should be a 4-year cycle for everything, except perhaps the under 21s.
Yeah, if you're an over 60 woman, you've got a lot of potential championships that you could play in, haven't you?
You have.
So
I mean, there are.
He
there
has
are
peeled it again by the exact same amount he peeled the last time.
I think there are 9 World
Carbon
Championships,
copy.
aren't there?
Are there?
Yeah.
Oh.
So you've got with the in GC you've got the under 21s, the over 60s, the teams, the worlds, the women's,
Yeah.
and in AC you've got the worlds, the women's, the team.
All the same
I
except
missing
for
one?
the under 21s, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yes, that's right. Well, you also have over 60s GC, but you don't have an AC.
Oh, we don't?
No.
Okay.
The GC actually have 2 more worlds than
Okay.
the AC.
Okay.
They were trying to start an under 21s AC, but I just think there's just not
There's
enough
fewer
players.
players on that. takes time to learn all those croquet strokes. Where's blue going here? That's going to end up in the jaws. Oh, it's going to hill past it. That hilled at least a metre to the left on that journey.
He thought it was going to promote it through.
Well, yeah. I mean, red's already through, so if
Oh,
blue
of
hadn't
course,
ended
true.
up in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
jaws,
Yes,
that
would
could have been a bit awkward. And it also would have potentially been the first peel of the TPO.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
we would have seen an interesting TP-TPO, which is an even rarer accomplishment than a sextuple. But not to be.
So I remember seeing Fulford do that once in the counties. Not only was he doing his own triple, but he was, doing the triple on the opponents.
Yeah, a bit of insurance, right?
Yeah,
just in case your triple doesn't
that's
work
right,
out.
Exactly.
While Deeth sets up for the next couple of hoops, updates on other courts as we go around the grounds. So we've got an NSL over on court 3. Avery, I think, has taken the ball round to 4 back with an NSL with balls on hoops 2 and 4. So standard NSL position there. The Australians are debating which ball to pick up. The ball on hoop 4 is the ball that's for hoop 3, and then the ball on hoop 2 is for hoop 1. So that's the situation there. They're going to take their lift shot shortly. And over on court 1, Pierce is taking his attempt at hoop 1. This would be a good idea for our director to put all 3 scoreboards on the screen at once if we've managed to get that sorted. But, Pierce is through hoop 1 and he has the balls in front of him, so it looks like first break to the Australians there in game 2 on court 1.
A little update from Hurlingham.
We've got some action at Hurlingham.
Yes, Matthew has his first game against Logan McCorkindale.
Okay.
So with a TB, 26.
Is that the only result?
Only result, yeah.
Okay.
So far.
So yeah, if you haven't been keeping up to date with that, New Zealand need one match win to seal that tie.
Yeah, they're leading 10-5 at the moment.
Sometimes that last one can be the hardest one to get. They had a chance last night to pick it up here on court 2, and the Americans thwarted them in that one. But 1 out of 6 sounds like an easy task today, but if they lose the first one, then who knows, then the second one just becomes a little bit more pressure, and before they know it, they could be at 10 matches all going into the last one.
Yes, I was at Surbiton when New Zealand needed to win all 6 to beat England, and they won the first 4, and then they did lose the 5th. So the 6th became irrelevant.
Became a dead rubber in the end.
But even
I
so,
wonder if
it
we
was
could
getting
see
exciting.
something similar to that today.
I don't think so. I predict a 3-3.
Well, your predictions have been looking pretty good so far, so we'll see. We shall see. So Deeth has been a little bit unfortunate here. So in running 6, he's accidentally flicked his escape ball. So he's hit the escape ball before he could hit Peely. So now he's going to have to do a bit of rearrangement. Given where the balls are, I think what we're going to see is Peely down to 2 back before it gets a chance to peel penalt. There are other options though. He could leave both balls at penalt and then play for the rush down to 2 back. We'll find out in a sec. So I think Peely is going to 2 back, given where he's just placed blue.
I quite like sometimes if you've got 2 balls at penalt like that, and you get your say the blue ball positioned where you can actually peel and get your rush on that blue ball down to 2 back. On a very fast lines, it's not a bad position to place the balls.
Yeah, I've been known after accidentally hitting the escape ball first, running hoop 3, to leave both Peely and escape ball at 4 back, go make hoop 4, and then peel and rush down to 5.
I mean, I've done a triple out what I just described. Actually, when I was playing in Florida, when I did a triple that way and got the peel while getting the rush to 2 back.
It can just be easier rather than having to move all the balls to other hoops and then bring them all back to where they already are. But you need fast lawns, and you've got to be feeling very confident with your rush. Yeah, exactly. As long as you're happy, you can hit some accurate rushes, and that can be a good way to go. So what we're seeing Deeth doing now is a pivot swap. So this is generally the recommended way to continue if you've got your Peely down at 2 back, is rather than try and send black all the way down to 3 back with a big croquet stroke, he's just done a little switcheroo here with the pivot. What he hasn't done, though, is rush blue to exactly the spot he wants. But
No.
Deeth has a good enough stop shot that he'll be confident of getting blue all the way to 3 back and then being able to turn around and hit red and still make 2 back.
But he's such a good rusher too. I mean, he gets the weight and beautifully.
Yeah, if you're going to complete as many sextuples as he has, you've got to be good at rushing.
Absolutely.
So that wasn't.
But he's
I
not
guess
worried.
he had quite a bit of split on that, which
Yeah.
meant yellow was going to go a bit further.
But he wasn't worried about giving himself that length of a shot on red.
Yeah, so this is all nicely under control. Quick update around the grounds. Pearce stuck in hoop 3 and it's just given the innings to Fulford, so only 2 hoops made for the Australians in that before handing the innings back. And on court 3, I don't know if it was McCormack or Berryman who took the lift shot, but it was missed, and Birch has not managed to get a rush to 1 from the NSL position. He massively overhit the croquet out of corner 4 and has ended up rushing to the south boundary directly south of hoop 4. So he's got a big roll up to hoop 1 to get the break started.
There's a possibility of this test being all over by lunchtime with the way things are going at the moment.
There is a possibility of that. There's quite a strong possibility. What is the time?
Probably the game that's behind the most is the game on lawn 1.
Yeah. Lunch must be taken from 1 o'clock. So
yeah,
we've got an hour.
I mean, they can turn, finishing turn.
Yes, yeah.
But
turn to finish
no
after
new
1 o'clock,
no new turn can be taken after 1 o'clock.
Got 10 viewers of my live scoreboard for this game. That's exciting. Didn't know I'd given the URL to 10 different people, but there we go.
Yes, nice hoop by Jamie Birch.
Should roll up.
It was a lengthy one, but straight. But he ran it through nicely.
Meanwhile, Deeth has managed to rush Peely after 2 back into peeling position. It's always nice when you can get this. You always try for it, and very rarely does it come off. He's a bit long, but definitely worth a go because his escape ball is sitting right there.
No trouble at all to him.
Good peel.
No trouble to him at all.
And the crowd goes wild. So that takes a lot of pressure off the finish. He doesn't have to try any straight double heroics like we've seen from many other players on this court this week. Suddenly down to 8 viewers at my scoreboard.
I think you're right when you were saying that he is the player in form. I mean, he's just playing beautifully.
Martin Clark's jumped in with another question. He's very active in the chat. Number 1 in the chat, in fact, according to YouTube. Was there an unfinished singles still to play? That is correct, yeah. We will
last night?
A bonus singles game for you before the end of today. It will be between Deeth and Pearce, but obviously that cannot start until...
they only played 1 game last night?
They played 2 and they're halfway through game 3.
So it's 1 all.
It's 1 all, yes. That would be the way you get to game 3. And I believe Patelli's break up in game 3. So that may be over quite quickly, but it probably does scupper your plan of having the whole test wrapped up by lunchtime.
Right, yeah. Yes, I actually didn't know there was an outstanding singles not finished. I hadn't picked that up.
Yeah, croquet scores wasn't updated particularly promptly. When I went to bed, I thought that it was all over, and then I woke up and found there's another game to play.
So was that lack of light they stopped last night? Or they just stopped at 9 o'clock?
Good question. I'm not sure. I presume it was lack of daylight.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would have just kept going. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think technically they weren't allowed to play beyond 10.
Okay. I
think there was
9 o'clock was the curfew. Oh, you mean because Hurlingham would have kicked them out?
The club, I think.
Probably. I mean, the security guys don't want to stay there all night waiting for the players to finish. But they don't have floodlights there, so they wouldn't have been able to continue that late anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think sunsets about 9 o'clock at the moment here.
Something like that, yeah.
But you get that twilight time, which you can play.
Yeah, I love the late summer evenings.
Yeah, so wonderful. Yeah. But I've just been in Scandinavia, and I mean in Norway, and it was 11:15 at night.
That might be almost too late.
And then light at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. You need some good curtains if you're going to live there. So Deeth still has the straight rover peel to do.
Yep.
So he needs to get an accurate croquet stroke here if he's going to make things interesting, or make things easy for himself, I mean. An inaccurate croquet stroke will make things interesting for us. That looks pretty good. Tiny bit short. No, it's good.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's a
rolling
lovely
nicely.
one.
Yeah. He's not going to ask for that one back, is he?
No, he's got the feel of this lawn absolutely beautiful. It's just he's just got such wonderful touch.
Yeah, he's in the best form of his life at the moment, I think. And the rankings support that.
Yes, in the last Mac it was interesting because he started off as like I think number 1 or 2 by the
And went backwards.
and it was number 5 I think by the end of the.
No, he had a horrid last Mac.
Horrible, he did.
But
I think
he's
probably
making up for it this time.
He seems so much calmer and so much more.
He really does. Yeah. Just watching him play at the Gold Cup the other week, everything seemed easy for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think probably you need to have experienced a Mac, to adjust to the pressure that it puts you under.
Yeah, although the last Mac wasn't his first.
No, it wasn't. No, it's true.
Third or fourth.
I thought it was only his second, but I could be wrong.
Didn't tell you that. This is his 4th Mac.
It is more. I mean, he had played 3.
He has a record of 22 wins, 23 losses. Let's see how this rush goes. Yeah, that'll be good enough. He Irish it from there.
Did he play 3 in a row?
I think they've all been in a row. He's in the class of 2013, which is the croquet equivalent of the class of 92 in snooker.
No, it would have been 14, and New Zealand would have been his first one then.
Well, I think it started in December 2013. Which is why I've written down 2013, but it doesn't appear in the rankings until you look at 2014.
Well, it was only one day in 13.
Something like that.
It started on New Year's Eve, so it's really 14.
Well, yeah, whatever.
To be, pedantic.
Yeah, 2013/14. But yeah, I wasn't aware of the exact date in December when it started. Yeah, it was. He's going for a gratuitous
if
fallback
I'm right,
heel.
I think they either played one
this really is
or 2 days in 13. So it was either 1 or 2 days before the New Year.
That's a sign of just how relaxed Deeth is feeling here. He just went for absolutely no reason for a peel of 4 back on the opponent ball. Just to get position on the black to organise his rush to peg. I mean, I don't know what other countries' conventions are, but here, if you peel an opponent ball or peg out an opponent ball when you don't need to, it's seen as a sign of respect. To basically as a way of saying, well done, good effort, but didn't quite get the result you wanted this time.
Do you think that's the reason?
Yeah, I do. That's genuinely what we do here.
Right.
Anyway, great game.
Yeah,
great match from both of them.
So that makes 18 to England.
Yep, another one in the books, and the Bassett family will be disappointed that Trevor didn't get to take croquet in that match, but sadly that's the way it goes at this level of croquet, and unfortunately they don't always go your way. But well played to Deeth and Patel. I'll be looking forward to seeing Deeth, especially in the coming 2 tests against USA and New Zealand in an as yet undetermined order. I think it'd be great to see someone in such good form playing at the top of their game. So, congratulations to them. We might get one of them in for a chat later on, but they're going to enjoy a lunch break first, I think. And,
well, it's quite early for their lunch here.
Yeah, let's turn our attention to 3.
Yep.
I think we'll have a look at court 3.
Yeah. So 1 peel done.
Thanks very much.
So Jamie is approaching hoop 5, is he? Yes, 5. Yep. So he's just about to run hoop 5.
Yes, Jamie.
With 1 peel done.
Birch is for 5 and penalt at the moment, and about to be 6 and penalt. Yeah, and this is also for the match. This,
Yep.
The English having won game 126 TP. This will be for a 24 TP result. You can complete the turn. I think from what I've seen, which is not a huge amount, because obviously I've been at this venue for the whole week. Birch has looked probably the what's the right word? The least, no, the most. This is why I'm not a professional broadcaster. The most likely to break down at any point. That wasn't quite the phrase I was searching for. But,
that is not something you normally see from Jamie Birch.
No,
to me, he's always been. Once he gets into a break, you can literally depend on him completing it. He doesn't make many errors.
Put the binoculars down and just wait for him to come back to the clubhouse.
I don't know what number he's playing at. Do you?
I don't off the top of my head. No. But yeah, he's not been playing at the level we've come to expect from him so far this week. But that doesn't mean he won't suddenly find some form later on in the week.
Deathwood must be playing at 1. Who's playing at 2? Is it Birch?
We
should know that by looking at the singles
we
result.
might, but we'd also have to know the order of the Australians.
Well, we know what the order of Australians is basically. Stephen Forster is number 1, and I would think Greg Hill is number 2. I would presume.
Greg Hill is the top ranked of the Australians.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if it's 1 or 2. I mean, if they're in that bracket.
Probably by the time I find out, someone in the chat will have told us.
Told us
Birch
exactly.
Played Pearce in the first singles.
So he must be playing at 3 or 4 then, I would think.
I watched some of he's playing Forster in the second one. So.
Oh, really? It was. Oh.
So I suspect. And then you've got Death played Hill and.
Well, Hill must be playing at 3 or 4 because he played Fulford, didn't he?
Well, rather than guess, I'm just going to go and look because there's a sheet in the clubhouse.
You're right. Okay, thank you. Yes, it's always better to go and have a look and get it from the horse's mouth than to guess. Anyway, so Jamie is lining up his Penalt Peel. He's more or less straight in front. He'll get a little rush on yellow, which he's done. He'll now rush that to the north boundary and send that to two-back.
Death, Fulford, Birch,
right.
Patel, Avery, Good is the order.
Yeah, so they did put Fulford at 2. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether they had, because I think at the time James was actually ranked above Fulford.
And they may well switch that around a bit for the next one.
Yep.
The teams
they're
don't
allowed
have to play in exact ranking
no,
order.
No, they're allowed 50 points, I believe.
Yes, they can.
Well, they may even go for more. It depends on then whether anyone objects to it. But they
Adrian.
But they
Thank you very much.
They can't actually object if there are only 50 ranking points apart. So he's about to run one back. He's already got 2 peels done.
Yeah, beautiful 2-back Pioneer.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with that.
Yep, nicely through. I imagine they will start the singles after lunch.
Well, they need the match on court 1 to finish.
Of course they do,
because
it's Stephen Pearce. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then I wonder how the court will be decided, because Patel has just played on 2 and Pearce has just played on 1, so they might need court 3 to become available.
Yes, they might. Well, they flip a coin.
Yes, perhaps one of the players will say, I don't mind playing on the court you just played on.
Yeah.
But, croquet players can get a bit funny about playing against someone who just played on that court, and it makes sense because each court has its own idiosyncrasies, and if you're familiar with some of them having just played on
these are pretty... And it's not as if it's day 1, so they probably would have played on all 3 courts
They have played on all three. It's possible to arrange things so that they can all play different opponents and different courts on all three rounds. Which, for those of you that are bridge tournament directors, you'll be familiar with that. That three-back Pioneer is also pretty much perfect for Birch, so he's going to be croqueting Peely, which is blue to in front of Rover on this stroke, and then he'll aim to peel Rover going to his perfect Pioneer at three-back. Maybe this is going to be the break that kicks him out of his slump and into something resembling the form we're more familiar with.
Yeah. He won both his singles, though, didn't he?
No. He lost yesterday to Forster in straight games.
At Forster, yes.
Yeah, I watched some of that on the replay when I got home, and he played.
Yeah, that was the game
the
game they picked up yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. Australians. Yeah.
Yeah, he played some uncharacteristically loose shots in that.
Forster's been in very good form since the Worlds, really.
Yeah, he's played really. I think I haven't watched all of them, so I can't say for sure. But from what I've seen, he's been the pick of the Australians so far. Maybe Hill has possibly been better. He had a good win against Fulford.
Yeah.
Birch needs to be careful to leave himself enough space to send yellow to 4-back here and hold for the rush of blue to Rover.
How many Macs has Jamie done, do you know? I know it's quite a few as well. I think Fulford would have the record amongst the English, wouldn't he? And then Avery?
Birch is part of the class of 2013, so he's played the same as Deeth. And
so
Patel
this is his fourth. Yeah.
He has a record of 35 wins and 9 losses.
So, and how many has Fulford got now? 9?
How many Macs?
9, I think.
This is 9th.
Yeah. And Avery?
6th.
Ties with John Prince.
6. Sorry?
Ties with
John Prince, right. Yeah, but John Prince started much earlier. 1963, I think.
Perfect position here for doing the early Rover peel. And it hasn't peeled, but it has jaws. You should have taken a little bit more care.
He thought it was easy.
But I think it's central enough that he can come back and rush peel it after 3
But
back.
I think he just thought, that looks easy. I'll just, nice and close. But when you're having to allow for a bit of pull there, he just managed to didn't allow enough, and it just took more wire than he expected. So Fulford's still in play on lawn 1.
Yeah, I presume it's some kind of ball to 4-back. Let's see. So Birch has decided to leave the rush peel of Rover to later. I suspect this will now just be a straight Rover peel. Some players prefer to do it this way round rather than rush peeling and then taking off up to their 4-back Pioneer. There is a risk that if you try to rush peel and then end up jawsing it in the middle of the hoop, you're going to have a very long shot to try and get to your 4-back Pioneer. So he's playing it the safe way round, and nothing wrong with that for a man who's done. I didn't write down how many peels he's done. Oh well, I don't know.
You've done a lot of work there, Joel. Yep. But it's good to have these statistics.
Yeah, one interesting one is how many World Championships would you guess Birch has played in, given that he played in his first Mac in 2013?
I would say very few.
1, in fact, in 2013.
So
that was his first and only World Championship, where he swept the block that he was in and then lost to Pete Trimmer in the round of 16 in the knockout.
It was unfortunate that in the Worlds, after he'd scored 15 straight victories in the Mac, he was injured and couldn't play. Fell off the ladder and broke his wrist, I think.
Yes, yeah, that was 2023 Worlds.
That's right, yes, because he's a painter decorator, and so. Quite funny, people say, "Oh, they must have got a very young player on their side." You know, talking about Jamie. And I think, actually, it is probably mid-40s. He was also in the English GC team last year.
Yes, he went to Tasmania.
He did, yes.
For the golf Mac.
Yep.
Martin Clark is wondering if they still have court 4 amongst the roses.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, but not used.
Not used for this tournament,
no.
and too far away for us to get it on camera
Yeah.
for you, Martin.
And
but
I think it's left for the. That's why they've played all the doubles here and the singles at Hurlingham.
Yeah, it's a very pretty court, but it is quite away and is a bit inconvenient when you're running tournaments because there's always a few players who you can't see.
Yeah, or players who then leave the court and then decide to go to lunch and you don't know their game's actually finished.
So Birch has been careful just to nudge Blue into the jaws so he can peel this to any length he wants, and then he'll be able to hit his side ball. Nicely
nice.
through. And then have to
He might do
make his rush to
a
the
little
peg from there.
bombardment with the yellow of the blue just to remove it from behind the
Yeah, it's a good
the hoop.
opportunity
Yeah.
here because Blue.
It's very, very easy to do. Yeah,
Peely, he's quite close to Rover,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you will have to.
And the last thing
play
you
a
want to
bit
do
of an
is
angled
rush the
rush,
ball into the hoop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, exactly what he's done.
Cute little bombard, just
Yep.
making the rush to peg that little bit easier.
Yeah, very nicely. He hasn't looked like failing, has he? Really? It's been
This has looked much more like vintage Birch.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. The English supporters will be pleased to see that he's possibly playing himself into a little bit of form now, which they may well need when they come up against either USA or New Zealand in the next round.
Well, it will be the USA, presumably. I
Well,
would think.
it's not certain yet.
Let's just see if there's any more results while he pegs out. See if there's been anything more updated from Hurlingham.
Lovely turn there from Birch, and solid finish to the match for the English pair.
Yes, Aaron Westerby beat Kyle Maloof in the first game.
Okay.
Zach Watson beat Paddy Chapman in the first game. And Stephen Morgan beat Greg Bryant in the first game. So the Americans are
Americans are doing well.
doing well.
Yeah, so far only hope is Westerby there.
That's right.
But,
Well, there's only four games on, obviously.
Well, so it can only be for games.
Yeah.
Can't there? So yeah, lots can happen yet.
Lots can happen yet. Absolutely.
But we still have, for some reason, 83 watching us here. I presume they're all watching Hurlingham at the same time. Yeah. Okay, so action on court 3 is now complete, so that leaves us with only one court left to keep an eye on.
Hard to see from here.
Simplifies things a bit, but is slightly problematic from our commentary position. But
posts and people in the way.
Yeah. So let me have a quick check at the live scoreboard, see what Fulford's up to. So he is approaching hoop 6. So currently 6
this
and
first
1.
break?
This is first break. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, Pierce had the chance at first break, but broke down at hoop 3, stuck in 3. So this is the very next turn after that.
Yep.
So at the end of this turn, we'll see 1 and 4 back versus 1 and 3.
Good.
Fulford took a good chunk of wire there. Now, I think he's been favouring diagonal spreads here so far this week. So he'll probably be trying to send red to 2 back. So he's cut red down towards 2 back. He's going to have to play some kind of pass roll to load 2 back, getting to his his pivot over there, which is blue, but I'm sure he'll find a way. As I mentioned a couple of times, Fulford does favour doing the diagonal spread with opponent at 2 back. So that's why he's set it up the way he has. I'd say that's not quite a perfect shot. He's managed to run into his pivot ball there, but that's fine. He'll just have to play a longish takeoff to get up to his pioneer at 1 back. But since he's intending to do a spread, it's no problem that he has to leave his pivot there. Just a tiny bit overhit, I think. It's good enough.
Too bad. Are you driving? No.
Catch the bus on the
Well, I might come with you then. Well, if you can wait sort of half an hour.
I'm going to follow him because he's done it already.
Who's that?
Levi.
Oh, yeah, I've got to go by bus too. Yeah.
Okay. Fulford's crashed through 1 back to leave himself a good 4-metre return roquet. Don't expect him to miss it, but these are the kind of things you just would really prefer not to have at this stage of a break. So all these little things just add to the amount of stress, and well, he has missed it. I think he's missed it. No one else is here who's watching it. It looked like he missed that.
Looks like it.
He's yarding it in. So, yeah, there you go. Just those little things just keep putting stress on the break, and eventually something can go wrong. So, yeah, no reason for that to happen. It looked like he was pretty straight on 1 back, and he just overhit it. Maybe he obviously took a bit less wire than he was expecting. But yeah, okay, that changes the game a bit. And at 12:22,
So that it won't be over by lunchtime, I don't think. No,
I don't think the Australians are going to be looking for a lunch break now. I think they're going to want to jump on this opportunity. So the eclipse situation is 1 and 2 back for the English, and 1 and 3 for the Australians. And the hoop 1 ball
14 minutes.
is red, and the hoop 3 ball is yellow. So they've decided to play with the hoop 1 ball.
Yeah, I'm coming over too.
Which is see you, Levi. It's a strange choice, taking red here. I don't see why they would. I guess okay, it's an easier start for red because it basically already has a hoop 1 and a hoop 2 pioneer. So I can see why you do that, but then it's going to make the finish harder because Pierce will have to finish from hoop 3 rather than 1. But if
where's he taken the red to?
This would be the end of B-balk there. It's a little bit deceptive from this angle, but red,
I see. Yes, of course. I was thinking yes, because black is more in line with hoop 2. Yeah, just it looks. It's quite deceptive from here, isn't it? Yeah. Well, why is he placing it there? Yeah. Because Stephen Forster used to play side stance,
and he still does mostly.
Not for. I don't think for his roquets. He's now.
No, for his hit-ins he does play between his legs.
But for his croquet strokes, I think he still plays because that's. I suppose that comes back to his muscle memory again, and that's since he's played side stance for so many years. It makes sense.
Do you know why he switched to hitting in between his legs?
I don't.
Okay.
I perhaps just he finds that's more of an accurate stance you get.
Yeah, maybe. Just going past the club is an American Airlines 777-300ER in the One World livery. We've got a good view of them here on long final for 2-7 right at Heathrow. Forster's got a good hoop 2 pioneer. He's rushed his partner ball into a central pivot position from where he can take off to his hoop 1 pioneer, and I think we'll see some kind of 4-ball break after this. Probably to 4 back. Can't see any reason why he wouldn't. I don't know what Pearce's sextupling stats are like. Probably haven't even written that one down. I don't think he's a big sextupler. No, he's not even a big peeler, Stephen Pearce. Before this event, he'd had 17 peeling finishes out of 414 games at a rate of 4%. Probably the lowest in the event. Yeah, lovely position in front of hoop 1 and smooth through with a rush back to the pivot. So this is where you'd set the balls for a 4-ball break if you were trying to teach someone how to do it. I was thinking about getting Deeth to come and have a chat about his game to us, but he's decided to wander off to lunch. We'll try and get him this afternoon because it might be fun to ask him about.
We might have a word with Jamie as he comes along.
Yeah, we can try that. Would you like to have a chat with him if he wants to? Or
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if I can get him to sit down. I wouldn't mind having a short break to
Yep.
wet my lips.
Okay. I might get the next one. Yeah. See you there. Yes, we're just going to see if we can get Jamie to come and have a few words with us after his match. Anyway, Stephen Forster is still in play on lawn 1. Heading towards hoop 3.
I twisted his arm. Jamie's going to come in and have a chat.
Oh, right,
with
lovely.
you now.
Hi, Mark. How are you? Well done.
Thank you. A bit later.
Yep.
There you go, Jamie. All yours. That's it there.
Hi, Jamie. Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you too.
Nice to see you playing so well.
Well, after yesterday, I wasn't sure it was possible, and I wasn't convinced that I knew how to swing a mallet.
Battle
but,
again. It's funny how it evades you at times, isn't it?
Yesterday was just an unbelievable showing of shot after shot that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And although I was still actually playing, I felt like I was actually still playing all right.
Yeah.
Just every time I looked up, the balls weren't anywhere where I
Where
wanted
you
them to
wanted
go.
to be, no.
Whereas today was, it's a relief actually more than anything.
Yeah.
Just to be able to take a ball around.
So this is your 4th Mac.
It is.
So how are you feeling in this one compared to other ones you've played in?
It's definitely different.
Yeah.
I was very lucky that four lovely Reigate members came and watched. They literally just asked, when's the next game, and were slightly disappointed when I had to tell them that was
it.
That was it for the day for me. So it's funny that you look up and there's all these people that have come to watch, whereas of course when you're abroad,
that doesn't happen so much. No,
it doesn't. Somebody random will turn up, but it's not quite as. It's not this steady stream of people whose faces you recognise. My brother's here today. My wife and kids came and watched yesterday.
Very nice.
And of course that wouldn't happen normally.
No,
so
it's nice to have that support.
Oh, it's really lovely. It's really lovely.
And we couldn't have got better weather conditions, better lawns. It's been just fabulous.
And we were sat in the sun yesterday moaning about how hot it was. But the alternatives are so much worse in the UK.
You could always be in Kenley, that was, in driving rain.
Kenley was unbelievable in completely the opposite way. But it's great, and it's.
So how do you find? Because you played in the GC Teams event last year in Tasmania. How do you find the pressure in that compared to the pressure in this?
So I think in Tasmania was different because we were fourth favourites.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Even though you finished fifth.
Or we might have been fifth favourites. So, we weren't expected to win, or we just had to turn up and all play well to win, and we didn't.
No.
Whereas here we're ranked one.
Yeah.
Man for man, everyone we played so far, we've been ranked better than.
Yeah.
And it just adds its own pressure because you're expected to play well.
Absolutely. So what was your prediction for this test?
I mean, we didn't discuss it as a team.
No.
Each day, certainly the singles days, we were happy with 5-1 or better.
Yeah.
That was our sort of general expectation. Obviously, we'd have taken 4-2.
Yeah.
But like I say, it purely, and that's not being disparaging towards our opponents. It's just on ranking.
Yeah. And
what we've seen.
I mean, ranking doesn't mean everything.
It doesn't.
But it gives an indication,
It does, and also experience.
Yeah.
And we're all
very experienced players.
Obviously, apart
other than
Jack. But Jack's playing with Rob, and that helps.
Absolutely.
So man for man, playing against each of our opponents, we were all expected to win.
Yep.
And of course, we know this is croquet, so that doesn't happen. But the chances of losing, I would say more than 2.
Yeah. Well, my prediction before it started was 18-3. And 18-3 it is at the moment. So
18-3 it is with one game in.
Yes.
Oh no, two
games
games
still going on. Yeah. Because I just.
Yeah, I mean.
Perhaps that was being a little, but I just felt with looking at who was playing, that I felt that the Australians weren't going to take many matches.
I think so, and I think also the Australians will get better. There are definitely a few nerves. I mean, we all feel nervous at the beginning.
Well, there's 3 of the players in the Australian side have never played a Mac before,
totally,
and that makes even Logan, who obviously hits his debut Mac as well, and he said he didn't realise how much the nerves would
you
come
can't.
to play.
I remember I felt really fine in my first one in New Zealand.
Yeah.
I was playing doubles with David.
Was that 14?
It was 13-14.
Yeah. Well, it was 14-14.
And I felt absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I slept well the night before, and then I walked up to hit my first shot. It's a 13-yarder in the opening, and I suddenly looked down and my hands were shaking, and I thought, wow. I just didn't expect it. It came out of nowhere. Obviously, I centre balled it.
Yeah. But no, for I think players who've never played in the Mac, nobody appreciates the intensity or the pressure that it's the longest tournament that you can play in.
For sure.
And
Don't
also,
we know it?
And the pressure is probably greater than
and I don't think it's like GC, because in GC you can play every other shot and really get into a groove. Whereas in this you can sit out. In doubles in particular, it's very hard when your opponent goes round and they lay a lovely leave. You've not hit a ball other than in warm up. And in singles, you would probably do a TP, or at least get going. But in doubles, that first turn you have is an expectation that you're going to do a TP. You don't. Invariably you don't.
No. How do you feel about alternate stroke doubles?
I mean, I don't mind it. But my problem is that the game is slowish.
Yeah,
it's in some circumstances.
But in some ways, you're also involved all the time. You're not just sitting there.
I mean,
you can be in other doubles. You can be the one who doesn't get any play at all.
I guess the thing is that it's quite tiring anyway.
Yeah.
And when it's 30 degrees day after day.
Yeah.
Actually having the ability to sit
Sit
down is really nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an endurance test in as much as, you know, we're not trying to punish people.
No.
I like alternate stroke, and I would happily play with Mark.
Because
we play at a similar pace.
That's right. And
but
you've got to have someone you.
But if I was expected to play with, and I'm not going to name any players from New Zealand.
No.
But you know, I suspect I would struggle. To have. You know, I'd be itching to play my next stroke.
I mean, doubles combinations. I mean, mean a lot. I mean,
they're important anyway.
But I mean, look at how the New Zealanders. I mean, that's in a way they tend to do well at doubles. You know, they've taken 7 of the 9 doubles against the states, and that's important. You know, and often, you know, Macs are won with the doubles and not with the singles, you know.
And we learnt from our mistakes in previous Macs where we didn't do a lot of doubles practice. For 2014. And I think it showed, because I don't think we were brilliant at doubles.
No.
I'd never played with Dave at that point. You know, it's there's a lot of doubles.
And you don't. You're actually playing 3 days of doubles and only 2 days of singles.
Absolutely.
You know,
so
and makes a
doubles is very important. And a 3-0 doubles day, like the Kiwis got yesterday. It's such a swing in the game. That New Zealand-US test, I don't know what's happening at the moment.
No. Well, at the moment, in 3 of the games, the Americans have taken the first game. Yes.
The knees will start knocking.
The New Zealand's taken the first game in one of the matches.
That's all you need.
And there's 2 games obviously have not started yet. You know, so I think it'll. My predictions are 3-3. You know.
I think they're very level, and I think
they are very level.
Us and the Kiwis and us and the US are also very level. I think they're all going to be really close.
Yes, I mean,
which is why I think that the doubles is the key. And if you can have an edge anywhere, I think the doubles is something you can actually work on as pairings.
You can, absolutely.
You pick pairings that suit each other's styles.
Most important.
If you've got people that like a chat, then you need 2 people that like a chat. Mark and I tend to walk on the lawn, look at an option and go with it. Because that's how we play singles.
And you know, I mean, having 2 good players going together doesn't necessarily make a good doubles combination.
No.
You know, you have to be harmonious and, you know, complement each other in lots of ways.
Absolutely.
Anyway, lovely to talk to you,
well,
and best of luck with. Best of luck in perhaps your next your next test.
Thanks.
Okay, lovely to see you.
Cheers.
Bye. So that was a very nice chat with Jamie, who just won his doubles match. Looking over at lawn 1, Stephen Forster is still in his break. I assume he's heading towards 3 back. Is that right? Yep. I haven't been watching, but it all looks under control. It looks like he's going to leave a diagonal spread with the way the balls are placed on the lawn. And I would suspect, there's probably going to be time for another turn. Because under the regulations, no new turn can start after 1 o'clock, and it's now approaching 20 to 1. He should be finished this turn in another 5 minutes. Nicely through 3 back, and he has a little dolly rush on blue. Where we're sitting here trying to see lawn 1's a bit difficult. We've got a few posts in the way, so I'm having to go backwards and forwards to see where the balls are. Anyway, he's rushed that north of the peg. You're putting the balls to a spread situation, I think. might be a reverse spread because yellow is on hoop 3. It's looking that way from where he's placing the balls. Yeah, that was an interesting little chat with Jamie.
Very good.
Yeah.
For these, feeling a bit more confident over his
He did.
game.
He said yesterday. He said it was just. He said he didn't feel he was playing badly, but he said every time he looked up, the balls were where we expected them to be. He said it feels good to feel like he's back in his groove again.
Yeah. There's some players who just take a little bit of time to warm up into a tournament.
Yeah.
And, maybe he's a bit like that. Fulford can be a bit like that as well. He can be beatable in the early stages of a tournament.
Yeah,
but when he gets to the semi-final and the final, forget about it.
Yeah. Well, Reg can even be a bit like that too, you know.
Yeah, he lost 2 games in his block at the Worlds,
3,
maybe even 3. Yeah.
3.
And then and undefeated in the knockout.
Yeah.
And every game by triple.
But often with him, you know, he's arriving at this at a Worlds, and he hasn't possibly played for months, you know. So it takes a little bit of time to, as you say, to get back in the groove.
For him, the Worlds was his only tournament last year.
Yeah, exactly. Which is pretty, and considering he did what it was, did he do a triple in every game?
Every game in the knockout was a triple. Yeah.
Thought that was a.
So he's on 3, 6, 9, 12. 14, something like a 14-game peeling streak.
Yeah. So they're doing
this looks like a reverse spread. Yeah.
Because of yellow being on hoop 3.
Yeah, but which colour is it? Black or blue? One of the black or blue is on 1, I think, isn't it?
Well, Fulford made the first plate, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, blue and black are both on the same hoop, just in opposite directions. So blue is on hoop 1 and black is on 2 back.
Oh yes, that's right, because Fulford missed that return roki, didn't he,
after 1 back.
After 1 back.
Interesting. So I wonder if I think they'll send out Good to take the shot.
Yeah.
And then it'd be interesting to see if he takes on a Quinn. Yeah, we may not have any deliberate 1 back action, but we might have. That's a nice shot there. Nicely lined up diagonal spread.
Yeah.
I think the camera will have a pretty good view of that, or it's directly behind the lamppost and the camera will have no view of it. I can't tell.
Yes, these posts are a bit
Yeah, they didn't think carefully enough about that when they decided to stick the posts in where they did.
No, they weren't thinking about streaming in those days. It's interesting. I mean, I think this is the first time that an event has had 2 venues being streamed at the same time.
We're live streaming pioneers here.
Yeah, which actually shows for future Worlds events where they're perhaps using 2 venues or 3 or 4 venues. Like, well, New Zealand's going to be using 5 venues in February. And so it'd be quite good if 2 of the venues could have streaming, you know.
Yeah, or 5 of the venues.
Yeah, but lack of equipment.
Well, that's it. So there's no special recipe to doing multiple live streams. You just buy twice as much equipment and get twice as many people to do the
But it's also
jobs.
it's having the people to do it. I mean, or even, I mean, it's not only finding the volunteers. They also you need volunteers that know what they're doing. You know.
Yes, exactly. Although all of us, I think, this week who have been here multiple days have been recruited to do jobs we've never done before. And we've kind of muddled through it. But I don't think.
Yes, I think it's
the viewers
when
mind too much
you
as long
get
as they get to see that.
I think when you get a bit of criticism from people about the streaming, I think, well, you know, perhaps you've got to take into account that, you know, we're all, you know, we're not experts, we're not professionals,
pro streamers,
and I think you've got to bear that in mind.
Are
they making a decision about lunch? Oh, they're making a decision.
They're having a discussion about it.
Yeah, they are.
It's 1:45, so it's Good can choose to play his next shot if he wants to, I think. But they can also all agree to go for lunch. That's right, isn't it, Adam? Yeah.
I think at this stage they can. And it looks like they're going for lunch. So that we should perhaps stop our streaming for the moment, because there's no action whatsoever.
Yeah, well, we'll keep the stream running, but we may pause our commentary for a bit to give us a bit of a break. But you can see a nice-looking reverse spread there.
You're not streaming on anything, are you? An empty court.
No, I might do a bit of a lunchtime show here, but
right.
keep the viewers entertained.
All right. Well, I think I will leave you, and I will go and see the action at Hurlingham, see how the Kiwis are progressing.
It'll be quite good. So
I'll give my support to them.
They're double banking on court 4 at Hurlingham.
Are they?
So to make sure the game's finished in time for the fancy dinner tonight.
How did you hear that?
It's in the chat. In fact.
Oh, in the chat. Well, yeah.
Peter Rothwell, 1,351. There are a lot of Peter Rothwells around, aren't there? He's let us know that.
So there was a Morgan did a triple, Aaron Westerby did a triple, Zach Watson did a triple, and Matthew Essex did a triple.
Yeah, so the Americans are looking all right at lunchtime there. Yeah. Only Westerby's had a win for the New Zealanders, but they only need one. Maybe Westerby will be the man to get that one for them.
Mm-hmm. And also, who hasn't started yet? Felix and Edmund haven't started their matches yet.
Sure. Yeah. Well, one of them has started because they've started with secondaries.
Oh, have they? Right, okay.
Balding and Webby playing secondaries on court 4.
Mm-hmm. But one game hasn't started then?
Or maybe they have started on a different court, but I guess court 4 is the one that's visible to the live stream viewers.
All right, well, nice to see you.
Thank you for coming, Nelson.
Are you coming to any of the other tests?
I'm sure I will.
Yeah, well, I'm
definitely be at some of the Surbiton days.
Yes, I'm doing commentary at Southwark and at Surbiton. So
good. I look forward to hearing you on the streams from Southwark.
Anyway,
then
you've done a lot of work and well done. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Not at all. Okay, bye.
Okay, so I'll have a short break. I think Joel is approaching pro streamer status. That's very kind of you, Greg. I've never done any real streaming. I was thinking at some point about maybe becoming a full-time croquet live streamer and following the players around the tournament circuit in the UK. But for the amount of money I'd make doing that, I don't think I could justify quitting my current job. So you might have to wait a few years for that one. But who knows, maybe one day. It is fun here, just sitting here talking about croquet. And we seem to have a remarkable 83 people listening to us talk about it. I think most of the people have actually tuned in to see the croquet though, rather than to listen to me waffle on. Although I heard that my parents enjoyed the lunchtime show the other day, so at least 2 people were interested in it. Going past just at the moment is a Lufthansa A320 Neo on long final for Heathrow 27 right. So the way the planes work at Heathrow, when they're on 27s, which is I think 80% of the year, something like that, because westerly is the prevailing wind direction here. They switch runways every day at 3 o'clock, and the reason is for noise abatement purposes. The Heathrow Airport was built long before the days that the suburban expansion of London was even considered. I think it was originally built in the 1920s, something around there, when it was all farmland, as far as the eye could see, all orange groves, and then they actually had runways in other directions in those days as well. But over time, with the expansion of commercial aviation and so on, it's settled down into 2 parallel runways that are both running east-west. So the westerly direction is 27, and when they're in the opposite direction, they're on 09s. But when they're on 27s, the approach over South London is particularly noisy for the residents who are living directly under the flight path. And so to ease the burden on them, at 3 p.m. every day, the planes switch from left to right or right to left, which I think the runways are about 1 kilometre apart, which you might think isn't that far. BA A320CO going past there. You might think it's not that far apart, but it does make enough of a difference if you're living directly under it. If you're living in between them, it's kind of much the same, but just coming from the other direction. But if you're directly under it, it does make quite a difference. And you probably will have noticed this on the stream, actually. In the first couple of sessions in the morning, on days 1, 2, and 3, so Friday to Sunday, that we had them coming directly overhead, so they're on 2-7 left in the morning, which is directly over the Roehampton Club. We're literally directly under the flight path here. That's the groundsman starting up his buggy. He's gonna make more noise. I'll wait for that. No, it's just going to sit there because there's another car driving past. Okay, I've directed the camera towards the planes now. I've no idea if my director is paying attention at the moment, but if you saw it, that was an Air Baltic A220. It's a pretty rare plane that comes into Heathrow, but there are a couple of airlines that fly it in regularly each day. So Air Baltic is actually an all A220 fleet. I think it's the only airline in the world that is all A220s. A 220 is an interesting plane, actually. It was originally developed by Bombardier. It's a C series plane. I can't remember the CS90 or something. Not 100% on that, but at some point before it got into commercial production, Bombardier ran out of money to develop it, and Airbus bought it for something like £1. But then they had the burden of having to actually produce it, which was the expensive bit. Bombardier, I think, were just glad to have it off their hands. So now it's known as the Airbus A220. And you see them from both Swissair and Air Baltic a couple of times a day into Heathrow. And it's a cool plane. It's the only one, I find at least, that is distinctive from its sound. That's pretty cool. We've got a Delta Airlines. That looks like a Dreamliner, 7879, I think. I think it's 7879 Dreamliner. In an interesting livery. I think that's a Sky Team livery just coming past now. Anyway, back to the A220. It's they've had some engine problems in recent times. So a lot of them have been out of action. I haven't actually personally seen many of them recently, but maybe they're starting to get them back into working order. But they make a very interesting noise when, I think it's to do with the engine somehow. It's like a lot of people describe it as a Wookiee howl, but you can tell it as soon as you hear it. And so it's an interesting one. They're also like surprisingly cute in very small planes, but also very modern construction. I've never actually flown one. I'm interested if anyone has flown them, what their experience was. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Greg, that if I can't make a full living out of croquet, I could also do plane spotting. And of course, if I'm watching croquet tournaments either here or Hurlingham, I can definitely do both. But there are a lot of croquet clubs that seem to be situated under flight paths. of various sorts. I know, having played at Canley many times, you see a lot of arrivals or departures from Tullamarine in Melbourne. You've also got Southwick next week for this tournament, which you won't see much commercial air traffic for, but you will see a lot of private aviation. So you get a lot of Cessna 172s, a lot of Piper Warriors, a lot of Diamond DA40s, all doing her flight training there. There's a big flight school. Actually, there are a number of flight schools at what's the name of the airport there? It's like Brighton City Airport, I think it was originally called, but it's known by something else usually now. But anyway, you see a lot of those more like smaller, more unusual planes, and occasionally the odd private jet. But yeah, it's mostly training aircraft from people who are working their way up to becoming airline pilots. I'm hoping that we start to see more planes soon, because I'm starting to run out of things to talk about with planes. If anyone has any plane questions, do send them my way.
Well, we were saying that it's gone 10-6 for the game because Paddy has lost his that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got a bit of Croquet update, so I'm sure all of you who are listening to me waffle on are also watching the Hurlingham live stream at the same time. But if you haven't seen it, Watson has just won game 2 against Essex, so that's one of the 6...
Paddy. Zach Watson's beat Paddy Chapman.
Yeah. This is what happens when you just talk for so long at a time, yes. Watson has just beaten Chapman in game 2 to make it, to get 1 point out of the 6 that the Americans need. So there you go. It could all come down to the final game. You never know.
Other games as well.
Yes, they game up in 3 others, I think, when New Zealand's game up in one of them, or something like that. Anyway.
Essex and Morgan are a game up.
Yeah.
The rest of Australia is a game up.
All of you have Croquet scores available. That's all we're relying on anyway to give you the updates, other than possibly the live stream. But oh, there's a plane go first. What is it? It's an Airbus A320 CO. That's the most boring plane to fly into Heathrow. We get hundreds of them every day, all BA A320s, A320 200 series. There must be some more interesting planes arriving shortly. Let me see if I can get a better view of the approach path. Do we have the wireless mic? I do 2 in Clubhouse, one no one's here to disturb anything. No one's going to know that we tested it. It's not working. You can hear me? Excellent. Okay. So since there don't seem to be any planes currently on long final, no, I'm standing out here looking, and there's nothing out there. All I see is a bit of scattered cloud. I'm going to try and get the camera off its thing somehow. Certainly making everyone seasick. Very good. Yeah, I'm live on air here. This is one of our groundsmen at Roehampton. Here we have him to thank for the we've had here this week. So thank you very much for all of your hard work this weekend. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is give you a bit of a tour of the clubhouse here at Roehampton. I tried to do this the other day and ran out of power on the camera, so hopefully this is still working. So coming into the clubhouse here, and I'm massively zoomed in. There we go, and we've got We've got low battery. I literally just unplugged it. It's been plugged in all day. So yeah, this is there you go. Welcome to the world of live streaming, folks. So now we have no camera, but we still have sound. So I'm going to go and plug it in again, if I can figure out how to do that. Oh, there we go. I got it.
Let's turn this off for the time, then it might charge up a bit.
Can't believe it's got at most 10 seconds of battery life.
Well, I reckon maybe when it's on and plugged in, it doesn't charge. I don't know.
I also don't know. What have we got here? That's a Boeing 777-300 Air Canada. I've no idea if people can still hear me. Are we still on the air? No, yeah, well, I'll keep talking. Maybe we're still on the air, maybe we're not. So I was going to try and show you a tour of the Roehampton Clubhouse. Oh, we finally got a plane turning. This is going to be terrible. I think I'll just take a break because without a camera to show you anything, this is just going to be the worst live stream in history. I'm going to take a short break. Maybe we can fix some technical things, and if we can, I'll be back with you for some more plane action. Can we hear me? Are we good? Right, welcome back everyone. Sorry the lunchtime show was a bit shorter than planned. Unfortunately, technical difficulties. I guess my my pro streaming career still has some work to go. So play is just resuming in the one remaining game, and we've got Jack Good has been sent out as a designated hitter for the English pair, which is great news for the spectators, because if he hits, we've got a Quinn on. As I say that though, he's shooting at partner ball by the peg, which is not what you'd do if you were planning to make a Quinn. But I guess they talked about it over lunch and decided that they'll take the more conservative line. Anyway, he's lining up the shot at the peg ball. There's probably a little bit of a peg ball double thing going on, just in case he doesn't quite start it online. But yeah, he's well, I mean, he still could go for a Quinn, but normally if you were thinking about a Quinn, you'd shoot it red or yellow. So here he goes. He's one cast, and now the hit. It's online, and no, it wasn't online. So, well, doesn't matter whether he was going to go for the Quinn or not, but he can't believe he missed it. He's still looking at the line thinking, how on earth did that not hit the black ball? Somehow found its way from being directly in front of the black ball to being directly behind the black ball without ever actually moving the black ball in the process. We've all had shots like that. So that miss does make things interesting, because now we have a turn for Stephen Pearce, who is playing with yellow, and he is 4-hoop 3. So he will rush red towards black by the peg, stop red to 4, and then rush black up to 3. And so he'll get his 3-ball break. Then he just needs to somehow figure out how he's going to pick up blue, which is now in corner 1. And that is most likely going to happen going to 5. That seems like the best spot to do it. So he could send Peely up to 4 back. Oh no! Oh yeah, that works. So yeah, so Peely's going to 4. He'll make 3 off black, send black to 5, going to red at 4, make 4 with either a rush up to 4 back and then take off to corner 1. That doesn't look like a particularly attractive prospect, but it's an option. Or he would make 4 and rush red to a spot. There aren't many of those spots where he could croquet red towards 4 back, getting across to corner 1, and then a big half roll kind of thing of blue out of corner 1 over to a skateball position at 4 back, getting to his pioneer at 5. I think that's probably the most likely scenario if he's going to try and get the peel of 4 back before 6. Alternatively, he could what else could he do? Okay, he could leave the Peely somewhere after 4, but not 4 back, and then send the blue ball from corner 1 up to 6. Organize for a peel of 4 back going to 1 back. I think that would involve less enormous shots, so that might be a better line of play. So let's see, he's got position at 3 here. Looks like nice straight position. He had a good rush to hoop 3, and he's smashed through 3. I don't know why he hit it so hard. He's left himself the same length roquet that Fulford missed after 1 back. It's not the length shot I'd fancy after having just sat down for a lunch break for the last half an hour, but No, that's what he chose. He's managed to snick it though, so I'd be happy with that. He's got a pretty horrible roll shot to play now. He's almost on the north boundary with hoop 3 in the way, and he has to somehow get down to his pioneer at hoop 4 and get the black ball to hoop 5. Yeah, well, as long as he misses hoop 3, he should be fine. Nice. Managed to miss hoop 3. Black's good. Tiny bit far. I think he would have liked to just hit that a little bit less. He got the ratio spot on. I'm sure the plan is to go to black via blue. So you wanted black southwest of the hoop to make that shot easier, but he just overhit them a little bit. Anyway, he's within hitting range of his hoop 4 pioneer, which I guess is the top priority. And he's got a slightly angled but fairly straight 2 meter approach to hoop 4 here.
Just so you're aware, we seem to have no infill signal on our camera viewing at the moment, so I've got technical support coming along, so it might be just your voice.
Okay, so I'm doing radio commentary for the time being. Even camera 2's out?
Yeah, because it's not getting the signal. So.
Okay, brilliant. Alright, sounds like I might be doing radio commentary, but well, I'll bring you the action as best I can. So Pierce has run hoop 4 to the boundary, and now he has a 3 to 4 meter shot at his receiver ball red, and we'll see now exactly how he wants to try and play this turn. So he might clobber it up to 4 back, or he might just tap it. Looks like he's winding up. No, he's just going to kind of tap it. Oh, he only just snicked it, in fact. He snicked it to about 2 meters due east of hoop 4, and he's having to do the fetch of shame to go and get it from up near 1 back. I was going to say we probably don't have the scoreboard getting updated for you, but since you don't have any vision whatsoever, I don't know how useful that will be. Okay, so now he's going to do what I suggested and go over to corner 1, pick up blue. And this is going to be necessary if he's going to have a chance of finishing on this turn. Good looking weight on the takeoff there. I'm having to look through 2 pillars from my commentary box to actually see this, but he's played that perfectly, so he's within short tapping distance of the ball in corner 1. And tap it he has done indeed, so he's taking croquet from corner 1, and his hoop 5 pioneer is more or less due south of hoop 5, but on the line of hoops 1 and 4. So it's quite a way south, but there's nothing in the way of this shot, so he's going to try and send blue from corner 1 all the way up to hoop 6. And striker's ball will go to the wayward pioneer at hoop 5. So it's more or less a drive ratio here, slightly over, perhaps like a just between a quarter roll and a half roll, something like that. Blue looks good. Blue's travelling, ended up halfway between the peg and 6, so he'll be satisfied with that. It's a tricky shot, and he's got a half ball cut rush of his hoop 5 pioneer to try and get it closer to hoop 5. And he's taken that a bit too full, so he's going to have a kind of 30-degree angled roll up to get to hoop 5 from there, but not too far. He's only about 2 meters south of the hoop, so one would expect him to make the hoop from here. And then he's going to have to try and pick up 5, which is in the vicinity, pick up red, which is in the vicinity of hoop 4. Interesting. So he's played his receiver really deep. It's more than halfway to the peg from hoop 5. So he might struggle to get the rush back to corner 4 here, which is what he really needs. He's run the hoop really well. Don't know why he put that much pressure on himself to run the hoop to that distance, but he seems to have managed it. Aha, okay, I can stop doing radio commentary then. Is Jeff Dawson back from lunch? Because he's the scoreboard operator for this one. Good rush back to corner 4 there. Okay. Oh, actually I can... Oh yeah, he's updating the score. I should have just looked. Yeah, okay, so we've got a scoreboard for you. Alright, now Pierce will be croqueting black up into a skateball. No, might go straight to 1 back. Let's see, where's it going? He's going straight to 1 back with black. Does he have the distance? So that's the kind of Pierce was expecting him to hold for a rush of red to somewhere more useful than that. That should be the kind of ratio that you get from a normal shot after an NSL of loading 2 back from corner 4. 1 back from corner 4, sorry. Anyway, so he managed to hit red, so now let's see what he tries to do with it. He's rushed it across to the side that's more useful to allow him to approach blue, and it looks like he's taking off here. So I think he's got absolutely zero ambition of finishing on this turn, which, given the calibre of players he's playing against, is risky. He's going to be betting on them missing a lift shot, and given that it's going to be Good who takes the lift shot, I think I'd rather finish the game in this turn. Perhaps he has his reasons, I'm sure. Should we try and move this over a bit so you got a bit of shade if I go further that way? We can try that. Okay, the sun is chasing the commentary position around. Back with you. Pierce has run hoop 6 nicely. Now he's got to rush back to red. Let's see what he does here. Will he try and dig out a finish now? Now, our viewing figures have crashed over lunch. We're down to 32 viewers now.
Only 32 viewers?
Yeah, we had 80-something before lunch. Yeah, the technical difficulties with the lunchtime show caused everyone to switch off.
I suppose over at Hurlingham there's much more to play for at the moment.
Everyone will be watching Hurlingham, yeah. Okay, so Pierce is just going to have a ball to peg. Yeah, maybe that's why everyone switched off. They were hoping for a TP finish, but now it's just a ball to peg. So Peely is just pivot. I mean, you could still go for a finish, but yeah, you'd be sending you'd been sending red more towards 4 back if he had ambitions of doing something like that, I reckon. I think I mentioned this earlier. In fact, I did mention this earlier, but for the 32 of you who are still with us, maybe some of which weren't here earlier, probably none of you were here earlier, because when you're broadcasting on YouTube gives you stats on your viewers and so on that aren't available for normal viewers, and one of which is the average length of the viewing time per viewer. And for our stream yesterday, the average viewing time was 22 minutes. So most people are tuning in and going, this is not really the sport for me. So for those of you that stuck around to drag that average up a bit, well done, thank you. But anyway, I mentioned that because after this doubles completes, there will be a bit of bonus singles action for you, which will be over on court 3 between Patel and Pearce. That game is currently paused. They completed 2.5 games of their 3-game match last night, so it's a game all, obviously. And Patel is break up in the 3rd game. So that game will resume after this one finishes, provided there is sufficient time. We have a bit of a curfew tonight, so we won't be able to bring you live action all the way up until sunset, unlike the previous days, because there is a fancy Mac dinner tonight involving all the current players and as many past Mac players as are willing to turn up and come to the dinner. And that starts at 7 o'clock, so play has to finish in time for everyone to go to that dinner. So if there are any games that haven't been completed by that point, then that will have to be completed tomorrow. So who knows, we may end up being back tomorrow for more live streaming, which I'm sure will be a delight for those of you that are in the Southern Hemisphere and looking for something to watch in the evenings now that normal TV is terrible. And also, if, there's a big if, but if the match we're watching currently finishes in time, and then the match between Pearce and Patel is over quickly, we will be able to bring you the final of this year's Open between Deeth and Patel, which is currently tied at 1 game all. So those of you that looked at croquet scores like I did a couple of Sundays ago, and couldn't work out why you weren't seeing the full results, it's because it's not finished. The final, I believe, didn't start until 5 p.m. on the Sunday due to certain players being particularly slow at finishing their matches. They were unable to complete the 3rd game. Deeth apparently had a turn to win it and broke down something like Penalton Peg or Penalton Rover or something, and allowed Samir to steal game 2 and keep the Open for him alive. And they are hoping to be able to finish that this afternoon if all of the other results go to plan. So something for you to look forward to potentially there. We may well get to see a bit of one-back action in that one. We've all seen already the confidence that Deeth has currently got in his game, and I'd be very surprised if he doesn't try to lay up at one-back in that one. But we first need this game to finish, which Pearce is currently not obliging us with. And then we need Pearce to also, one way or the other, let us finish the remaining singles game. I don't mind which way the result goes, as long as we get to see lots of croquet. So let's look at how Pearce is getting on here. He's all nicely under control. He plays very, very well controlled breaks. Pioneers are usually very good, and his strokes are nice and relaxed, and he gets the length of everything pretty well. But he does appear to be setting up for a straight triple. We've seen quite a few of these attempted so far in this tournament, and this could well be another one. He's got 2 balls waiting up at 4-back for him. Now he's sending black to Penalt, I think. So we know he's definitely trying to do a straight triple if he sends black to halfway between Penalt and 4-back. We won't be sure about it if he sends it direct to penalty. No, it looks like it is going direct to penalty. Yeah, and he's gone to blue first, which is what you would do if you were trying to do a straight triple. The biggest problem with this potential straight triple attempt is the distance of Peely from fullback. I would like it to be much closer at this stage. Doesn't help that he's just run into it with his rush of blue there. So now he doesn't have room to get blue north of fullback. So I think this straight triple is, if it ever was on, is definitely not on anymore. Maybe he'll fluke rushing red into the jaws of fullback here. No. So no straight triple heroics. This is just going to be a fullback and peg leave. I wonder if we'll see them go for another reverse diagonal. I think the general Australian practice at fullback and peg is a normal spread, just making sure that the western ball is not so wide that you can't get your penalty pioneer out and still hold for the rush to fullback. Over at Hurlingham, McCorkindale has clawed a game back against Essex, so they're a game all. Watson has beaten Chapman. Westerby is up against Maloof by a game, and Morgan is game up against Bryant. And we believe the other two games that were scheduled for the late start have actually started. I guess the hope from the manager was that one of the games would finish quickly, so they didn't have to use any double banking. But they have double banked something somewhere on, or something on court 4. I presume all 6 matches have started now. Nice shot there from Pearce. This is going to be a nice tidy leave here. I think he's got all the balls immediately back under control after the speculative straight triple attempt went nowhere. Currently approaching 11:15 Eastern Standard Time in Australia, so thank you to those of you who are still awake to watch the demise of your fellow countrymen against the English this morning. We've got the 2 Victorians in action on court 1 at the moment, or 2 of the Victorians in action on court 1. Greg Hill is of course Victorian as well, and Stephen Pearce, well, grew up in Victoria, Melbourne I believe, but currently lives in Canberra, which I presume is not his fault. Yeah, it looks like we've got a spread coming up here. Oh, thank you for the update, Peter Rothwell. Webby just taking game 1 against Tom Balding. So giving a little bit more hope there for the New Zealanders that they can hang on and get that final match win that they need to clinch the tie. If they do win one match today, the New Zealanders will win the tie, which will mean that the next round will be England versus USA at Southwick, and then New Zealand will play Australia. And then the matchups that haven't happened by that point will then be played at Surbiton. And the New Zealanders have shown great fight against the Americans, and a lot of people were expecting it to be much closer than it has been. The Americans were arguably favourites in the easy conditions that Hurlingham and Roehampton have produced. But yeah, they haven't quite played up to their expectations, and the New Zealanders have played really, really well. So yeah, it's maybe possibly on paper an upset, but the New Zealanders have put in great preparation, and I'm sure they were confident they could have upset the Americans, and they so far looking like doing that, but it's not over yet. You never know. Pearce and Forster had a brief discussion, I'm guessing, about the leave, and they've decided on a normal spread. So he's going to try and make sure he doesn't rush this ball too far. Sorry, not rush, croquet this ball too far. He needs to make sure he has space, or he leaves Forster space to dig out the finish. Yeah, that looks like a good length of blue. Maybe a tad further than he would have liked, but it's okay. Yeah, I think he's going to try and rush black to just behind the peg. I don't quite know why there needs to be so much discussion about this. Pretty sure he can already find the blade of grass without needing his partner to come out and point his mallet stick at it, but anyway. Evidently that was helpful, because it does appear that he has rushed it to exactly the blade of grass he wants, so now we'll be able to do a thin takeoff down to red, and then rush red across to the east boundary, and then we'll see Good take the final shot of the match, whichever result comes from the shot. There we go, nice little takeoff there. He's got his rush to exactly where he needs, and his partner looks at the line and says, "What about you rush it off the east boundary in the same line as blue and black?" And he can't be bothered to walk over there himself and look for the spot, but that's what his doubles partner is for, and his partner wouldn't be doing anything else useful otherwise, so he may as well go over there and point to the spot on the boundary for him so he can concentrate fully on the line of this rush. And he rushes it to 3 blades of grass north of the spot he was aiming at.
Yes, yeah, so they're busy hiding in the corner of it, hiding someone.
Now that the lunch break is over, we've had a few viewers return to us. Maybe a few people were taking their own lunch break. We're soared back up to 51 current viewers. Yeah, this is probably the second most popular croquet live stream currently on YouTube. I haven't actually checked the other one, but I'd be quite surprised if there weren't loads of New Zealand and American supporters watching the result of that game. So diagonal spread complete, and Forster and Pearce are threatening to finish on the next turn if Fulford or Good miss their shot. It looks like Fulford's the one coming out with the mallet, which does surprise me a little bit. It may be that, they may have decided that blue is too far west for Forster to easily finish from 4-back and peg. So I think they might be taking something resembling a more defensive shot. They're also probably looking at blue and thinking, well, that's a pretty good 2-back pioneer, so maybe that was part of the consideration. Slightly easier to... no, it's not necessarily easier to get the balls in place for a break from 2-back rather than a break from 1, but... well. Yeah, not quite sure what the logic is. Maybe Fulford's just feeling particularly good about his shooting here. My cameraman is currently blocking any view I might have had of this shot, so I won't be able to tell you what Fulford's doing or anything about whether he's about to hit it or whether it might have hit or anything. I genuinely can't see any of this. I think I heard him hit a ball. No reaction either way from the crowd, so I've got no idea what might have happened there. I think we probably would have heard a little bit of clapping if it hit it, so my guess is that he hasn't hit. My cameraman, who was blocking my view of that, also has no idea whether that hit or not, so I don't know why he was even standing there. Okay, so Fulford wanders off, Forster comes on, so he's Fulford obviously missed, and now Forster's going to have a go at finishing. I'm not quite sure what the logic behind taking that shot on was, because given where Fulford is standing, it was no longer shot, or no shorter shot than if he'd shot from corner 3. And it does make the finish quite a bit easier, having missed the short shot. So otherwise there would have been a lot of long rushing. The rushing to 4-back from where blue currently is didn't look like a particularly attractive option to me. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what was going on there, but anyway, maybe we can figure it out later. So Forster's got a beautiful rush to 4-back, and he's going to approach in such a way that he gets a rush back to black, I guess. He sent yellow quite deep though. I'd much rather have had yellow next to the hoop than halfway to the boundary. But yeah, now he's got a bit of work to do. I don't know why he put yellow where he did. That was a strange choice. So now he's going to have to take off to something, I think. Now he's going to roll yellow down to Rover, I guess. Now yellow's gone to Rover, and he's gone across to try and get a rush of blue to black, I suppose. He's got great yellow, so Rover Pioneer is perfect. Red is not perfect. It looks like he's got himself a rush to corner 1. So he just taps that, and now he's going to have to take off all the way across the lawn to get a rush to penalt. If this goes well, game over. Not so well, then who knows? Let's wait and see. At least he just gets on with it, not much faffing around from Forster. So we can see this heeling slightly to our left, but it looks like it's landed in a pretty good spot. Fairly straight rush to penalt from there. A little bit longer than he would have liked though, so there's a chance that this might not go where he wants it to. So he's playing that rush between his legs, not his usual side style there, which I think is what he does when he's trying to hit a particularly straight shot. And it's gone okay. It's a couple of metres due east of penalt, so he's a bit approaching across the hoop line, which is not obviously optimal, but it's close enough that he should be able to manage. Plays it with a flat bat, and that looks pretty good from here. Yeah, no, nicely through there. So now he's got himself a rush to lots of useful places. Yeah, he doesn't need any particular rush, but he's going to send black to south of Rover because you don't want to make Rover and have to immediately rush to peg. So he's going to stick another ball down there that he can hit first, and then he'll be able to organise his rush to peg after that. He's got nice and close to yellow there, so making things easy for himself. Meanwhile, Fulford and Good will start to think about their opening tactics in Game 3. And the manager will start trying to figure out how he's going to get all these games completed today. That'd be good as long as he hasn't put yellow on the hoop line. Yep, nicely past yellow, past black, so this is a definite finish now. So we can put this one in the books, plus 19, I think. Yep, good enough rush, and we'll see the peg out, and then I'm sure they'll take a couple of minutes break, but I think they'll get on with things pretty quickly because it's the only game still going on. They've just had lunch, so I don't think they'll need a huge break. The English look like they're either falling asleep or desperate to get back out on the court. From this distance, it's hard to tell. Yeah, good peg out there. So plus 19 to the Australians in Game 2. Forster and Pearce continuing their good doubles form, and they'll reset the court. The referee will come out and just firm up the hoops a little bit, or check whether or not they need firming up. Players will have a short break, and then we'll be back with you shortly. finishes anyway, so there's no risk of it holding up the program, and it will allow Patel to stay warm while Pearce is busy playing, because otherwise it would seem a bit unfair if they resume the Mac singles straight away while Pearce has been playing and Patel has just been sitting out getting cold. But that's a debate that's currently ongoing, but we'll certainly cover the Open singles final for you if that happens. But meanwhile, play has resumed in Game 3 on Court 1, and the Australians have played first with Forster, I think with red, playing very southerly off the east boundary. It looked like it was actually south of hoop 4 where he hit it off. Fulford's responding with a Duffer-Tice. I presume the reason for playing it so southly is that it will give Pearce a shorter shot, but the Duffer-Tice is an even shorter shot, so we'll see what they choose here. So they're having a careful look at the position of the Tice and the position of their own ball, and they'll make a decision shortly. Pearce takes his yellow ball and he's going to go and have a look at the Tice from B-Bork. The Tice is exactly where I think it's where I'd pick it up and put it. Normally Fulford plays his Duffer-Tice to the west of Penalt, and I think he's the only person to do that. And I've never actually asked him why he prefers to do that, but no doubt someone can tell us. And there are a few options to the person playing in third when dealing with the Duffer-Tice. One is to just take to the end of B-Bork and shoot directly at it. And then if you're doing that, you've got two choices. You can either trickle at it or shoot hard at it. We saw the consequences in the earlier game of shooting hard at it, which is just giving your opponents a free start. So you probably won't want to do that. Okay, so I wasn't expecting this. So this is about as defensive as you can get here, not even taking a shot. Now, I don't agree with that. There are lots of things you could take a shot at that are still pretty defensive here. He could have taken a shot at partner down the east boundary, ending up in corner 4. That would be pretty defensive. But yeah, this is a bit dire. I think for a match that doesn't count for anything, and they're just trying to drag it out for as long as possible. I can't see any rational logic behind going corner 2 second turn. It's the kind of thing you might do in a handicap game. Good has a free shot now at the Tice, and I guess if he misses it, red and yellow will join up. Yeah, it's interesting though. It's good that we don't see the same thing over and over. It's fun that we see a bit of variety. Looks like Good is just going to shoot into corner 3, which why not, right? If the opponents are going to do some crazy things, then it's a good policy to do some crazy things back again. Now he's changed his mind. Now he's going to take a shot at the Duffer-Tice, which is what I thought he would do in the first place. So have one cast and then hit. And centre ball. There you go. He's almost certainly not going to get a break going here. So he's, the two opponent balls, neither of them is realistically rushable to one. So this is just going to be a leave. I think we'll see him just roll black over to the east boundary, hit red, which is somewhere near the lamppost. No, they're not going to do that. Okay. That seems like it would have been an easy way to get a leave. Looks like they're going to roll them over to hoop 1 instead. Be interesting to see which player they leave the rush for here. So far, Fulford has gone round first in both of the games, or game 2 he certainly attempted to go around first. He got part of the way around. They've gone and inspected the blade of grass they want to put the balls on. Still having a chat about it. I think they've agreed on something now. Good has just adjusted the balls for the croquet. He's going to play a roll across to somewhere near corner 1. And looks like he's going to leave the rush for himself. He's played Fulford's blue ball a bit more into lawn. Don't think he's managed to roll those as far as he wanted though. No, I think he's he's going to. So he's not going to leave the rush for himself. He's going to leave the rush for Fulford. So Fulford looks like he wants to go around first again. Yet more technical difficulties. My computer has died, and I forgot to bring my charger today. So I'm currently computerless, but I'm told by one of the spectators who isn't computerless that we have another result in from Hurlingham, which is that whoever Westerby's playing won game 2 there, so they're now 1 game all. So USA still in with a chance of sweeping the singles today. So yeah, could be very interesting indeed. And if I had a computer, I'd probably tune in to watch that. And I'm sure all of you are doing exactly that at the moment. But thank you for sticking with us here at Roehampton. We're still hoping to bring you the Open final later today. So if you've lost interest in the Mac now that England is so far ahead, then do stick with us here for that. Now the Australians are looking at their options. There's a ball on the east boundary, kind of level with hoop 4, and a ball of theirs in corner 2, and they've decided to move the corner 2 ball over to corner 3. And Good is showing some fancy footwork there to try and field that one. I think it was just a tiny bit late. I don't understand the logic there. I think against Fulford, you know he's going to go round no matter where you put the ball, so why not at least take a shot, because you're not going to get any other chances. Certainly in his glory days of the 90s and early 2000s, you would not get very good odds on Fulford going round from here, but who knows, he's not in the form of his life at the moment, and he's already played a bad shot, having played a whole 1 shot in the turn. And given that red and yellow are not threatening anything, he doesn't even need to try and make hoop 1 here. He could just lay up with a better rush and wait for them to corner something somewhere else. Yeah, if he's going to get a break going from this, he needs to rush to either red or yellow, which are both on the east boundary. And given where he's rushed blue to, he's not going to be able to do that. So that's why they're having this discussion now, trying to figure out what, if anything, they can do about that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him roll them both back to the corner and wait for another go at rushing to one. Yeah, the options are approach hoop one, so you could kind of just dinky little takeoff. You'd have to go very, very close to the hoop and then run it by basically nothing. And then maybe you're going to get a rush to the east boundary. You could settle for a rush to corner 4 because red is quite southerly. Then you can just roll it kind of up the boundary a bit, getting either a rush to corner 3 or to 2. So he has played the dinky little takeoff. He might also play for the hoop and roquet rush to hoop 2. Can't see from here what angle he's got, if any. So he's just going to nudge it through, and he's shaking his head there. That's Fulford's signal for I'm not happy with that shot. So he wanted a rush to corner 4. And he's ended up with a rush to the middle of the south boundary. It's not that he can't necessarily cut it to 4, but it's just a much difficulter shot than it would have been. In addition to being under the Heathrow flight path here, we're also under the main London helicopter flight path, so we're not being bothered by large commercial jets, we're being bothered by Bell and Robinson helicopters, occasional Sikorsky. So he's rushed on the right line, but he doesn't have anywhere near the power required to rush it all the way to the east boundary. Maybe got it halfway to the east boundary at best. So I think we'll probably just be seeing a leave now. So he's played the takeoff. I can't see where it is. None of the spectators. It's on the court is the signal I'm getting, I think, with a rush to somewhere. And judging from where he's standing, it could well be a rush to corner 3, which is where the other ball is. Can he hit it straight enough to get it there, though? And his head wobbling suggests no. I can just see it now, yeah. So it's possible from there that he could take off into the corner and get his rush. If it doesn't work, then he might just be stuck with a huge roll across to hoop 2 from corner 3. Yeah, where he's standing now is where he'd like the takeoff to land. We often get Chinook helicopters coming past here, and I wouldn't be surprised. I was going to say, I thought there might be one now, but I don't think it is. I can't see it. I'm under a sunshade which is blocking any view I might have of passing air traffic. No, it's some kind of helicopter with skids on, that's all I can tell you. I'm no helicopter expert. Bell 420? Is that a helicopter? Possibly. Let's see, what's Fulford decided? He's had a good old think about this. He's left blue on the south boundary, so a strong leave is still a definite possibility here. I think he's going to try and play for a wired spot for red, wired from blue. Not quite sure why he'd do that, but it's the kind of thing he would do. No, he's not trying to wire anything. Maybe he's playing for some kind of cross wire. That's a possibility. He doesn't like it, whatever it is. Shaking his head again. Not seen Fulford shake his head this much for a long time. If he was trying for a crosswire, he needed to put red much closer to hoop 3 than that. Closer the balls are to the hoops, the bigger that cross-wiring area is. I think what we're going to see now is a big attempt to roll up to hoop 2 from corner 3. Be surprised if this is a shot he practices regularly, but I also wouldn't be surprised if this is a shot he practices regularly. Here comes the roll. He's watching it. Pace looks okay. I'm going to say that's just a tiny bit too short for him to want to take on the hoop there, but I'm looking from about 80 metres away, so I can't be certain that that's what he's going to do. He's standing on the line now. It's basically the line kind of halfway between hoop 5 and the peg, something like that. He's shaping up like he's going to have a go at it. If he gets this is a break. He'll have the break under control effectively, as long as he can run it to a spot where he can hit yellow. It's quite angled, but he's going to have another go. Wasn't happy with his setup there. This is a crucial one. If he gets this, then he'll have the break. So he wants to make really sure that he's going to get it. No, hit the far wire, I think, and just rejected off to the side, leaving a short shot for yellow. Yellow is Pierce, so Pierce has a good chance of getting a ball round here. Blue is on the south boundary, kind of middle of the south boundary, I guess, so that will be the hoop 1 Pioneer. He'll probably tap black, take off to red, and then rush red to blue. I think that will be plan A. He might opt to hit black a fair bit harder, but that would make it a little bit trickier to get the rush down to blue that he needs, unless this is going to be his rush to blue. No, he's stroking it. Yeah, Pierce is just like swinging the mallet smoothly. I've not seen him wallop a ball yet this week. So, as I said, Pierce is currently based in Canberra, although did grow up in Melbourne. And he's been playing a while. This is his first ranking game was in 2012, so he's been playing at least since then. Possibly a fair bit longer. Oh, I should have been paying more attention. I was busy looking at his bio, and he's managed to crash into hoop 6 trying to get across to red. So now he's faced with a second hit in for this break, about 7 metres. And he's missed it. Okay, so that was a disaster. He would have at least hoped to get more than one croquet stroke in that break, having been gifted such an easy start. The only positive from that is that red and yellow are more or less joined up. Red is on the line of hoops 3 and 4, yellow is on the east boundary, so it's about 6 metres apart. And he's walking away scratching his head. He can't quite work out what went wrong there, but that was not exactly how he'd drawn up the play when he stepped onto the lawn. And his partner is nowhere in sight, but I'm sure we'll be making the trek up to the north boundary of court 2 to console him shortly. So 1 and 2 versus 1 and 1. The hopes of the crowd to see the final singles game and the open singles final are fading rapidly here, but it's not all over yet. Still early afternoon. New Zealanders are still desperately clinging to hopes of winning their final game in Hurlingham and sealing the tie. And I think the chances are that they'll probably still get there, but as the hours tick by, if they haven't notched that one up, they'll start to get more and more nervous, and things can happen. Fulford and Good have had a bit of a discussion, and Fulford has decided that he's the man to take this shot. I have no idea from here whether he's got anything resembling a double target. I doubt he does. I think it would have been much faster to go and take the shot if he did. So he's probably lining up the shot at black at red. Fulford's a big fan of taking the shortest shot available. If he centres red, then he's got a pretty straightforward break. Here we go. I can see red but not yellow. Didn't sound like great contact, and the reaction of the crowd suggests that he missed. Forster comes strolling up to his junior partner and is ready for a chat about tactics. Presumably it will be yellow to play here, because that will just be a short tap at red. Forster sits down, doesn't even reach for his mallet, and Pierce has the mallet already in hand, so he'll be going to have another go. His first effort at a break went nowhere, but maybe that was just the extra chance he needed. So easy tap to get yellow, and now he's going to try and croquet yellow across back over to hoop 2. Sorry, croquet black over to hoop 2. I'm having to do the colours by memory because I can't see them. And then once again try and get his rush of red down to blue, or maybe rush of red to 1, depending on exactly where yellow lands. The afternoon tea yesterday was pretty disappointing, so I'm keeping my hopes up for something better today. First couple of days we had scones, brownies, red velvet cake, carrot cake, cheesecake. Yesterday, just scones. I mean, they're good scones. They're alright scones. But, yeah, nothing else. Alright. So he ended up with the rush pointing at 1, so he's decided to just go direct to 1. And it's not gone to 1, but it has gone to the same quadrant of the lawn as hoop 1. So that's a positive. And he's got some choices here. One of which would be to try and approach hoop 1. I would imagine that's what he's going to try and do. Another option would be take off to blue. That's quite a long way away and risk flirting with the boundary though. So looks like he's not thought too hard about it. He's just going to roll up to hoop 1 from there. It's quite a distance from hoop 1 though, so things can go wrong here. He's got a deep receiver down at hoop 2 though, so if he ends up long and straight, he might end up just crashing through to the hoop 2 ball. Let's see how he goes. Yeah, so he's lining it up. And he's not going to hoop 1 at all. He's played this super defensively, so he's decided to roll red across to the east boundary and send yellow to blue. But he hasn't flirted with going off the lawn. He's basically playing it as a shot to nothing. So he's going to have a speculative hoop 1 approach from where he is. And if that works out, great, he's got a break. If not, he's going to retire back to red on the east boundary and most likely give good a shot at red and yellow on the east boundary. And I don't think I would want to be giving good a shot at anything at this stage. So he's going to be really hoping he can take this break around, get a decent approach. Let's see. Several spectators have decided to stand directly between me and the action, so it's difficult for me to see anything of what's going on here. Hopefully the camera's giving you a better view than I've got. I think that's in front. I don't know. I can just see pierce through a gap between spectators, and it looks like he's shaping up to run the hoop. So I think this is actually in front. Yep, he's through, and the crowd goes wild. In this case, the crowd was the Australian team manager, and now there's a break. He's played that rush quite close to black there. I'm not sure he's going to have room to load 3 getting to the Pioneer at 2 here. Red is currently on the east boundary level with hoop 4, so he's going to be picking that up before hoop 4 ideally, sometime around the hoop 4 point. So yeah, he was way too compressed there, and he ended up getting blue halfway to hoop 3, halfway from hoop 6 to hoop 3, and now he's got a rush pointing kind of in the wrong direction, but he's been able to straighten it up, and now he'll have a 2 to 3 meter straightish roll approach going to hoop 2. He sent black deep, intending to crash through 2. I think he's happy with that, just waiting for black to stop rolling. I believe the rule is that you don't have to wait for the balls to stop moving before you play your next shot, if it's a situation where the moving ball is unlikely or won't affect the progress of the next shot. So if you, for example, played a stop approach from hoop 2 to hoop 3, and the ball rolling to hoop 3 was still going when you started your hoop 2 run attempt, then there's no chance of those balls interfering, so I think that would be fine. I'm only an assistant ref though. Okay, so he's managed to make 2 and he's rushed it down there. So he's going to be able to load 4 going to the red ball, which is going to require a little bit of pass roll. See his pass roll here. Yeah, I think that's more of a full roll than a pass roll because black's gone way too far. But he's definitely within hitting distance of red there. So, and black is an adequate hoop 4 pioneer. He'll be confident of being able to take that around still. Looks like a decent rush of red. It's gone all the way up to... Oh, there you go. That's one way to make hoop 3. Doesn't have to worry about making hoop 3 off blue because he managed to rush a different ball all the way to hoop 3 instead. Not exactly what he had intended, but when these things fall into your lap, you may as well take them. He's run that a little bit vigorously. But he'll be fine and be able to hit red, and then he's got himself an organised 4-ball break. There we go. So good effort by Pierce there. It required 1 big roll up to hoop 1 from 2/3 of the way along the south boundary, and having got that one, it's been a couple of less big shots, but still crucial shots that he had to get right. And now it's nicely organised, and we'll see him take a ball around to 4 back, I'm sure, with probably a spread. Some of the Australians like to do NSLs as well. We'll see. Be one of those two, probably. Ooh. Coming past behind me there is the unmistakable profile of a 737 MAX 8. And I can't tell which airline it is. It's not a livery I recognise. Pierce has left himself again a slightly longish return roquet. Talking before about how you don't want to keep putting stress on the break by giving yourself long shots to hit, but he's coped with that one, and all the balls are nicely situated, so I think we'll probably see a slightly tidier break from here on. His breaks so far this week have been very tidy, so I don't see any reason why this one will be any different. Currently the most exciting thing going on at the venue is Patel and Deeth's attempt to erect a sunshade at the northern end of Court 2 for the 2 English players, neither of whom it seems are sitting underneath it. But maybe once it's finished being put up, they might move themselves underneath it. On Court 3 at the moment, Dwayne McCormick and Lachlan Berryman are practicing. That's usually a sign that they're not happy with their game at the moment. They haven't had a great time of it so far. I'm not sure if I don't have a computer working at the moment to be able to tell you, but I don't think either of them have won a match yet. So they'll be quite keen to make amends against either New Zealand or USA in the next round. Alright, so Pierce's break carries on. Looks like we're going to see an NSL here. I've been trying to convince any of the players who are currently twiddling their thumbs to come over to have a chat in the commentary box, but none of them were so inclined. They did have a chat to me off air though, and I was talking to Samir Patel about his break in game 2 of the doubles that we saw earlier. And everything that we said in commentary was essentially what he told me. So he hit in after the mistake by Hill, or the unfortunate error by Hill. Don't think it was necessarily his fault. Airbus A320. And the plan was to lay a one-back leave, but it did involve some slightly riskier play earlier on to have to pick up the ball in corner 2. But he was willing to take that risk, and in fact he felt like, given where he'd rushed the ball to, it wasn't a significantly more difficult pick-up to do that than just 3-ball it round to one-back and then pick it up. But the main problem came when he was trying to set the crosswire. He had 2 ways to play the ball, he said, one of which was a bit more challenging than the other, but the more challenging way allowed him to get a rush to one-back, which is the insurance that one plays for if one's not entirely sure of getting the crosswire. And he said he played that shot so badly that not only did he not get the crosswire, that he didn't get the rush to one-back either, which is then what resulted in him playing an incredible half the length of the lawn takeoff to perfectly in front of one-back, which he was then able to run all the way down to the south boundary. So, yeah, I told him the crowd was very grateful for his attempt to entertain us with a sextuple from Death in what would have been the next turn, but that's the way these things go. So Pearce is still trundling his way around to 4-back. He had all the balls he had both opponent balls at 1-back, and he hasn't made an attempt to put a ball on the wire at 1-back, which is strange. Thanks for coming. Whenever, yeah. Catch you later. And instead he's opted for sticking a ball a long way away from hoop 2, which means that it will encourage the opponent ball that's stuck on the wire of 4 to play, which don't know why they would choose to do that when they can do the leave that guarantees a standard triple. But Forster is a master tripler, so I'm sure he's not faced with the prospect of having to do a delayed triple. For when who's playing blue? Blue is Good. So yeah, when Good takes the shot after the lift. He's also not tried very hard to get Blue into the ideal position to set his NSL here, but and as a result he's run into Blue running the hoop, which that was a slightly strange way of approaching the hoop there. He had better ways of approaching that hoop rather than plonking Blue on the hoop line. So now he's made things a little bit more difficult for himself, because he has to now croquet Blue into that wired position on the wire from where it is, rather than being able to rush it into position or already have it in position. Forster comes on and says, I think you should put it on that blade of grass, which is exactly the blade of grass that Pearce would have put it on anyway, but he'll now feel slightly reassured that his senior partner has pointed at the blade of grass before he plays the shot. Another Airbus A320. This one's a Neo. Neo just refers to the type of engine that's on the plane. A lot of the Airbus family have Neo variant, which is just a newer engine, more fuel efficient. You can recognise them because they're just much bigger bypass ratio, which allows them to operate much more efficiently. could be a Bell 420 coming overhead right now. Pretty noisy, whatever it is. Now, if you like noise, London is a great place to live. If it's not some kind of air traffic, and it's delivery trucks or sirens. There's a hospital just up the road from Roehampton here. So there's always sirens. You've got the South Circular within earshot, which has always got sirens on it. And the sirens go past quite slowly because they always have to like weave their way around all of the other traffic that's on the South Circular. Pearson Forster seem to have decided to push their balls a long way up the boundary line, trying to make sure they don't leave a double target for black that's on the far west side of the court. And a gentle touch of hands there to signify that the break is complete. And he puts the clip on 4 back. So we have 1 and 4 back versus 1 and 2. So blue is for hoop 1, black is for hoop 2. And good comes out as the designated hitter to take the shot. It's for hoop 1. And the unfortunate thing is that if he does hit in, he's not going to pull up at 1 back because it's significantly harder to get a sextuple started from hoop 2 than it is from hoop 1. And Fulford has struggled to complete his sextuples so far this week. I believe he went for at least one of them yesterday and did not complete it. So I don't think he'd be super keen to try one starting from hoop 2. Good has obviously spotted something interesting enough to call Fulford out to have a chat about. Could it be that he thinks he might be able to hit in from where blue currently is? Maybe through the hoop? He was sticking his mallet through the hoop. That maybe indicated that that's what he's up to. You come to do a bit of camera, or do you want to have a chat? No, you want to do camera, that's fine.
Do a bit of chat if we want. I was just catching up on the Hurlingham.
Yeah, tell me what's going on at Hurlingham. Anything new?
When I last looked, they're double banked on lawn 4, and it was both New Zealanders in play.
Okay.
Felix Webby was already 1 game up, and he was doing his first break, and he was on 3 back when I last looked.
Okay.
And Aaron was on hoop 5 on his first break.
But the other game 3, right?
For Aaron, it is game 3, and on the other 2 lawns, in the commentary, because you can't see it, in the commentary they said there were Americans who were on play. So okay. I think it's still quite balanced. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Up to date by now, having come
well, exactly. Yeah, we don't have live scoreboards from Hurlingham because they won't do them. So we're just having to wait for the results to come in or see bits and pieces on the live stream. So they've decided that Good will take the long shot. I thought that's what they might do, which makes for a delayed triple if he misses for Forster. That's an ugly looking swing. But I think he's hit it. Yep, he has hit it. There's red rolling across there. So that was probably the ugliest swing I've ever seen Good do. And he hit it. So there you go. What a crazy game this is. There is a small downside to him hitting it. He certainly wouldn't want it back, but the downside is that he's hit the wrong side of red and rushed it a long way away from the ball. So now he has a half the length of the lawn takeoff to try and get a rush of yellow across to black. And he's looking at it carefully. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Fulford come out to give him some advice here. And he's not going to play the takeoff. He's playing some kind of roll shot. We could write a book about technical difficulties we've had with this streaming, but it's what happens when you try and do 2 simultaneous live streams with one set of kit and bits of borrowed kit from various other bits and pieces. So anyway, we've been able to bring you some live action of croquet from Roehampton, which I'm sure most of you appreciate. So Good has done something. I can't see anything of the east boundary from here, so it looks like he's got blue in his hand, so I'm guessing he's just rocated yellow to there, and now he's going to play a massive roll shot, trying to get a rush to 1. He's not playing a roll shot, so I think this might be a takeoff then. Is this going all out for the break, or has he pushed yellow somewhere safe? I think blue's off the lawn here. No, he's run into black. It may well have been off the lawn if it didn't run into black, so now we'll maybe see a big roll down to 1. Maybe we'll see a takeoff to 1. I don't know where yellow is, so I don't know how safe it is for him to roll up to 1. Fulford might be indicating a roll to 2 would be better, and then maybe leaving the next break for Fulford. Might be a sensible idea. That way Good can keep his clip on 1 and give him more space to do the peeling turn later. Yep, going for the roll to corner 2. Looks like he's just kept black on the lawn. Landed in the corner area. Don't know if that was exactly part of the plan, but it's okay. They won't be too disappointed with that. Now he needs to leave a rush to red, I suspect. Or maybe to corner 3. See if I can find out where yellow is. Okay, so Essex got that one. That's the only other result. So, yeah, okay. Essex has won game 3, so that's the second of the 6 points the Americans need to steal the tie. The New Zealanders still have plenty of hopes in some of the remaining ones, but the top 2 Americans have done what they regularly do and won their 2 matches, so now it's down to the other 4 players for both teams. Yeah, I finally found a yellow ball. It's on the east boundary level with hoop 3. So that puts yellow and red maybe 15 metres apart, something like that. Around about half the length of the lawn distance. And now we can see blue and black paired up in corner 2. So if red shoots at yellow, then they will be joined up and it'll be an easy break for Fulford. If red shoots at black and blue, it won't be quite such an easy break, but one would still expect Fulford to dig it out at that point. Is that here? I can't see. Okay. Okay. So on the other live stream that all of us are watching, Balding just took a shot to save the match, his game down against Webby, and he took the short lift shot and hit it. So keeping the Americans' hopes alive. Pierce has decided to take the shot with yellow at red, so all he'll be able to do is set a leave if he hits this. Good looking swing, and centre ball's red. Absolutely nails that one. So the Australian crowd goes wild. Those of us that want to see the Open final played today are not particularly perturbed by that. It doesn't make the game any more or less likely to finish soon. Maybe slightly more likely to finish because the Australians are a break up in this one. So if we want it to be over quickly, we probably need the Australians to be winning it. Otherwise we'll have to wait for 2 breaks by the English. So what kind of leave might we see here? I think Pierce will push red as close as he dares to the east boundary, somewhere kind of near to level with hoop 4, while going all the way up to the other end of the court near to corner 2, and then he'll probably try and hit black first, stop it out to somewhere near hoop 2, and then okay, so he hasn't moved red in the shot. I mean, he moved it to the extent that it's not a fault, but he hasn't changed its position. So that means he won't be able to do a balls at hoops 1 and 2 leave, which is probably the easiest leave to get going from when you make it and opponents don't hit something. And maybe he landed yellow in a spot where he couldn't see black, so he's had to hit blue. So this is, I don't know what kind of lead he's going to do here now. He's got black and blue both on the north boundary, and now he can't figure out what kind of lead to do, so he's having to ask his partner to tell him what to do. That was the first plane overhead, so it must mean it's 3 o'clock. Yep, you can set your watch by it in this part of the world. Still waiting for afternoon tea to arrive. I think given the rate of progress in this game, afternoon tea is going to be the highlight of the afternoon. Just ahead of watching Patel and Deeth set up the sun umbrella at the north end of court 2. Do we have camera 2 functioning now? Excellent. Oh, we're bringing you double the coverage now. Twice as many angles, although they're both more or less the same angle, but one of them is slightly more zoomed in than the other one, I suspect, and a different color of grass to keep you entertained. Might be my imagination, but I feel like the grass is slightly lighter green shade than it was at the start of the week. It could just be that there's more cloud cover today, though. Birch and Patel have decided that they're going to use this opportunity to measure the speed of the court. And I'm pretty sure they're going to come back and tell us it's 12.8 seconds. Maybe it'll break the 13-second barrier. We'll have to wait to see when they come past us. So after that long discussion, Pierce hit blue to basically the only spot he could have hit it, given where all the balls were. Turn around and hit black, and now I imagine he's going to dump black across to somewhere near where Forster is standing, because the south boundary is occupied by red. Playing this as a drive. Oh, the afternoon tea has arrived. So if you don't hear from me for a while, folks, it's because I'm going into the clubhouse and stuffing my face with afternoon tea. But I don't want to appear too greedy and jump in before they're finished setting it up. I at least have the restraint to wait for that. I hope. Not that the viewers would know if I didn't. They decide that play is progressing a little bit too quickly, so they wander over to have a bit more of a chat about exactly the blade of grass yellow needs to land on. Be interested to see which ball they decide to leave the rush for. I think red is just a little bit off the yard line, so if he clubs this off the lawn it will be a rush for yellow. Let's have a look. Oh no, he's going that side. They did want to leave the rush for red to hoop 1. I don't think that is a rush to 1 though. I think at best it's going to be a rush to corner 1. Yeah, so red was enough off the yard line that there's no chance that Forster is going to be able to rush red to hoop 1, but he will be able to rush it to directly south of hoop 1, which he'll be hoping will be good enough. Do you know how to access this computer? Okay. Have to wait for Alison. Or I should say producer Alison.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Oh well. I can send a message.
Yes, please. So good sent out to take the shot again. It's going to be shooting blue at black, which is somewhere near hoop 3. Yes, just in front of 4 back over there. Let's have a look. Settles over the shot, takes his cast, and wallop. No, oh, he pulled out. I've not seen that before. Here we go, settles over it and hits it. Much better looking strike this time. And black remains where it was, so it was close. He liked the look of it for a while, but it just didn't quite hold its line. Well, I probably held its line, but it wasn't on the right line to start with. So this is Forster's chance to win the match now. This will be the second doubles win for Forster and Pearce, I think. Okay, let's wait for it to restart. Boarding has the innings. Yeah, so that's Westerby. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like some exciting action in the second colours game over on court 4 at Hurlingham. We've got Balding, who hit the short lift shot earlier, hit it with his forward ball, which was for 4 back, I think, and he's decided to go around to. Actually, I have no idea what's going on there because somehow Webby is for 1 and peg. I don't think he would have voluntarily taken his first ball round to peg, so I don't quite know how the balls ended up in that position. Game 1 to 4 ice, okay. So keeping the New Zealand hopes faintly alive here.
Felix is on fullback, so I think Tom must have done a be on the TPO.
Maybe. That was quite quick if he's done a TPO from there. I feel like he hit in only about 5 minutes ago. Possibly. So, okay, that'd be exciting. So TPO to Balding possibly, leaving 1 and peg versus 1 alone. Okay, our lawn speed measurement crew has returned with the report of 13.5 seconds for these courts, which sounds quite fast, but it's just been getting gradually a tiny bit faster each day, so the players have been able to just adapt to it. The peg out about to happen in the Balding Webby game. Forster's got a decent rush to one. He's been able to get all the balls out into the lawn straight away. He just needs to get this red in front of hoop one, and then he'll have a standard triple in front of him. Peely is already waiting over by 4-back. If he wanted to be greedy, he could possibly even get the 4-back peel done on the way to hoop 2, which would allow him to get all the peels done by hoop 5, which is quite a cool thing to do if you can manage it. Yep, safely through with the rush to Peely. I wonder if he's going to try this. That would be cool. Balding just about to organise the peg out at the end of his TPO. In the other game, Westerby is on a finishing turn to seal the match for New Zealand, and he's been very solid on his TP so far this week. That's okay, that's okay. Alright, so here we go. We're going to see Forster attempt the 4-back peel going to 2 here. Oh no, he's just slightly overcut the rush, so he's going to have to settle for a standard triple rather than a I don't know, what do you call it? Advanced triple, accelerated triple. Airbus A330 going overhead there. A330CO. They have a Neo variant as well, which is the A330-900, but that one is a 330-200, I think. I only got a very quick glance at it. So, yep, this is all in place for Forster, and he's also been very solid on the triples this week. Good brownies for afternoon tea today. So this is the standardest of standard triples here for Forster. 4-back peel coming up. He can play this straight or maybe with a tiny bit of pull to make sure he gets his rush of black to Hoop 4. Well, he didn't take much time lining that up, and as a result he's only jawsed it, and I think that's just a bit careless. I think he could have put in a bit more effort to peel that. So it does just put a tiny bit of extra stress on this break now, because now he has to come and do some big rushing to sort out the 4-back peel. Nice rush there of black though, so I have no trouble making Hoop 4. Looks like a 7-8-7-8 Dreamliner overhead. I understand Fordyce has taken a game against whoever he's playing. Morgan, maybe? I think he's game up now. They will force to play to rush up. Nope, no, he's putting blue deep, so he's planning to do the rush peel after 5. Delta Airlines 7879 Dreamliner. Looks like it's inbound from Boston or possibly Atlanta. They trying to get a forward rush here. There's a little bit of hill on that hoop, but he's managed to negotiate it well. He's clubbed that through though, but no, nicely judged. I thought that was running on a bit. So he's got the forward rush he needed in order to make the rush peel much easier. So he's going to rush black, probably off the boundary level with hoop 3. And he'll be hoping that there's a nice line available for him to place black at hoop 2. No, sorry, at 1 back. And then line himself up for the rush peel. Hopes of the Open final being played before the remaining Mac match have been dashed, so we will still be able to bring you the last singles game if the current doubles game ever finishes. Lovely shot there from Forster. He's got nice and straight on the rush peel, which is what you want, and his 1 back Pioneer is pretty good. Rush peel complete, but he's not really setting up for any of the fancy continuations here, so I think he's just going to put all his eggs in the basket of roll yellow into peeling position here, which is it's not very adventurous. He could have tried for something a bit more interesting than that. Looks like he's over-rolled that. I think yellow is just a bit past the hoop line, but you can probably still have a pretty good go at peeling it from where it is. Airbus A321 Neo. Cool. He almost hit blue on that hoop run. I don't know why he put it so close to the hoop line there. No, but it gives us a bit of a guide as to how far off the hoop line yellow is. So he's going to hit yellow now and hit it even further away. So I don't even think he's going to be able to jaws it from there. He's going to try. No progress in the pegged out ending in the Balding Webby game. Westerby's second break continues though. So no jawsing of anything going on there for Forster, but he has set it up nicely for a death roll peel of some sort later on. Another A320 Neo. Well, the two-back Pioneer is excellent. All these Pioneers have been excellent all week, actually. I've been very impressed with the quality of Forster's breaks. I mean, it's what we expect from him, but it's still important that he can actually produce it, as he has been doing for his whole croquet career. A little bit angled on this hoop, though, but strokes it through nicely. And so now he'll be rushing black most of the way to the north boundary, possibly all the way to the north boundary, depending on how he feels about his stop shots. Oh no, okay, he's just going to snick it to somewhere behind one back. I don't know quite why he would do that. I thought he'd be better off trying to get straighter on yellow, because he will be trying to get the death roll peel here. At least I mean, that's what I'd be doing if I was him. He's taking a tight line to yellow, but it looks pretty good. No, he's gone past it, so he's going to have to rush yellow perpendicular to the hoop line here. So he's pretty close though, so he might be able to control this. Oh, he's hit that quite hard. I don't think he's. Yeah, he's that's a strange one. I don't think he made much of an attempt to even hold it into position there. Yeah, so Forster obviously isn't a death rolling kind of guy. He just likes doing long takeoffs from penalt down to 2 back and 3 back, which is fine. He's not optimally set up for the delayed double. The position of blue isn't where you'd pick it up and put it, but it's certainly playable where it is. He'll be playing it mostly as a takeoff rather than a kind of roll shot. Yeah. He got a nice rush out of 3 back though, which is very important for finishing from this position. Rush has gone well now, so he's just looking for the spot where he wants to play red 2 so that he can get a good rush in front of the hoop. To be about the spot he was looking at. Black nicely on the other side of the hoop. So his partner Pierce, who was starting to be thinking about what he's going to do against Patel when their singles game resumes. That will resume on court 3, since both players have played on the other 2 courts this morning. Patel sitting next to me looks pretty relaxed about the state of this final singles game. Peel goes through on the takeoff very nicely. So only the straight Rover Peel left to negotiate. Another 7879 Dreamliner, this time from Gulf Air. That would be inbound from Oman. Blue's overhit. No, it's not. It clattered into the wire, so it's turned into the perfect Pioneer. So he's a little bit short with red though, so he needs to now rush this far enough away from black that he has room to send it to Rover. He's decided to rush it over towards 1 back. He's going to have a good line into black here and a good line to get yellow down to Rover. It's all about the length of this shot now. The Rover Peel will be so much more likely to succeed if yellow ends up close and straight on the hoop here. Beautiful shot there with yellow and with red. He couldn't have picked him up and placed him in better spots than that. He'd be very happy with that. And now this turn is 100% chance of finishing. There's nothing that can go wrong now that he's placed yellow there, so we just sit back and wait for it to happen. straighten yellow up a little bit for the straight rover peel. All looking good, no problem here. He's got his straight ball in the right spot. He's got his side ball exactly where you'd pick it up and put it. Nothing can go wrong.
Famous last words.
Nothing can go wrong. So we've got a whole 6 likes for today's stream.
Oh,
that's pretty good. Yeah. Glad to see 6 of you out there like what we're doing.
It was pointed out on the chat that our scoreboard over on Lawn 1 has the incorrect year on it. Can't see it from here, but
yeah, I can see 1-1, which is the incorrect year.
Yes.
I can also see a red and white 7878 Dreamliner going overhead. Now that peel must have been slightly more angled than it looked, because he had to wallop it, and he's come up very nicely. I don't know why he's just standing there staring at it. He just needs to tap red through and get on with it.
From Bogota, that plane.
Right, Bogota. Colombia, right? Is that Avianca? Ah. Greg Fletcher's been active in the chat. It's reached #1 status. Effectively. Yeah, well done, Greg. #1 in many things, including this live stream chat. And I suspect his mention about, given they've won, I think he would just have a crack, is probably about Jack's Quinn possibility earlier, which, yeah, never got going. We've got 45 current viewers. Everyone's just gone over to watch Hurlingham. Any more progress from Hurlingham?
Nope.
Good enough rush by Forster to peg, and he'll peg this out for plus 25 TP. Strong finish and good comeback from game down by the 2 Aussies this morning. Excellent. So I'm sure Pierce will be ready to get going with the resumed singles game.
Which lawn they're playing on?
They'll be on 3.
3.
Yeah. And relief from the 2 Australians there as they embrace after a good victory. So there's 2 out of 3 for the Australian pair this week against very strong English side. So they'll be pleased that they held up their end of the deal, and the other Australians will be committed to helping to support them in the future tests against USA and New Zealand, which as yet we don't know the order of. Westerby is still working on a finish against Maloof. He's coming up to his straight triple attempt. There's the 4-back peel, rush peeled 4-back, and he now has, I don't know where he's up to, and I can't read the scoreboard because the Wi-Fi here is so bad. see that draw. So play will resume shortly on court 3. All 3 referees are making their way out to court 3, as well as the manager, to inspect the court and check that there is still grass on it and it is still a rectangle of the adequate dimensions and there are still hoops on them of the adequate dimensions, and so on and so forth. So the Australian team at the moment is currently having a group discussion with the Secretary General of the WCF. Quite what that's about, I don't know. I suspect she's expressing some disappointment that they didn't do better to make this a more competitive event. There's a lot of hand gesturing going on from the secretary. All the Australian players are just listening to what she has to say. She's definitely holding court there, though. Yeah, I'm trying to lip read what's being said, but it's difficult because the person who's speaking has her back to me. It's Rosie Landreeb. Yeah, I think she's saying, well, you tried hard, guys. It wasn't necessarily anything you did wrong. It was just that the opposition you played were a little bit better than you on the day. But don't drop your heads, because there's still 2 tests to go against overall lower ranked opposition, and you still have the opportunity to salvage something from this exercise. It's a long trip to get here from Australia, and it would be good for all of you individually if you could salvage something from the next couple of matches. Just concentrate on getting a break around or hitting the ball with a nice smooth swing, or whatever it is that you think individually you need to work on. Just concentrate on doing that and enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about the outcome. The outcome will just it will take care of itself as long as you relax and enjoy yourselves. The test is over. There's no way Australia can win this now. But each of you individually can get something out of it. And if you can hold your heads high when you fly back to Australia and step off that plane with the red carpet at Tullamarine when you land to the hordes of adoring spectators, then you'll have something to be proud of. And some of the Australian players are adding their little bit to the conversation. Dwayne McCormick is walking away. I think he's heard everything he wants to hear. Stephen Pearce and Stephen Forster are still holding their mallets. They haven't actually left the court yet from that they were just playing on. But the Australian team manager, James Carlisle, is adding his views to the conversation now. Pearce nods his head in agreement and holds his drink bottle up to indicate his agreement with what's being said. Forster juggles his drink bottle slightly uncomfortably. I think he's pleased individually with his performance, but we'll be looking forward to a slightly better team performance overall in the next couple of rounds. Trevor Bassett and Stephen Pearce have now walked away from the group, and Pearce is going to have to focus himself to get ready for his resumed singles game. It's the last chance Australia has to salvage a point from this tie. And he'll be quite keen to salvage something. He's played very well so far. He's played extremely tidy breaks. He's hit in quite well. It's hard to put a finger on anything that any of them really individually has done wrong. It's just sometimes that's just the way croquet goes. When you're sitting by the side of the lawn while your opponent's playing a turn, there's nothing you can do about it, and sometimes it can be hard to come to terms with that. It's not a game like, say, football or soccer or any two-player game where both players are playing at the same time, tennis perhaps. This is a turn-based game, and when you're stuck in that chair, you are absolutely powerless to do anything about what's going on the court. When you're quite new to that game, that can be very difficult to deal with, and even later on in the game, if you play one bad shot, often, especially at this level, you can be left for 30 or 40 minutes to think about what went wrong. And if you can't manage to control that mindset, it can eat away at you, and by the time you next step onto the lawn, you can be in a worse position than the last time you left it. But many of these players, most of them are very experienced at this level, and they will be familiar with that idea. So I think they'll just have to put the results of this first test behind them and do their best to move on. And I'm sure that was the majority of what that group discussion was about now. It's completely broken up, and the players have returned to the clubhouse, and everyone's getting ready to settle in and get ready to watch Stephen Pearce do his best to salvage what he can from what's left of his tie against Patel. Before that starts, I'm going to have to go off and sort out the scoreboard to find out, firstly, what state the game is in, so we know what to set the scores to, and then we'll be back very shortly with some live action.
I think it's 1 and 2 against 1 and 4.
Are you on the scoreboard?
Just watching.
Oh, yeah. Court 3.
No, I know.
let all
Okay, ready to restart here at Roehampton. We paused for a while because we knew everyone was just watching the action from Hurlingham as Westerby clinched the tie for New Zealand. And the celebrations there have been dramatic for the players. So the action is still going on at Hurlingham, of course, and I'm sure all of you are still watching both streams. That's exactly what I'd be doing. But now it's time for a bit of bonus action for you from Roehampton. Reminder of what's happened today. Perhaps we can put all the scores of the matches up at the moment. We had Avery and Birch beating Berryman and McCormick on court 3 this morning. That match finished with a beautiful triple peel by Birch. On court 2, finishing before the Birch Avery match, was Deethan Patel, who beat... Who did they beat? Oh, my mind's gone blank. Who did they beat? Hill and Bassett. There we go. Oh, it's been a long day. Deethan Patel beat Hill and Bassett. And then we've just seen the Australian pair of Forster and Pearce recover from a game down to defeat Fulford and Good. So that's the second doubles win for the two Stevens. I imagine that they'll be continuing their doubles partnership in the next tie, which we now know will be against the New Zealanders. So the next round at Southwick, we'll see England as the winners playing USA, who lost their first tie, and then New Zealand will be playing Australia. The Southern Hemisphere versus the Northern Hemisphere clashes. No, you know what I mean. I didn't quite come out the way I intended. The two Northern Hemisphere teams versing each other, and the two Southern Hemisphere teams versing each other.
We appear to have a brown and a white ball.
So we're resuming now with the Pearce versus Patel singles match, which is 2.5 games in. Do we have the completed game scores on the scoreboard?
No,
Can you put those in?
I don't think so.
Why not?
What do you mean? Oh, yes. I'll look it up.
Yeah, you have to look it up. But it is a game all. I think it was I looked this morning. It's on Croquet scores. I think it was a +2 to Pearce in game 2. I can't remember what game 1 was. So both players are out on court 3 at the moment, inspecting the situation. So they're both trying to remember exactly where the balls were. Patel has been very successful in getting diagonal spreads with the peg ball very close to the peg, and it looks like he's managed to do that again. Pearce is just questioning the accuracy of his memory of that exact position, and we've got Patel down on the ground checking that out. I think we probably did have some of the action from the centre there. There we go. So they're just discussing a situation that neither of them probably remember entirely clearly. We currently have 8 balls on the lawn, which I suspect both of them remember isn't the number of balls they had on the lawn at the end of the previous match, so, a previous game or a previous day. Okay, and now they've both taken 2 secondary balls, so I think they've decided they're going to have a bit of a knock-up now. Patel has been sitting around twiddling his thumbs for the best part of about 5 hours, so he will definitely be cold, and I don't know if they just decided between them that they were both going to get a warm-up, or the manager had told them they were going to have a warm-up, or what it was, but they're both loosening their arms. Pearce hasn't done anything for quite a while as well. He's been sitting down while Forster did his final turn in the previous game. Okay, we have the results now. So you can see on the screen now the current state of play. So we've got game 1 went to Patel by 12, game 2 to Pearce by 2. I don't know how it came to be so close. maybe we can find out from someone later on. But anyway, brings us to an exciting position in Game 3 where Patel had the first break to 4-back. But you might be able to see, actually if I move the camera around, the balls on the east boundary, you can see red and yellow there, are in contact. So something went slightly wrong with the leave at the end of yesterday, just before they pegged it down, that has resulted in Patel having two balls in contact on the east boundary in what would otherwise be a pretty normal diagonal spread. I can only speculate what happened with that, and my speculation is that in trying to set the spread, he found he had to roll the balls to the east boundary from some distance away. No, they've just been pushed off the lawn by Pearce. So I think the manager and the referees took quite a lot of care over placing those balls earlier. There were 3 referees and the manager on the court with tape measures and all sorts out, placing the balls as accurately as they could, and Pearce has just pushed 2 of them off the lawn. I mean, it probably doesn't make that much difference. Yeah, anyway, Pearce is testing out the quality of the east boundary on court 3.
Do you think from here that's the shot he's likely to take, or will he have a go at the double?
Well, it depends on the position of red and yellow. Currently red and yellow are off the court, so he won't be shooting at either of them, I think, because the ball would be out of bounds before it makes contact with them. So I think that just leaves blue and black to play 2 events 0, which would be an interesting game, but wouldn't actually be very interesting because there wouldn't be a whole lot of interactivity to it. So I think probably what we'll see at some point is red and yellow on the lawn, and the clip positions would indicate that they should both be on the lawn. So we've got 1 and 4 back versus 2 and 1. So I didn't see any of the game yesterday, but I can tell from the clip position that Pearce had the first chance, made hoop 1, and he got hampered on hitting the escape ball, and he missed the hampered shot, and Patel was then able to hit the shot after that, and with all the balls in the lawn he had no trouble going around to 4 back. But then I accidentally rolled both his balls off the lawn in the same spot, and that's how we've come to be in this position. So this is the final game in this test. We've seen a very one-sided affair so far. It's a shame that a Australian Croquet Association, or whatever they're called, was unable to send a competitive team to this event. It's supposed to be an event featuring the top 4 countries in the world, and it does kind of spoil the occasion for the spectators especially, but also for the other players, when there's one round out of the 3 where they just win it easily. I mean, I don't know if the England players would mind, because it's the first test, and so they're going to be a bit rusty because they've just turned up here, but they've been able to use the Australian team as a practice session, essentially. But the New Zealand and USA teams might feel a little bit aggrieved about that, because they've had to battle really hard in this first test, and they've had to arrive prepared. And, well, it turned out the New Zealand team was better prepared. I think the American team is gradually improving as these 5 days have gone on. But it's a bit unfair in that sense, because the English have had a full 5 days warm-up at this level to get their game sorted out, and the Americans have missed out on that opportunity, and it may well cost them the MAC. We could find that they managed to beat the English when we get to Southwick. I think the pundits would probably have England as the favourite in that one, and Southwick is going to produce conditions that are more favourable to the England style of play than they are to the Americans. So I think it would be surprising if we saw USA beat England in the next round. But who knows? What might have been different is if Australia had brought a stronger team and challenged England while they were still trying to figure out their game in the first round. And if this tie was a lot closer, then who knows? All sorts of different things could have taken place. The players are still warming up. It's getting close to 30 degrees here in southwest London. So I'm be surprised if much more warming up is required. The speed of this court was measured at 13.6, something around 13.5 seconds, just about half an hour ago. So you can see the ball's rolling on nicely. It's just really friendly conditions for playing croquet. The hoops are easy. The courts are very consistent, friendly pace. So there's no reason that either of the players will be troubled by the conditions on the court. The main challenge will be dealing with what's going on in their head, but given that this match counts essentially for nothing, I don't think there'll be much pressure on either player to do anything. Patel has decided he's had enough warm-up. He's played, well, not played for 5 hours, but he's hit the ball around a few times, and having played every day for the last 5, he's pretty sure he still remembers how to play croquet. Pierce is just working on his shooting. He set a ball at half width of the court and missed it, so that'll fill him with a load of confidence going into having to take what is a do-or-die lift shot in this game. He's still looking at that line and he can't believe he missed it. And he's going to trudge across to the other side of the lawn and probably take the same shot back in the other direction. No, he's going to take the same shot in the same direction, but from the middle. Big follow through. I think he didn't follow through quite enough on that one. Next time he needs to make sure he follows all the way through to ensure that that ball stays on line, because as we all know, the ball knows if you've followed through on your shot. The England sun umbrella has been collapsed. That may be because it's too windy to keep it open. The wind has picked up slightly.
Take it over to his court.
Patel went to a lot of trouble to set up that umbrella earlier, and now he's going to take full advantage of it. I think Pierce has decided that he's had enough of the warm-up. He's placed red and yellow back in contact at max distance on the east boundary. Now he's just wandering around in the court. He's going to try and find the 2 balls that he was using for his warm-up. Players agree that they're ready to get on with it. Referee Jeff Dawson comes over to inspect the proceedings. We're up to 39 live viewers at the moment, which is pretty good considering that all the excitement's at Hurlingham. I'm impressed that 39 of you want to watch this dead rubber from Roehampton. And there won't be any Australians still awake. It's currently 1:10 in the morning in Australia.
The whole of Australia?
The whole of Australia. Yeah, the only Australian viewers will now be not in Australia. I'm sure Greg Fletcher is still awake, but hi to you, Greg, if you're still watching. Good to have you with us.
Looks like Pearce is taking the ball up to corner 3. Shot down the east boundary.
Interesting choice of shot here. So red and yellow are lined up on the east boundary, both on the yard line. So he's taking a shot at a single ball target from up there when he could be taking a shorter shot at a double target. So this makes no sense to me at all. I mean, I guess, no, it does make some sense because red and yellow are in contact. So if he missed a short shot, Patel would be able to actually get started pretty easily. But now, with red and yellow in contact, he has to start with a croquet stroke. And so he'll have to play either a takeoff into corner 4, which is a bit dicey because that corner is not fairly flat, or he plays a big roll out to black by the peg. And black's super close to the peg, so there's a spot he can land where, quite a big spot he can land where he'd be cross-pegged from black, so he might be a little bit reluctant to play that shot as well. I didn't see him practicing any big croquet strokes in the warm-up, but I have to admit I wasn't watching that closely. Anyway, Pearce missed the shot, so he's going to sit down, and Patel is going to have a go at finishing. I think by the time he finishes, it will probably be too late for the Open final to be played today, so we might have to wait till later in the event for that to happen.
Oh, we've got a viewer in Sydney.
I'm awake in Sydney. Well done to you, Paul Skavork, 3,627. That's a lot of Paul Skavorks for such a unique name. But yeah, I guess you're doing some kind of shift work tonight and watching when you should be doing your work. So well done. Thank you for joining us, and great to have you with us. So let's see, red is the hoop 1 ball, so I imagine Patel would choose to play with red, having a bit of a think about it. He's had all night to think about this turn, so hopefully he doesn't take too long to crack on with it. So he's going to go for the takeoff down to blue. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him come up short of blue. He's not going to want to flirt with the south boundary here. That's oh, he's giving it a bit of a ride. I'm not sure this is going to stop. This is definitely not stopping. No way. Okay, so after all of that, Pearce is going to have a chance, and not just any chance, a good chance.
Any chance we might see him do a TPO here?
No. Now we're on. So Pierce has tapped red and almost sent it off the lawn. You'd think after 5 days of play that these players would have some idea of the speed of the court, but we've seen Pierce just come within. Oh, no. I'm looking at it from a long way away. Didn't even reach the yard line there. And he's almost sent blue off the court as well on the east boundary, but he's managed to keep both of them miraculously on the court. And he's got himself the rush that he needs. That's the important bit. So you can rush yellow somewhere into the middle of the court. Oh, he's overhit that. Yep, that's a terrible spot because now he has to take off or somehow go through the black ball and the peg in order to get the rush back to hoop 1. Oh, no, he doesn't need the rush to hoop 1. He's playing with his hoop 2 ball. What am I talking about? Yeah, black is for hoop 1, blue is for hoop 2. So I think he might be trying to play some kind of fancy promotional bombardy thing here because black is glued onto the peg and definitely doesn't rush to 2. Yeah, he's definitely doing that. He's taking a lot of care over lining this up. So he has to guess where the black ball is going to finish and then play blue to a spot where that rushes to 2. So we got the bombard, but no, that's not worked out. So he's ended up with a rush to 3, not to 2. So he's going to cut this a little bit. Yeah, I can't do much with that. And then he's going to have to play a big roll up. And I think he might have cut it to a spot where hoop 6 is in the way of rolling up to 2. It's a bit careless, really. There we go. You might get a break if he makes hoop 2. So it's not guaranteed that he's going to have a break though. Well, black is travelling. Yeah, that was a bit. I think black's off. Is it off? Just having a look at it. Blue is good. He just needs black to still be on the lawn. I think it's off. Okay, yeah, looks like it must have been on. Very good. So he's going to make the hoop, and then he's got a pretty long hit in to get black and keep the break going. Yeah, he's through the hoop, so now he has to hit black, and then he's got a couple of big croquet strokes still to go in order to establish a break. So Pierce managed to hit black, and he's played another croquet stroke that's almost sent something off the lawn. So he's neither player has dialed into the speed of the court so far. Pierce has been in the yard line with 3 of his croquet strokes so far. As long as he can keep the break going, that's a good rush there. He's going to be able to dial into the speed of the court pretty quickly, but he's got a little bit of work to do yet. He's got no hoop 4 pioneer, and no way of getting a hoop 4 pioneer. At least not before he makes hoop 3. So I think black is going to be his hoop 4 pioneer. He just needs to find some kind of rush to get to it. He managed to get his rush to 3, and then he's clubbed that 2 meters past hoop 3. So he still hasn't realized that the court's quite quick. This time it was a rush rather than a croquet, but he's maybe hit at least one rush before that. Okay. A decent takeoff in front of the hoop. Safely through, and so now he's going to be able to rush red back to the north boundary. He'll shove that into the court a bit. And then try and get a rush on yellow over to corner 4, which will allow him to then at least establish a 3-ball break. And then if he can make 4 and 5, he'll have his 4-ball break. So there's still quite a bit of work to do, but he's keeping the break going somehow. There we go. So yeah, Red's good hoop 6 pioneer. He just needs to figure out how he's going to make 4 and 5. Big swing. The line looks pretty good here. It's not great. So he's gone off the court pretty much level with 4, I think. Yeah, pretty much exactly level with 4. Now, he's going to have to figure out the speed of this court on this croquet stroke, because otherwise he will be off the lawn. And as you can probably see from the angle on the camera, this boundary does slope away from the court. So if he gets into the yard line, it may not stop. This should be okay. Yeah, it's not a rush to 4, it's a rush to corner 1, but it's at least he gets to play another shot. So he's rushed this quite in line with 4. It'd be tricky to get in front of the hoop, I think, here. Yeah, he's had to go quite wide, so he's going to have a pretty angled hoop, but he has got a good hoop 5 pioneer, so he just needs to make sure he gets through hoop 4. He doesn't like it. This is interesting. It looks a little bit like black. I was going to say black might be crosswide from yellow, but the croquet stroke came from where yellow was, so it'd be unlikely if black and yellow are crosswide. Red and black might be cross-pegged though. He's looked around, he's decided it's too risky to take on hoop 4, so he's going to go for the safest place he can find on the court, which he's decided is corner 3. And he's missed the corner, so yeah, he gave it a good go there. He was one decent shot away from getting a break, so he'd be disappointed, but at least he's had a chance. Yeah, I think corner 3 probably was the best there. Corner 2 and corner 1 is more in front of Patel's break. Blue is no closer to red than black is to yellow. But he does want to play with red. That's his hoop 1 ball. He's decided that the shot at black is the best one. It's a pretty good idea, assuming you can see it. He's having a bit of a look there. Yeah, he doesn't want to shoot red at blue. That would be pretty risky if he misses. Red at black is pretty safe. Plus it kind of joins him up with yellow. He's hit it. Good hit. Now he's got to figure out where his break's going to come from. So I think the most likely way he's going to set this up will be a big split of black as far north as he can get it, and getting red in behind yellow for the rush back to 1. There's no way you can get blue involved in this one, realistically. He might decide to play more of a thickish takeoff than a big split to more guarantee his rush to 1. Yeah, I think that's what he's decided. He needs to get black at least north of hoop 1. And he'd much rather make 1 off yellow if he can. This looks like a good line if it stops. I think that's off. Ooh, might just have stopped. Black is good. I can't tell if red's on the court though. I think it might just be on. Yeah, you got the angle of that just slightly wrong. It's so hard on those thick takeoffs. Yeah, he's stopped just inside the boundary line. And he's missed the return roquet. It's a bit of a mystery here. Both players seem to be really struggling with the speed of the court, even though it's the same courts they've been playing on all week. Or at least it's the 3rd day this week that they've been playing on these courts, and all of them have played on these same courts earlier today, where they didn't seem to have any trouble getting the length of it. It's going to be slightly faster now, I guess, because it's later in the day. It had a chance to dry out a little bit. But, yeah, I don't think that entirely explains the carelessness we've seen so far. Big follow through from Pierce and no good, but he's joined up. Patel has not much. He's not going to want to take the shot of red at yellow because then he'll have 2 balls at Pierce's next hoop. He's going to check on the rush that Pearce has left himself. So he's left a rush for black southwards. So joining up at hoop 4 doesn't seem like a great idea. Patel might have something resembling a double target with yellow. Looking at it carefully. Just checking that the line does work. It's a long old shot, but I suspect that there's at least a ball and a half to aim at here. Decides to pause while the unidentified aircraft goes overhead. He's watching it, doesn't like it. Hit the corner peg instead. He was interested for a while, but I think it would have heeled off slightly to the right there, probably would have run that line. So, pretty defensive shot though. Pearce now has a rush into the corner for a corner cannon. Or he could try and hit, he might try and hit yellow first with black. And then get a rush towards somewhere near corner 1, make hoop 1 off red.
Just over 40 minutes per pair of buses. There is a train option as well further down the list. First bus option. And there's a bus stop just outside here. So this is the train. So it's just walking to
I think we'll see him play with blue. There's not a whole lot he can do with a cannon here though, because the next two hoops are directly in front of him, and the fourth ball is at not a big enough angle for him to get anything useful. I don't think he's even got the cannon there. It looks like black bounced off slightly outside the eastern yard line, collided with yellow.
Maybe not some, every night except Sunday night, they're pretty late. There are plenty of 24/7 buses in London. There are plenty of 24/7 buses.
the other option is
53 goes past my house.
the other option temporarily is Barnes train to Barnes to Frankfurt and then get that 3-4. Yeah, either way you go to Frankfurt.
He's going to have to leave black in the corner there, I think, and just do a dinky little takeoff inside the yard line and leaves a rush of yellow either to red or to 4. It looks like he's left it to 4. I think if he was serious about digging out a break here, he probably would have rushed it to red, maybe it's like corner 1 or something, so you can stick the yellow ball a bit more in lawn, giving you a rush of red across to 4.
No, you can't get food in the evening.
Good length rush there. You'll be happy with that.
They don't want to sell you food because they can't make it.
As you said, Queen's Ride, yeah, it's just across the road. Go over the rocks there. So yeah, 337. Thank you very much.
It looks like he's holding this for a half roll, so he's sending yellow deep. Yeah, good approach. Yellow's ended up pretty much on the yard line, so close he's having to go inspect it. It's about 30 centimetres off the south boundary. So if he runs the hoop well, he might have a rush pretty close to red. Yep, safely through, and he's come up the right side of yellow. Now he can either rush to 5 or rush to red, depending on which way this rush is pointing. He'd prefer the rush to corner 1 or somewhere about that. It's probably the only realistic way he's getting a break. Otherwise he's not going to be able to load 1 back getting a rush in red to 6, so this really needs to go to red now. Okay, that's pretty good. You should be fairly happy with that. Yeah, it's quite close to red, so he's not going to be able to get yellow far into court. But he is going to be able to get a good rush to 5, which I guess is a slightly higher priority at this stage. And he'll be able to stop yellow halfway to hoop 1 at least, depending on how far into court he wants to try and get it. Nice shot. Have a good shot on camera 2 here of his rush to 5. Assuming camera 2 is working. Oh, you can see that there, just hilled slightly into hoop 1. It wasn't initially online for hoop 1, but you can also see from the shot that hoop 1 and hoop 5 are more or less on the line of the shot, so he's a little bit unlucky there because it wasn't initially going to hit hoop 1. But he's gotten away with it, I think. Going to be very difficult now to control hoop 5 so that he gets a rush back to yellow. He might be better off trying to just 2-ball this from here. So he set red somewhere nearish the peg, and that gives him options. Then he might end up with a rush to yellow, he might end up with a rush to 6, he might even end up with a rush to black. Currently down to a skeleton crew here in the live streaming studio. We have me doing commentary, scoreboard and camera 2, and we have director Ailsa Lyons doing all the directing work, switching between the cameras and also controlling camera 1. So if anyone is in the Roehampton area and would like to come and help out with the live streaming, we'd be very grateful because everyone else has left us for the day. So, decent effort by Pierce. He's done what I suggested and he's thinking about 2-balling it. He has got himself pretty angled on this hoop though. You can run it though, it's runnable. And beautiful hoop. Where's this blue going to finish though? Yeah, we can't get the position of blue on camera 2 because there's a big light pole in the way. But I can report that he is directly behind the light pole. He's going to have a slash at his black ball in corner 3. So this is a half the width of the lawn shot, the very one he was practicing and missing in the warm-up. Let's see if this one goes any better for him. And, yeah, he's hit it this time. So he learnt from the warm-up. He'll be happy with that. So he's done well here. Now he's got a hoop 6 Pioneer and the opportunity to load one back, going to that hoop 6 Pioneer. And the fourth ball is waiting down near 2 back. So he'll either be able to rush down to it after 6 or pick it up going to 2 back. He's absolutely clubbed the croquet though. I think black is off. Yeah, black is definitely off. So after all of that hard work, that's end of break. Quite a shame, because he'd done so well up to there. He worked really hard. He had to get rushes to where he needed, and he just took his eye off the croquet stroke again, and that wasn't even close to staying on the court. That reached one back with the speed that it was going to reach one back on the next lawn if the stop board wasn't in the way. So there is the shot that Patel is left with to hit in, with the ball he needs to play with, and with something kind of resembling a hoop 1 Pioneer. He's not got it on a plate because this rush is going the wrong way, and his what would be hoop 2 Pioneer is currently on the boundary level with hoop 2. But yeah, he couldn't have asked for an easier start than this. Well, not with the first shot anyway. He's got a bit of work to do now though. So looks like he's going to take off to black and then push that into a decent hoop 2 Pioneer position, going down the boundary line to yellow. So he's tried to play one shot to length so far in this match. And it didn't go well. He's been much more cautious with this one. And he's managed to keep it on the lawn. And I have to zoom out a long way to get both balls in the same shot, which gives you an indication of how far he left that short. But he's only got about a 5 metre shot, so it's not that bad. I expect him to hit this. He's been shooting well so far today. No worries, sent it in the centre. So now we can continue with that plan that he came up with of pushing it to hoop 2, taking off down the line to yellow. The speed of this next one is the more important shot to get right. We had brownies and scones for afternoon tea today, so it was a slight improvement over yesterday. The brownies are not sweet enough at this club though. I can't see red, so it's obviously directly behind the light pole, and therefore quite a long way short of where he was aiming it. But and in fact, it's off. it's off the lawn. So we had no idea because it was behind the stop board, but yeah, that went off and then continued to roll for another 3 or 4 meters. So he's not only found a hill. Well, I guess he got the length better, but he didn't get the line right that time. So end of turn, and the yo-yo innings change in this match continues. I think we'll see Pierce take a shot at red and yellow here. Red and yellow are more or less joined up. The other option he has is maybe just firing off into corner 4, playing a defensive option, or even corner 3. It would be like corner 3 where you consider a wide join. Corner 4 is more of a defensive shot.
Benefit the commentator, black and blue are wired. Black and blue are wired.
Oh, okay. So black and blue don't have a shot at each other. They're wide by hoop 6. So if he's going to take a shot, it will be at red and yellow. It's at yellow and missing by a mile. So that's into into corner 1. So Patel will get another chance. Producer Alison Morm has returned from the bar to do a bit of work here in the sunshine instead. She just fancies a change of scenery. So we see a Boeing 777-300ER on short final for Heathrow. So Patel hits in, no problem. It wasn't really hit in, it was more of a rush, but he managed to rush it off the south boundary. I can show you. There he is. So he's playing with red again, which is a ball he wants to play with. And probably what we'll see here is rather than Aspinall style precision croquet, I think we'll see him stop yellow to north of the hoop 1 line. Close enough, yeah. So that's kind of level with hoop 1. Turn around and now play a big stop-o approach with black. See if we can get hoop 1 in the shot. There we go. So black's going to be directed just... Oh no, he's aiming at... Looks like he's aiming it more towards hoop 3, which is going closer to blue. So seems a tiny bit risky, and it's also out of the way of his break. Oh no, it's not going to blue. It's going more towards hoop 6 though. I think he felt like that would allow him to get a little bit more distance on black, because there'd be less split on the shot. And he's played it really well, so black is now right in front of hoop 1, so he should be able to run this. And he'll be aiming to run it gently so he can then turn around and hit yellow. And he's taken just the right amount of wire there. He definitely hit that harder than he probably should have, but the wire helped him out. No problem hitting yellow, and yeah, he's going to be able to croquet yellow to 4 back, and then should be a finish from here. I think you can see blue in the background there, so blue is a good 6 meters south of hoop 3. I think that's where he'll be going with this next shot, and then either he'll get a rush across to black or he'll just take off from blue over to black. He's striking an imposing pose there after he plays that roll shot, and he's got the ratio wrong. Yellow is pretty good though, so the power's about right. He's come up a fair bit short with red, but not so short that he can't hit blue. He's just going to be hitting blue in the opposite direction from the one he would have preferred. But red's still on the lawn, which is oh, he missed it. Okay, so yeah, I expect our director is currently queuing up the circus music, because this has been a real comedy of errors here. We've got taking off the lawn, missing short roquets, taking off the lawn again. It's all happening here. Anyone would think that this game didn't really count for anything and the players aren't giving it quite their full attention. So now the next chance is for Pierce, who is, this time he's going to be playing with blue, which is for hoop 6, and he's got all the balls around hoop 6, so we would expect a break from here, but given what we've seen so far, who knows, anything could happen. He's managed to hit red, that's a good start, and the crowd goes wild. So red to one back, and he'll look for the rush of yellow across to black. Beautiful one back pioneer. Yeah, he'd be very happy with that. Okay, so with the clips on 6 and 1 for Pierce, I think we're just going to see a ball to 4 back with what he'll hope will be a decent leave, and then it will be up to Patel to hit something. Yep, good rush there. So he's going to be able to get a decent leave out of this because partner will be going to 2 back. So if he gets a rush a little bit towards yellow, he can send black down to 2 back, rush yellow up to red, and he can do a good NSL with red on the wire of 2. Safely through, and with the rush pointing in the direction he wants, so he can rush this to around about level with yellow, I imagine is where he's going with it. Yeah, perfect. You can stop this just down the line, remembering that this court is pretty fast, and he's sent several of his pioneers already off the court, so or almost off the court, so he just needs to take it easy on this one. The fact that yellow is so close will probably help him with that. A nice gentle swing there. Black's going to be a tiny bit short, but yeah, that's much better than on the south boundary. He's rushed yellow all the way up, so I think this will be an NSL with red on the wire of hoop 2. He's put red very close to yellow here, and we saw actually in the doubles match, even when he had the opportunity to do an NSL with the red ball on the wire of the hoop, he opted not to. Yeah, he's doing that again, and he's going to be putting yellow out here, which is the wrong way round. So he's not played that well at all. He needed to play it so that red was the ball near its own hoop. Yeah, this is I'm not quite sure what the logic there is. So he's put yellow well in lawn. That's inside the box, which is not where you typically try to leave a ball at this stage. Not only that, but he seems to have rushed red to a spot where he can't now get it to 3 back. So he's gone from having everything perfectly under control to, in the space of 3 shots, being in a complete mess. He does still have a 2-back pioneer though. That's the one saving grace. So as long as he can get to that 2-back pioneer, he will have the chance to rebuild. Now, one thing he possibly could have considered when he got to hoop 2 was popping red through 2, and then he could have done a defensive spread, which would have been a strong leave. He got really hampered by 6 there. He's been able to play it okay though. So his 3-back pioneer is halfway between 5 and 3 back, but he's good on his 2-back pioneer. So he's sent black deep. He can crash through to the boundary and then get a rush back up to yellow. I imagine that's going to be the plan. Okay, so he's, for some reason, he probably wasn't trying to pop partner through through one on that rush. I think he was probably trying to rush it to yellow, but he has instead managed to. Oh, I can show you. There it is. So he's managed to find a position where he's forced to peel partner through one, and he's not going to be able to get anywhere near yellow. But what this is going to allow him to do is make an OSL. It's also going to favour red because he's going to have to make the leave, which he can get started from hoop 2 from, which is exactly red's hoop. But that's just the way it goes. So he's going to try and push black through the hoop on the takeoff to red here. It's his only option. So black is peeled. And he's got a good rush on red across to hoop 4. Yeah, good rush. Oh, I say that, but he's rushed it right into the jaws of 3 back. Or rather the jaws of 4, and I looking from here, I don't think it's in the jaws enough that he can take croquet from the right side of it. No, he can't. So he's now having to play a really awkward little croquet to try and get in front of 3 back. And okay, maybe it wasn't quite as awkward as it looked from here. He's played that nicely, so he's going to be able to run 3 back, and then it's going to be an OSL. Which is fine. So safely through, didn't touch red, so he was able to push that across the hoop line. Not that I think it would have made a huge amount of difference.
James, you're going to go on and sort of double favour with him and show how it's done. Just overtake them.
So now it's just going to be a couple of big roll shots to set up his OSL. Okay, so he's doing what I said he should have done in the first place, which is leave red over on that side. Slightly overhit this, so he's got a little bit of a distance in order to hit yellow now. This is a missable length, but he'll hope he doesn't miss it. Centre ball yellow, that's a good shot. So now it's almost down to the south boundary. So now he's going to have space to stick yellow up into the easterly oppo ball OSL position, and he should have room to then get the rush of black across to corner 4. See, we have a whole 38 viewers left with us. Glad to still have you with us. I don't have any updates to hand from Hurlingham, but I imagine all 30, oh no, up to 41 now. All 41 of you are currently watching the Hurlingham stream, so you probably don't need me to update you, but if anyone wants to know what's going on, do chuck us a message in the chat and I'll see if I can help you out. Good rush of black. He's managed to get that more or less off the middle of the south boundary, a tiny bit past centre, and now I think what we'll see is he'll just roll both balls off the court. See if I can get a shot of that without getting executive producer Alison Warm in the same shot. No, can't do it. Yeah, he is indeed going to roll both balls off the lawn. He's called the referee over to watch one of them. He's decided where he wants both balls to go off. Black's the ball he's going to want to be playing on the next turn. So I imagine black will go into the corner and then blue a couple of metres north of the corner. Yeah, there we go. There we go, decent turn. So we've got 2 and 4 back versus 2 and 4 back. Very finely poised in this not quite deciding game of the test, but definitely final game of the test. Okay, we've got a pretty good OSL. We've got yellow somewhere near the middle of the court, red pretty close to the west boundary level with 2, blue and black in corner 4. And Patel is yet to stand up. The clip goes on. Patel takes a swig from his water bottle, puts the cap on and slowly stirs, rises to his feet, reaches for his mallet with his red and black cap resting on the handle, and strides purposefully onto the lawn to see what situation he's been left with. He's seen an OSL before in his career, so he's going to have some idea what to do with it. He's just going to walk around and look at all the angles first and decide which shot looks most favourable to him. Red is his hoop 2 ball, so that's the ball he's going to be looking to play with here. He can either shoot with red at yellow where it lies. He can lift red to B balk and shoot at yellow from B balk with black and blue in the background. Yellow being peg high means that the shortest shot is from the end of A balk at black in corner 4. The downside of that shot is it's not flat. It is hittable though. You can hit in along that boundary, but you do have to be a little bit careful. There we go. Got a nice shot of the end of A balk and black in the corner. This should be a pretty easy start for Pearce if Patel misses this, so he's taking his time over it. Good line. Oh, it just took the hill. Yeah, at that speed, he needed to start that a fraction more to the left. Okay, so Pearce has all the balls and no reason not to finish from here. he's been able to get red out as far as 3 back, and he's left himself a nice rush of blue into the court, so he's now got space to send blue to 4 back. This is the reason in peeling partner to 2 and doing an OSL is a good leave in this situation, because he's now got partner naturally going to hoop 3 or 4 back. So as long as he gets a decent rush to 4, and decent rush to 2, which it looks like he's doing. He might have even peeled blue. No. Then this is all there for him. Standard triple. Yeah, great rush to 2 there. He'd be really happy with that. So this should be a finish now. Lovely approach. It's got good distance on yellow with that approach. So you can rush it either to 3 or to 4 after this, or otherwise just rush it to nowhere and then croquet it. All the pioneers are good. Lovely rush across to 3. So this is all as you draw it up in the instruction manual here. I think we'll should be seeing Pierce finish. I don't think he's done any triples yet in this tournament, but I'll have a quick check. Lovely hoop, and he's got the rush back. His escape ball is in good position for him to do a straight peel. If he rushes it too close, he'll have to play it with a bit of pull, but that's nice and close and straight, so he's looking good there. Pierce played Birch in the other singles game in this tournament and lost 13 and 26, so he'll be quite pleased that he's been able to do better in this one. His record in his doubles, he and Forster won in straight games against Deethan Patel and lost in straight games to Avery and Birch here on day 3. Good peel, so update the scoreboard. The rest of the Australian team are doing a 3-person alternate stroke sextuple, which is up to a 3-back peel going to 1 back. I don't know how many bisques they've taken so far. And then of course Pierce and Forster won in 3 games this morning against Fulford and Good. So they've had those two have had a pretty good week. Two matches out of 3, and Pierce has looked pretty good in the turns he's had in those games. And as I said a couple of times earlier in commentary, Pierce is arguably the form player of the Australian team. He's beaten in his most recent encounter with each of them pretty much all of the Australian players. He's beaten Hill, Forster, Bassett and Berryman in his most recent encounter with each of them. So he's been playing well. and it's been easy to see why in the times he's been on the court in this tournament. So nice control so far. One peel done. Through hoop 4. And he's got the rush back up to Peely, so he's going to be able to move Peely across to Penalt before 5, which makes things a little bit easier. Yeah, good rush up there. That's a pretty good position for red to be getting to blue. You don't want to be too far south on blue because otherwise you risk cross-wiring yourself by hoop 3, but he's in a good position where he'd definitely be able to get to blue. And usually plan A is to rush blue all the way down to hoop 5 and then stop it back up to 6, but he hasn't peeled it by enough to be able to do that, so he's going to just rush directly across to 6 and then take off down to yellow. Yeah, great rush across, so if you're able to put blue in a perfect spot as he goes down to yellow. Got to be a little bit careful with this shot though, because yellow's a little bit wayward, so he doesn't want to go too far past it or come up short. He's gone too far past it here. Actually, it's all right. It's not too bad. So, can I show you there? No, not without zooming out. There you go. So that's the shot he's left with. It's pretty decent. It's on the right line, so he will have to trickle at this a bit, but the lawn will not hill off for him here. It's going to hold its line. Just hit it a bit hard. Oh, and it's bounced off the hoop. That's that could have been much worse than it actually turned out to be. The spectators walk directly in front of the camera. Yeah, good little hoop approach. He doesn't need a forward rush here. He's got both balls waiting up at hoop 6 for him, so any rush will do. Just make sure that it's nice and clear of the hoop, which he's done. So he's got space to send this up to 1 back, going to red, and then he'll approach the hoop off blue and peel it directly after. Skateball placed. And he's just got to make sure he doesn't rush blue directly in front of the hoop. That's the worst thing you can do at that stage, because then you don't have a line to croquet into peeling position, but I think he's managed to avoid that.
That's all right. Good job.
Well done. 7 out of 10.
No break victory, 7 out of 10.
Yep, nicely through, and he's managed to avoid blue, so he's going to be able to rush it a little bit closer. You've got to be careful not to get too close to this, because you need space to be able to get past red. Just giving it a bit of a nudge. That's okay.
I have used effectively where yellow is now as a 2-back line here before. Field 3 back.
be great if the spectators would stop walking right in front of the camera, wouldn't it?
But yeah, mine tends to be quite tidy, but yeah,
Peel through cleanly. Blue is halfway between the peg and rover, so that's optimal for, or not optimal, but it's very, very good for finishing. He's rushed it to wherever he prefers for his stop shot ratio. A little bit close to yellow, I might have thought, but he's played that nicely. It looks like red's running on pretty well. Yeah, so that's really good. So red stopped bang in front of 2 back there. So after a very, very shaky start, he has finally managed to figure out the speed of this court.
I put it where I can play a 2-yard straight peel with a soft shot. Yeah. And rush the ball back. So it's not in a split to it from. It's in a between 2. It's much tighter to fall back. But it's not that close to fall back. It's basically halfway between the and fall back. You're a bloody Russian. You're like, what is that? What sort of shot was that?
He's a little bit disappointed that he's just grovelled through 1 back, but it looks like he's pretty straight on yellow. He's pretty quick to call the ref, so it should be okay. I'll go and get a look at the line of it.
I think, frankly, they should have had a mulligan.
This is horrible. The wire is directly behind the line of the shot. And he's close enough, though, that he should be able to get something on it. This needs to be watched closely, though. That looked okay. Yeah. He's happy with that, and the crowd goes wild. Well played there. So he's now still got everything in perfect position. He didn't quite get the rush he wanted to Peely, but he's got a big area he can land in that will allow him to get the rush of Peely to Rover, and he may well be able to then get the Rover Peel going to 2 back, which would take a fair bit of weight off his mind. So this will be the first. That's a great shot there. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that. Can I zoom out enough? Yeah, there's 2 back. There we go. So that's the rush he needs. It looks like, well, it's not quite as good as what I first thought. It looks like about a half ball cut to get it into peeling position, but this would be great for him if he can get that. Looks good. Oh no, it's gone too far. Unlucky. He's going to have a second go when he gets around to approaching 3 back.
But I did go to the bar and have they taken any bits? No. So they coped with their mess around the 2 back.
I think it's getting to the stage where so that's a straight triple technique change. You've got to go back.
So a lot of people now will put blue beyond western forward. Yeah, slightly deep. Black obviously towards the hole and then black promotes yellow across going to blue. If you're at this point then yellow's there. Then yellow goes to the
Just catching up with the comments, or one of them. Good to see Nick Parrish is in the chat. Hi Nick, how you going? Hope everything's well over there at Surbiton. We're all looking forward to bringing the circus to you in a couple of weeks' time. And yeah, I don't know if you've seen the this particular game from when it resumed, but it's quite surprising to see a decent turn played in this one, because they were sending balls off the lawn and struggling to get the hang of the speed of the court right from the first shot today, which is surprising because they both just played matches on these courts that they both won, so they've had plenty of play and they had a decent warm-up. So one expected them to adapt quicker to the court that hasn't changed in speed since they played on it just before, but oh well, that's croquet for you. They both resuming, I guess, a singles from yesterday after both playing a doubles today. Mindset's a bit different, and I guess sometimes these things happen. So he's played yet another really good shot there, and this is less surprising for me than perhaps earlier good shots, because he started to string a few good shots in a row. Now he should be able to cut this into peeling position. Oh, it didn't quite get the cut I think he was playing for there, so it's ended up a little bit long. But he's still going to have a good chance at the rover peel here. We've seen so many straight rover peels failed this week that he'd be really, really happy if he can not have to get this break down to a straight rover peel. He didn't spend very long lining that up though, which worries me a bit. I feel like this might jaws. Yeah, that was terrible. So that took like full ball contact on the near wire and bounced all the way across the face. So blue is not in the jaws. It's sitting off to the side of the hoop. So it's not fatal. He'll still be able to come back and have another go at a straight rover peel. And given how close blue is to rover, one would be surprised if he can't manage to finish with the straight rover peel. But plenty of players have surprised us this week with failing to complete rover peels. So he needs to keep his focus about him. But he's still in good shape. Decent little approach here. Get a rush. Probably a backwards rush. He could play for a forwards or a backwards rush here. Looks like he might be playing for the forwards rush. He's got good distance on the yellow there. And it doesn't matter if he gets a backwards rush because he can go via blue. And he has got the backwards rush in the end. That's okay. So we just play this to a spot where he can easily send yellow to penalt. Getting a... I just updated the scoreboard. Send yellow to penalt. Getting within hitting distance of blue. And then you just do a really thin takeoff going from blue up to red. Yeah, it's a good shot. Good distance on yellow. Yeah, he's really dialed into the speed of the court now. He's picking out a spot where he wants to put blue, so he's going to have a good line for the takeoff up to red. Doesn't want to go too close to rover with blue. That looked to be about the spot he was pointing at, because he has to move it again on the takeoff. So he just wants to leave it pretty much straight in line with the hoop, and maybe 50 centimetres north of rover, something like that. Something that allows him to rush it a little bit closer when he comes back to it after penalt. So players would generally go back to the rover PLE and adjust it if the position of it isn't good enough for them. But he'll be happy with the position of blue. It's not quite straight, But it's going to be close enough that he won't bother trying to risk going down and then coming back up to yellow. His Penalt Pioneer is north of Penalt, so it'd be much easier for him to get to coming from where red is now, which I don't think I can show you because the pillars are in the way. Just get it. As he makes the final few hoops in this game, I'll just remind you that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Croquet England and the World Croquet Federation and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the CA and the WCF. So he's going to be croqueting red down to somewhere probably level with the peg. That's usually where I like to put it. And he's going all the way down. So that's okay too. The reason I prefer to go level with the peg is it gives you a stepping stone for when you get a backwards rush after Penalt. So he's rushed very close to Penalt here, and he's more likely to get a backwards rush than a forwards rush. And then he's going to have to play a big roll shot all the way down to red. It would be much easier for him if he was only having to play a half roll that ended up with sending a deep ball perhaps, but only having to go as far as the red ball at the peg. The advantage of having the two balls all the way down at Rover already is that once he gets there, it'll only be a very short croquet stroke. You won't have to rush red anywhere. So it just depends on whether you prefer to do a bit of rushing or play a bigger croquet stroke. His croquet strokes have all been really good in the second half of this game, so he'll probably feel pretty confident playing a big roll shot down to get there. So yeah, as predicted, he hasn't got the forwards rush out of Penalt. It's very hard to do that. None of the players are going anywhere because after this there's the big centenary Mac dinner thing at Roehampton. So at some point the players from Hurlingham will make their way over here as well, and they'll all gather for their big dinner. We won't be live streaming that one for you, I don't think. I'll have to check with the executive producer Alison Morm on that one, but I suspect once this game's over, that will be the end of our live streaming for a couple of days, and then we'll be back with you at Southwick in a few days' time. But it's been great to have all of you with us for this first test. There's been plenty of excitement. I think we're going to see plenty more excitement when we get to Southwick. The court conditions will be very different, and we'll expect to see quite a different style of croquet being played. He's rushed blue nice and straight in front of Rover here. His side ball isn't quite to the side. You can see it there. That's probably a metre south of Rover. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful on this Irish peel, that he gives it enough that black goes through far enough that he can hit red. There will be a spot a little bit larger than he would have liked where black cannot hit red or yellow. So he needs to make sure he hits this straight enough that black doesn't catch too much wire, or not straight enough so that black catches enough wire that it stays in the jaws, and then he can run the hoop on the next shot. So he's gone right back to Penalt to look at the line of this. Pearce is not a guy who gets down on the ground. It's Pearce to line up his straight peels. I think we're probably seeing about a 50-50 split between players this week who like to get down on the ground for these shots and others who like to go back and look over the top of the balls. Striking very much the same pose that you see Fulford striking when he lines up his straight peel. So he's happy with it now, steps up to the shot, and he just needs to make sure he swings that mallet nice and straight here. Beautiful shot. Yeah, that went through nice and cleanly. Appreciated by the crowd. So he just looks around to figure out how he's going to organise this rush to peg. And he'll do it by tapping red. He'll probably croquet them both across to the east side to make sure red is nowhere near the line of the rush. And then he'll rush yellow south of blue. And then rush blue up to the peg. The main thing here is get this rush nice and short. If it's a short rush, you can easily control the distance to make sure it doesn't go anywhere near Rover. And he's not got this nearly as straight as he would have liked here. He's pointing at about corner 3 with this, so he's going to have to cut it about 3/4 ball cut here. And it's snuck its way past Rover. That's a good shot. So there's the peg. He's played this well. This peg out's happening, and the Australians will be very pleased that they've been able to salvage a little bit of pride in the last day of this test. In fact, they've won the last 2 games, both the final singles game and the final doubles game. His teammates are lining up to come on and congratulate him for this is his first triple of the tournament, and he's not got many triples at all in his career, in fact, so this is a really good achievement to do this under this kind of pressure. And not the easiest of court conditions, although certainly far from the hardest that he will face during the course of this tournament either. He's double checking the lineup from the other side of the peg, which I've always found to be of doubtful use, but he's doing it anyway. And this is for a plus 16 TP victory, so he'd be very pleased with this. And his opponent's already standing by the lawn ready to congratulate him. First ball's pegged out, and the second one. And you can see the relief on his face there. Oh my goodness, his heart must have been going at 1,000,000 miles an hour in his chest there as he was doing that break, but he's kept it all under control all the way through. And a very, very good victory for him. And that brings the whole test to an end. So that's a 16 TP victory to Pearce there in that final one. And that makes the overall result 17-4. So Nelson, if you're listening, you're very close with your prediction of 18-3. Off by 1, which if you made that prediction before the start of this test, well, that's a very good prediction still, only off by 1. So the Australians, despite having lost almost all of their matches, have the demeanour of a team that has done significantly better than that. So well done to Stephen Pearce. He's played really well this whole week. He's looked very solid, and he's been, I imagine, feeling like he's under a fair bit of pressure to play to his normal standard. But he's been able to do it under the pressure of playing in a Mac. He got gifted a couple of chances by Patel in that one, but he still had to take those chances, and he did so very, very calmly, very confidently, and the Australians again gathering for a huddle, just like they did after the final doubles earlier today. And I can only imagine that. Well, you can see their veteran Stephen Forster doing all the talking there, and the rest of the team who are significantly less. Not all of the team are significantly less experienced than him. Most of them are. Just Trevor Bassett standing to Stephen Forster's left there is similarly experienced, but the rest of the team are playing in either their first or their second Mac. And Forster's got a few words of wisdom for them. I'm struggling from behind him to lip read, but I think I can guess that what he's saying will be, guys, don't worry about it. We've done very well against the strongest opposition on paper in this event, and we played a lot of very good breaks. All of you played some very good turns, and you've got a lot to be proud of from your efforts this week. We've got maybe some slightly easier opposition in the next test. They'll be playing New Zealand, of course, who defeated the USA at the at Hurlingham today in what started to become a little bit of a nail biter, but they got there in the end. Stephen Pearce's either wife or girlfriend, who has accompanied him here, comes on the court to congratulate him after the huddle breaks up, and you can see she's just as happy for him as he is for himself. Now he's doing the winner's duty in clearing the court, and that will be it for us, I think. I don't think I'll bother Stephen to do an interview. I think he's probably still a bit too emotional about having completed the victory there, his first victory in the MAC as a singles player. So well, maybe we'll get a chance to chat to him another day later on in the tournament about how he's feeling about it. But he's getting a photo of himself with his first MAC scoreboard.
Being an England supporter, in a way I'm quite glad that Australia, after disappointment with losing 16-5, they did win the last 2 games.
Yes, exactly.
Finished on a bit of a high.
Yes, exactly. So it was a 16-5 in the end. I think I said 17-4. I must have miscounted. Yeah. So 16-5 looks a little bit more respectable than 18-3, which it might have been at the start of today. So that'll give them some slightly increased spirits going into the rest days before we get to Southwick, and I think they'll probably find that the conditions are a little bit more to their liking when they get to Southwick. We know that the courts will be more challenging. The pace will be less consistent. The boundaries are quite dubious on some of the courts at Southwick and quite good on other courts. So we'll see. I imagine a lot of long lift shots missed again as they hill off down the boundaries. Hopefully the players will pay some attention to that during their warm-up time so that they're able to make the games competitive. But also the hoops will be firmer, the ground will be harder, so they'll need to approach their hoops and play their pioneers really close so that they can keep their breaks under control and keep things going. So I'll just wrap up now because all the players are shaking hands and getting ready to get dressed up for the dinner tonight, put on their team blazers and all of that. No doubt some photos will appear in due course somewhere. So thank you primarily to everyone involved in the live streaming here at Roehampton. It's been a small number of us that have been working very hard, and I hope we've been able to bring you a satisfactory coverage of the action here. It's been the first time that we know of in croquet that we've had 2 simultaneous live streams of the same tournament. It requires twice as much equipment as a normal live stream, and it requires twice as many people to operate that equipment, and ideally people who know what they're doing. And we haven't always had people who know what they're doing, but everyone has been willing to muck in and give it a go, sometimes learning on the fly. And we've had an uncountably large number of technical difficulties along the way with equipment that hasn't quite worked and batteries that haven't quite worked and things that haven't quite plugged into other things. But thank you for watching, and I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. On behalf of Executive Producer Alison Morm, Executive Director Elsa Lyons, the other commentators that we've had here, Ian Lyons, Debbie Lyons, Nelson Morrow, Adam Swinton, Marcus Evans, and everyone else who has pitched in, Annabelle McDermott as well. I haven't forgotten you. It was great commentating with you on day 2, and also thank you to everyone else from the Roehampton Club. Thank you to the ground staff, the catering staff, all the other members of the club who have been involved in making this a quite successful event, a very successful event. As we see there, the England team posing for their photo in the middle of court 2. Wearing their matching red and black caps. I'm not sure why they have red and black, but that's what they've chosen. But anyway, thank you on behalf of everyone involved in the live streaming and everyone involved in putting this tournament together. It's been fantastic having you with us, and we look forward to seeing you back here again in a few days' time when we'll be at Southwick for the next test, where England will play USA and New Zealand will play Australia. Thank you very much, and see you then. Bye-bye.